everyone. Hello! What's up,
we're
Internet? Here. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh
Where's
my gosh, hello everyone.
There we go. Okay.
That's my favorite greeting. What's up, Internet?
What up?
What's up, Internet?
What's up, planet Earth?
Hey, fellow gamers, how's it going?
God, I feel like the planet Earth thing, that was used in something. Was that a Bill and Ted or
Probably.
Who knows? What
Probably
even
in like the
What even is my memory? I have no
the
idea.
last concert or something.
Right.
Once you're like 28, 29, your memory's just like, what? I don't.
I don't remember even stuff I said 5 minutes ago.
Except
I'm not gonna
for
remember anything else.
obscure pop culture nonsense, right? That always stays in there.
That's yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that's how I know it's a quote.
Loctite.
It's a quote from something.
Right.
I don't know what.
Now we
Say
have
hi,
the internet,
everybody.
Mhm.
and they can tell us, so I'm gonna look it up.
It was like, I can't. It was something like some kind of introduction, like "Hello, planet Earth." Like, I feel like you need a few more words at the beginning of that to be able to
It's
actually.
apparently it's a show.
Well, that's good.
Okay.
Hey, chat. Hey, Zero. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Chat's like.
Are
what did
you
we walk
excited?
into?
We talk about weird junk, and it just carries over so that you guys can join us.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Welcome
We're
to
just
the-
rolling you in.
Welcome to
Yeah.
the super professional Aetheryte Radio live reaction stream.
Look, it's after dark here, so anything goes.
Ah.
That's
Is
the rule.
I mean, there's a little bit of light out, but that's okay.
I mean, the
we're
sun
all
is just
over.
perpetually on this side of the moon, so.
Lucky.
Zen, I can never tell what time of day it is actually by you because it always looks like the sun is just like full blast through that window behind you. But I think it's just the reflection.
Closed white curtains, like blinds.
Mm.
Yeah, that room always looks the same. Yeah.
Mhm.
Charles,
the white
Charles
curtains
is
that
always
pass
on the
the light.
moon.
Hmm.
I mean, I guess
Here, hold on, hold
Rook's room has gotten a little brighter, but it still is
Mm.
usually.
I feel like her room is darker than normally during the day.
It's a
Here.
little darker than normal, but it's still like.
No, the window still looks the same.
It really does. What is happening with that window, Zen?
Weird.
I think about this all the time. I'm not gonna lie. While we're
got a life of its
podcasting,
own.
I just look at your window and I think about it sometimes.
Rook's just there, kind of like drifting off.
Hmm.
Rook, stop looking at Zen's window. Okay.
Is it always daytime? Where do you live?
I'm gonna freak you out and just open it next time.
Oh my gosh, there's gonna be like
the-
a dark void behind
The
you.
sun
Yeah.
never sets on the Zenedrian Empire.
Mhm, mhm.
If I let
Sun
in
never
reality.
rises. Daytime, we don't do that here.
Yes. If I let in reality from behind me, you just see someone playing Deltarune right now, and I don't want to spoil you all, so.
Oh my gosh, the
Yeah.
first part, because the second part's coming out soon.
The second
Today,
part came
it's
out an hour or two ago.
And
Yeah, I
just
know.
like that, we lost Rook.
I'm kidding. I'll get to it when I get to
Mhm.
it.
famous,
But the first part of
famous last
Deltarune was
words.
amazing.
Yep.
I'll get to it when I get to it. I'm like looking
I-
at myself. I'm like, sorry. Red
Only
Dead 2.
today. Yeah,
Mhm.
I only today realized that Deltarune is, in fact, an anagram. Just
Oh,
today.
Sen. Oh no.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
It's Deltarune. It's a very clearly nonsense word made up of Undertale.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You take the letters and you scramble them around.
Mhm.
Learn something new every day.
And as soon as they did that, I'm sure everybody did a scramble to figure out what other names they could make. So.
Yep.
Yep.
So we are just about 25 minutes out from the live letter. This is the big one. This is the one we've all been waiting for. This is where we finally get to hear new music
Aldi.
and find out
Yeah.
just
That's
how
exactly
bad
what I'm waiting for.
they're gonna ruin Summoner.
I just love this because while you were making your joke about music, I was just watching Aldino's like very methodical, slow nod, like this is the day that my fate is sealed.
Yeah.
It was just so dramatic.
I mean, it's gonna be fine. There's just a couple things that I want to see.
We're gonna
We'll
rewind
talk
this.
about it.
It'll be like that Simpsons episode where Lisa and Ralph are like dating and they're on
Yeah.
the Krusty TV show. And if you rewind right here, this is where you can see Charles' heart just break.
Mhm.
That's okay. We didn't do a live reaction video to, oh gosh, I guess it was the Fan Fest where they announced there wouldn't be a healer
Yes.
for Shadowbringers. because that would have been, you would have all had to watch me just like, what? There's been no other moment at any of these announcements that has deflated me like a balloon, but that was the one. It was the only one. The joy
Me,
and sparkle
conversely,
left my eyes.
When they were like, and Dancer is a ranged DPS, I was like, yes! Oh no, I'm really sorry, healers.
It's okay. It's all right, Zen. I'm glad that we could pave the way for you to have this joy and have your new main class.
Appreciate it.
And now I'll get Sage, so something's happening, and they're giving me they're giving me a little something.
So predictions. I think we have to talk about predictions. We'll just go down the stream here. Zen, predictions.
Summoner will get an instant summon for their fairies.
Oh, I know what you.
Oh, for their
Because
Scholar.
Scholar.
Because Summoner already has instant, Scholar does not.
Yeah, which is stupid. I don't understand why
I
that
hadn't
is.
realized that, and yeah, what the hell?
Yeah, it's what I don't understand. There's some weird little things happening there with
I've
Summoner
seen-
Scholar.
Yeah, I've also seen predictions that Bard will get a dot spreader. And while that would be a kick in the face to Summoner, that would be really cool.
I mean, that would be
Summoner
fantastic.
has Bane, so I give it to Bard. Like, dots are annoying.
So
Spread 'em.
generous.
I am going to go big on Bard in regards to Bard, and I'm going to say that they are going to have reworked the utilities of the songs.
Yeah.
I hope so.
I really,
have to.
truly
I just
hope
want
so.
Mage's Ballad to have something to do with mages
So
or
do I.
magic.
Or
Please.
like being useful in any capacity. I'd love it so much.
It'd be nice.
I have in preparation retaught myself Bard. I'm not terrible at it.
Good
And
job,
I'm
good
ready
job.
to level it up again and see which one I like better.
Just in time to
'Cause it-
relearn it.
Doesn't
Mhm.
have to relearn it all over again.
Yeah.
Anything else? I'm trying to think of what else. We know that Astrologian's moving to Pure Healer, so I am just curious about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I really have any particular prediction specific to that. I feel personally like they're gonna keep it about like it is, with the cards functioning the way that they function at this point. But the shift to Pure Healer, I think, will be interesting. Whether or not they give White Mage a utility to balance that, or they make it so that White Mage's potencies are so much stronger that White Mage is like the DPS healer, like the solo DPS healer, and you know.
Right.
Yeah. I am, I'm looking out for Summoner, of course, but for Scholar as well, I want to see just how much Sage eats its lunch. You know what I mean? Because, like, it really has the potential, right?
It does.
Sure.
You know what I want to see? Like in that same line,
Mm-hmm.
as much as I know they on purpose reduce the DPS capacity of healers, I want to see them put it back.
Right. Just more
see,
complexity.
I'm
Just
okay.
like more than two things, right?
Mhm.
More than two-
I'm okay, honestly.
Yeah?
If in the pure healer category, they have decided to go the route where, like, in most dungeons and things, a shield healer can solo heal a dungeon, but the potencies and things and or the actual like outgoing DPS of higher level fights will be high enough that like pure healers will truly have higher healing output than shield healers.
Right.
And that there might be like certain things where certain fight design going forward, if they really are separating these categories like really solidly, that shield healers may, like, you might need shields to survive certain hits and then only be able to heal really in the time you need if you have pure healers with you.
Mhm.
Now, would that be a little spicy? Would that be kind of a, I don't know, because right now they're playing the game of just everybody can sort of basically do the same stuff, except one person has more shields and one
Yeah.
person has more heal over time. So I'm really hoping that if they're going to separate them, they actually try to give them distinctive identities as healers. And I'm okay if that means that we're leaning more into healing on a pure
Yeah.
healer. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you
I
know,
feel like
and-
they almost have to, because once they make the separation, you're gonna have to have one of each.
Yeah.
You just have to.
yeah.
Well, I
and
mean, you don't
supposedly-
have to.
well, and you know,
but-
in that regard, though, they always want to make it so you don't have to do that, right?
Yeah, see?
What I was gonna say
It's
though
so
is,
weird.
you know, when we had Gunbreaker with Shadowbringers, there was that idea of, you know, even I think it was the Paris Fan Fest, right? They're already
Mhm.
announcing these jobs. And she was like, yeah, we might make two of them like main tanks and make the other two like off tanks. We're not quite sure yet. So, you know, the idea of like a pure healer and a shield healer, like, I don't know if they'll go hard on that separation because they really didn't with tanks.
But they said they were gonna, right?
No,
They
they
basically said they were gonna. I mean, they didn't say they were gonna go hard on it.
They
but
said that they were thinking about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it was much more definitive than when they suggested they might do it with tanks.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so
Yes.
too, but
Yeah,
I really hope that they do it, right? They have to. You
And in
can't
that
have
same
all four of them.
vein,
Yeah.
right? In that same vein, why don't you do that with some tanks, guys?
I mean, maybe as the tanks keep expanding, that
Yeah.
might be something. Although they did just retroactively, go through and make, single tank. Oh my gosh, sorry, we had a really loud truck go by outside my window, and it super scared me.
Didn't hear it at all. Didn't see you jump though.
Don't mind me over here just
Did we ever get a date settled for that Phasmophobia playthrough?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
we
I
did
don't know what you're talking about. I don't
Yeah.
remember us scheduling that. Weird. No.
What?
Sorry. I mean, yeah, I could see them as they keep expanding those if they want to make categories, making categories for it. Also, I see in the chat Mike talking about curious about Astrologian, hoping to see Scholar changes from 0.
Right.
Anybody else? Let us know what your thoughts are too. Yeah,
here's the
I hope
big
Scholar
question,
Summoner.
Right. So with the last expansion, Machinist got a rework.
Yeah.
Things have been said that make us think that maybe Summoner is up on the workbench for that this time around. Are they finally going to separate Scholar and Summoner?
That is my one wish. It's an outlier. It'll never happen. That's my one wish. I know that people like to level both of them at the same time, but
I
it
have a
just
song for
causes so
you.
much issues. Yeah.
Those people aren't actually playing the jobs generally. Like I
No.
love the fact that I can level them at the same time because that's one less job I have to level. But if the people who actually are playing the jobs benefit, break them up. But I made a song for you just now. When you wish upon the moon, maybe it will happen soon.
Thank you. It was beautiful.
Wow.
The dreams come true.
True.
Aldina.
From your mouth to Yoshi P's ears, please.
Yoshi P, Yoshi P.
I do
would-
think that would be the big, like, knock my socks off kind
Right.
of thing for tonight. If they did say we separated them and we have massively overhauled them, I would be like, oh my gosh, they did it.
Right.
It would be one of those things where a lot of the other changes and stuff, I think I'm just expecting. I feel like for my main white mage, we're not going to really get all that much. We'll probably get some new ability. I've seen discussions of resurrection for paladin.
Sure.
I
Yeah.
like the idea of a dot spreader for bard
Oh my
and
God.
hopefully a rework of their utilities. Like all those things I feel like are very much within the realm of possibilities, but the summoner scholar split would be monumental. Like I would just
And as somebody that shifted to a main machinist in Shadowbringers, I want that for you so much, Charles, to get that summoner rework.
Here's the thing is, it can work right now. I mean, it's still fun to play. People really like it. It's just really the pets. If they could get pet ghosting, if they could figure out a way to make it easier to trigger them, like that would be good enough, honestly. And then make something cool. That'd be good enough. But I want more than that, right?
Well,
I
and
want
there's,
physics to
there's
make
the
sense.
lore aspect too of summoner now.
Yeah, exactly, right.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mitagu in chat is asking what the new pets would be for Summoner Scholar.
There wouldn't be any, is my prediction. If they rework it, they're gonna do the FF16 route. They're gonna do that kind of like, you want an Ifrit thing? Okay, you like fiery punch something.
I mean, we did see the gap closer. We did see that in the benchmark. And Ifrit was out. So, a lot of people are thinking maybe you do the Eggy actions instead of it, which means there's no delay.
Do what?
Which would be cool. But then you have to press it kind of on cooldown. And I know people know that pressing a movement skill on cooldown for damage is not fun. That ain't fun.
Yeah.
So I hope that's not the way that it went.
Well,
Does any job currently still have that?
Red Mage. It's technically
That's
more
right.
potency
Yeah, Red
to
Mage.
do the back.
You're right.
I mean,
You
thinking
lose
about
just a little bit.
what they could borrow things from, right, for reworks and stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, look at what we've seen of Reaper so far, right? Where you take
I'm really interested.
that Void Scent and you kind of like merge up together. I
Mhm.
think they could maybe take something from that, use that as a summoner rework, or I know we've floated the crazy idea of like give Machinist just full Gundam at level 90, right? They have that kind of idea of like merging with something, and
Mhm.
so who knows?
I'm
I
really
will
interested
love-
to see.
Okay. Charles,
Oh.
go. then Rook, and then I'll go.
I was just saying, I'm really interested to see what they do with Reaper, if it will have any positionals, how selfish it'll be, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's
I'm very ready for seeing more with Reaper and Sage. I mean, this is so exciting. I love this, and although we're sassy about Summoner and Scholar a little bit and things like that, you know what I mean? It's so fun to see because, I mean, nothing is ever permanent, so nobody panic, even if there is a change that seems like it's not going to be ideal. It's one of those things where they might change this, who knows when, but they may change it. It might even be sooner rather than later. But I love seeing the new things because sometimes it just is so good. And then getting a little bit more of a glimpse with the classes we haven't even really seen in play a whole bunch, also amazing. But I mean, coming off of Shadowbringers, those changes were such good, for the most part, such good direct evolutions and just great new things, the Machinist rework. I'm feeling really hopeful that they have really kept an eye out on those weird bumpy places in some of the other classes and have already, they laid the groundwork long ago for reworking stuff, so that they could start retooling.
Yeah, hopefully.
I forgot what my thing was, but I know you guys have seen the bingo sheet. I know you guys have seen it.
I'm excited.
I don't know about you, but I am a fan of Lonely Island. So when the dancer square was about them having 2 dance partners and changing the move to the golden rule, I was like, yes. No, but yes.
I feel like, don't you feel like it'd be OP for Dancer to have 2 dance partners?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah. But at the same time, I wish that they had something else that was constantly buffing everyone.
Yeah.
Do they need it at this point?
Something. Only if Bard gets something to help.
You know what
more.
I really want Bard to have, aside from dot spread, is give them back regen.
Something like that would be awesome. I see Archaic 2 Pulse of Life for Bard. I also think that's awesome. I would be totally into that.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, I was definitely like, screw off. I want my DPS limit break. Never ever use it, ever. It's the worst one, except in 1 in 5,000 instances. Just give me back the healer limit break. Honestly, just give it back.
Yeah.
Or even if they change something to where, gosh, I don't know, even if Bard could operate as an auxiliary to help healers or something, where, they buffed either healing potency or shield potency if it's applied during the duration of the song. I don't know. I've been trying to just rack my brain about what they could give Bard as a utility that wouldn't just be damage up like everything else. And of course, something like bringing back Refresh came to mind. I do still like the idea of being able to use peons even in combat, because I think something like that could be really fun for high movement fights or, phases where you're trying to get some uptime or things like that. I think that could have some use and not break the game. But otherwise, they've really narrowed things down to kind of just being damage up. So, I mean, something that a heal up might work if the, again, damage was high enough and Endwalker to justify it.
Too. Everything's just damage up. And as much as it probably made things simpler for them to program and line up the strengths of the jobs, it also made them less interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard. You can't buff skill or spell speed because then throws everyone off, right? It just doesn't feel great. Yeah, so who knows?
We'll see.
Yeah.
I wonder if, with Paladin being the featured class, I wonder if they're going to get something super cool for their capstone.
No.
You don't think so?
Can you beat Passage Can you beat Wings?
I mean, Wings,
as much as I would love for them to, I don't feel like there's been a precedence of it with any of the other jobs that were the main guy for any of the expansions. No. If anything, there's been a precedence of, you're important this time, but your job got totally fucked.
Oh no.
Absolutely.
Dragoon, Monk.
I don't seem to remember Bard and Machinist being the main siege jobs for Heaven's Word.
Dark was okay, and didn't they get their cool shadow ability with was that Shadowbringers?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where we prove none of us are tanks again.
Hey, look, I did Dark Knight for the story.
I have done Warrior for like a dungeon or two now.
I totally tank those quests that were solo instances.
Maybe
Where you're not
AoE
really tanking and just DPSing.
Mhm.
Maybe AoE heal for Paladin.
I mean, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Thanks, Boja. I just go in on tank, and I'm not a tank. Unless I am literally
like...
the only tank, then I'll be like, all right.
Please don't hit me.
Begrudgingly.
I really like that in chat, Chris phrased this, Dark got their self-esteem for 80. And I just like that. You know, they turned 80 on their 80th leveling birthday. Somebody was like, Dark, you look really good today. You just look so great in that armor. Just like very attractive. And Dark Knight was like, thanks, nobody noticed till today. And then you get it. You really just grew into your own as a Dark Knight, and your self-esteem went through the roof, yeah.
And
somebody came up and just pat you on the shoulder. Don't worry, you don't have to deliver sandwiches anymore.
but I sneak some of them. That's my food. That's how I eat.
Wow.
Is there a job we haven't talked about just yet? I mean, Gunbreaker.
Ninja.
I was thinking Ninja.
Me too. Ninja. I don't want them to do too much. I want them to make Ninja cooler, but not take anything away from Ninja, because I actually love Ninja. I love the playstyle. It's one of the few classes that I still think has a fun little mini game in the game that's really, really enjoyable with remembering those combos. So I hope, if anything, we just get like another one, or maybe we get something that's, again, a good utility, or just more damage.
Oh, you know what I want them to do? Make it so when you move while you're doing the like extra special mudra, it doesn't cancel it.
Oh. Sure, I mean that'd be cool. Or
I get why they have it right now, so it doesn't, because you know it's a big hit. You need to hold your ass still and make sure you're not an AOE before you start. But it'd be nice if they just took that away.
Sure.
Yeah.
I agree.
Trying to think of anything for Gunbreaker, and I mean just more trigger moves, honestly. Right?
Add 10 more actions to continuation.
Yeah.
I want
keep
buffs.
going.
I want Gunbreaker to have some kind of buff. Because why not?
Sure.
Like not for themselves, for someone else. Maybe they're the off tank and they give some kind of like, I don't know, I don't want to say defensive, but maybe a damage buff to the main tank.
Sure.
Especially, oh no, I'm about to tangent. I'm sorry. Especially if they break the tanks up and Gunbreaker ends up on the like DPS tank side, they could have a buff that they could give to the main tank, who's the shield quote unquote defensive tank, so that they could also be doing damage. Wouldn't that be kind?
It'd be nice. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
It'd be good.
Making shit up, Yoshi P, but listen.
You know, I just love it if they just hybridized a bunch of different classes from 8 and just made it so that now with the capstone for Gunbreaker, you could just pull a cute dog out and throw it at your enemies.
Yeah, you get a dog.
Launch a
You
dog.
just get a dog.
It's dangerous though. because if we're following the 8 theme, then you gotta like that dog.
Maybe
you don't
that's
want to do that to a
That's the
dog.
new dancer weapon. It's blades, and they each have a little puppy on them, and you just.
Oh, I don't want that. I
Mhm.
don't want that. Speaking of weapons though,
Okay.
there's a contest out right now to design weapons for each of the jobs.
I kind of want to submit a broom.
I mean, that's
do
good. You
it.
should.
Just
Do
a broom.
it.
Do it.
I really want to, and I keep forgetting, but I want to make, and I'm sure a billion other people have done this, dancer fans. I want fans to use as chakrams, please.
What about a gun broom?
Yeah, there you go.
Gun broom would be good. Gun broom would work.
It's like it's for cleaning and pest control.
I'm just imagining Matoya at
pest you
some
got?
point riding in on this gun broom and just firing off at, a line of enemies.
Yeah.
In like a biker jacket or something. I just think that'd be really good.
It just gets better and better.
Only if the biker jacket has a broom with wings on the back too.
Thank you. Yes. I'm excited because honestly, we get some really amazing things in game and we have a lot of incredible looks, but it never fails to blow my mind the creativity of our community. And seeing what people do for these in the gear design contests, there are times where I literally am just going, why are you not on Square Enix's staff? Holy butts, this design is amazing.
I didn't think I would come away from tonight wanting to design a broom.
Do it.
That's.
Do it. I have to get creepy about it. Do it.
Oh boy.
Mhm.
All right. So
Everyone's like, we're used to this. You're not creepy.
Yeah. Okay, so we are about 5 minutes out. We're going to do a quick AFK break here. We'll run our pre-roll ads to get rid of that for people coming in. and then we'll, grab our last minute drinks and stuff, and we will be ready here to go in just about 5 minutes. So we'll see you soon.
Mistakes were made while pouring in a
Our
glass.
timer ran out. Yeah, so we're back.
Oh, hi.
Hi. I don't know if you can hear us.
We have a murder mystery on our hands tonight. We're going to be solving the murder mystery of Zenidra while also...
It was in the kitchen with...
My guess is it was probably the two goblins back there on the shelf. I think
the two goblins for sure.
See, I would consider goblins to be like Doink adjacent.
Yeah, sure.
Right?
Yeah, I would stand by that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I love that. As soon as we're like, okay, we'll take a quick break, and then they're like, hey, check out this cool art. Oh, they're not. They're gone.
Here's
okay. Thanks.
The art is cute. I like it.
Thanks.
Also, look at that good boy. Alpha, no, you've grown up so much. I'm proud of you. One day they'll age your character model. Don't worry.
One day.
We say that, but I can't help but feel like that CG render looks a little older that they put out.
I mean, maybe they're doing it gradually.
It's just like such a small amount that it's almost inconsequential.
But like this much. Just a little bit.
I think an Ellison grows that much in a day during, like...
Yeah, pretty much. An Ellison shoots up young and then just spends the rest of their existence trying to grow into the body that they have.
Yeah,
they hit puberty and they just get like a bunch of hand-me-down dresses. It's like, this is what you will wear for the next 2 years as you like week by week.
You've heard of teething, but what do you think the neck's gonna feel like?
I'm here
as it grows.
Hi,
that can't be good.
I'm Fusion X.
It cannot feel good. It can't feel good.
Hi, Fusion X.
It's almost time.
You ever have a chair where your feet don't touch the floor?
Is your chair not adjustables then?
If I adjust my chair down
but
so
then
that
we wouldn't be able to see her.
Yeah. If I adjust my chair down so that my feet touch the floor,
no.
I don't sit at the desk correctly. I'm like this.
Oh no.
Oh, it's almost time. I'm so excited.
I'm not dead.
I think we've all just been living in a constant state of like, don't get too hyped, don't get too hyped. We still have a couple months. Don't get too hyped.
When we get into the job trailer here too, I want to emphasize, like, the last time we had the look at all the pretty new stuff. Remember that badass Longfall song from the Twinning Dungeon? We first heard that in one of these ability previews. So like, yes, look at everything, but like, also listen. Because there's probably gonna be some bangers in here.
Just do it.
Even from the trailer, I was super stoked for the Charlian song. I love that song. It's just like it's so like uplifting and I'm ready. I'm ready to hear the whole song. Also, I want to be killing something while I hear it the first time.
Oh my gosh!
All
I
right.
realized we needed special warnings on stream tonight.
Yeah.
You know, like some kind of trial primal or something.
Oh, okay.
Or like the twins' dad. Let's kill him.
I feel like we still don't have that second primal announcement. We got Anima.
I mean, yes,
What
I
is
agree.
primal number 2? And it would probably be the a beast tribe related one potentially.
Sure. I mean, we've seen the Maga sisters. Remember?
That's true.
Yeah, that wasn't
kind of.
That looked like
But
it
we
could have
don't
been in a
know
dungeon.
their
Though.
We don't know if
They might be like
yeah.
a dungeon boss.
Could be, yeah.
I think the statue is Thaliak.
I think
it
so,
is
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think something even said it was. I remember if it was an interview.
I think he's got
or...
straight up got the symbol on him, like on the front.
He does, yes. And he is the patron deity of Charlian. Charlian.
I can't wait. It's time, Square. You're late. You're a minute late. You're killing us.
Heavy breathing. Hope.
Everybody on their side of the water is
music.
freaking out.
Yeah.
I don't hear anything.
The music didn't change for me. Are you ahead?
It changed for me. I might be.
Brooke's in the future.
Oh my gosh.
She's between like they're West Coast, I'm East Coast, and Rick is Central, but she's in the future.
Oh my
Twitch
gosh,
is
they
ahead of
showed.
YouTube.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm gonna take a risk
Here we
and
go.
refresh.
Here we go.
Come to
No, it just started on
Twitch.
Okay.
YouTube.
Yeah, there
Okay.
we go. There we go.
I'm gonna see everything a second before all of you.
Oh, that intro screen.
It's gorgeous. Oh, the like slow ambient
Chef's
harp.
kiss. Holy wow.
Holy
Well,
schwow.
there is a delay,
Holy- wow.
so do remember that.
Do we need to switch to Twitch?
Maybe,
I'm
'cause
on
they're
YouTube.
already
Ahead.
talking.
I'm
They're
on
already
YouTube.
talking on Twitch.
The music is a lot louder than them. There we go.
皆さんおはようございます。
おはようございます。
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, Twitch has got about 20 seconds on us.
Oh no, that's so many seconds.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much for tuning in and welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV letter from the producer live number 66. 皆さんにご挨拶お願いします。
He's wearing Foxglut's wearing a new shirt.
My name is Naoki
Mhm.
Yoshida,
Perfect
producer
Alexander.
Yep.
14皆さんおはようございます。
We're gonna get there.
Final Fantasy XIV プロデューサー兼ディレクターの吉田です。よろしくお願いします。
Oh, he's got little pins on. He's got the pins for the jobs.
Hi. Hello, my name is Aimi. I'll be helping with translation support for today's broadcast. 今回の通訳サポートを務めさせていただきます。竹あいみです。よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
And lastly, my name is Toshio Murachi, also known as a Fox Clone. You're a global community producer here. 信号を務めますコミュニティチームモルボルことムルーツです。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
はい。
よろしくお願いします。
ということで、まず最初に
いやまあちょっと押したのはさ、
い
まあ僕がギリギリま
My
で
feet are like, I'm like,
悪いんだけど
come on.
オープニング画面をね
I mean, the opening
いか
screen
に
was worth
うまく
it.
見せるかっていう
Yeah.
のをギリギリまで測ったんですいませんでした。はい。
So we started just a little bit late to this time. Of course,
I'm just
we did have
staring
to
at
step
his
out to
rings.
smoke a cigarette, but that's beside the point. We were trying to show off that opening sequence there on that screen, and we wanted to time it just right. And we were struggling until the very last minute there, so apologies.
Yeah, there was a hot debate here.
How many count 'em?
ケンケンガクガクやっております
Four? Oh,
出
you noticed
てきてよかった。いや、グッドでしょ。かっこよかったです。It
あ
was
りがとうござい
very
ます
cool.
結構調整実は大変で、まあ巨大なものをこう動かすんだけど、14って可変フレームレートなので、やっぱちょっとやっぱり微妙にその描画精度でちょっと 落ちたりずれたりとかしてうまい速度に合わせる
Making one whole moon.
難航して
It's real
サウンドに
hard.
渡すのもフィックス渡すのも
Star's
結
asking if we
構
can
遅くな
turn
っ
up
たん
the
で
stream
親
volume a
子
little
で練
bit.
習をして
Stream is up as loud as I can
Thank
make
you
it.
so much. It was quite a struggle.
There's something a little
big
bit funny right now with
undertaking
the
to make
audio
the
balance in the stream too, where the
when we're
music is
trying
like
to
very,
move,
very loud.
Large objects on
on
screen.
their side.
Of course, with the fluctuating frame rate, it is a very challenging element to kind of render, and depending on the quality of the rendering, it's quite difficult to get the timing just right. So we did struggle on that. I'm afraid it did delay us in handing over the animation over to the sound.
はい。で、今日はなんですけど、今日の PLL はちょっと特殊な回なので、まず最初に今日がなんでどういう段取りなのかをちょっと説明させていただきます。
はい。
So this Letter Live is kind of special one, so let me explain what is the setup for today. まず、今日は通訳、あゆみさんに通訳に入っていただいて、日本語と英語のバイリンガル放送で、
and then some more hype.
First and foremost, this Letter Live is the bilingual in both Japanese and English. So we have Ayumi-san here, and she can help translating Yoshida-san's speech. And then during the Letter Live, how it works is Yoshida-san basically speaks in Japanese, and then Ayumi-san translate his comments into English. So まず吉田さんが原則日本語で、もろもろ説明していきます。で、それを、あゆみさんが、随時訳していってくれるというスタイルで進みます。
Is that actually the number?
私ですけれども、毎回これも言うんですけど、私は自分は自分で訳していくんですが、今日何部か構成なんですけど、最後の最後のお知らせ。
No, we did. We already had live.
Yeah, we did.
私からは大して重要なことは申しません。ので、あれ。
This is 66.
Yoshida's like listening to us. He's like laughing. He's like these guys.
This is actually 66. Oh,
Yeah,
we haven't had 69 yet.
I don't Roman numeral. I apologize. That's not a thing I'm proficient in.
How is that possible?
By myself. But
we play fun.
If you notice, if I mistranslating something, but just leave it because nothing important information is coming from my mouth anyway. So until very end at the announcement section, I am just nodding and then saying, wow, it is all my job is. So just
I do not envy the task of trying to both say something in Japanese and then immediately translate yourself and say it again.
The first part is all about the new job.
That's what he's got the notes for.
Job changes,
otherwise,
adjustments.
I'd forget.
Followed by the battle-related updates.
I for one
and
super
then
appreciate
we are going to
it.
have some other updates. So there are 3 major sections for today. 今日は大きく3部構成になっておりまして、最初は皆さんお待ちかねジョブ関連、全部お待ちかねなんですけど、最初はジョブ関連調整のお話をします。続いてバトル関連、今日は主に PVE ですけれども、バトル関連の調整のお話、そしてさらにその他のいくつかお知らせがありますので、そういう話をやっていって、賞味4時間ぐらいですかね。
Yoshida looks so
わかんない
tired.
な、わかんないな。今日私こちらにニコニコとTwitch とYouTube とコメントが全部あるんで、大概こっちに行ってる場合コメント見てると思ってください。
So just to let you know, Yoshida-san has the monitors for Nico Nico, Twitch, and YouTube broadcasts, and he's following along with some of the comments. So don't mind him if he kind of drifts off to the side of the screen. He's just checking the comments.
そうですね。で、私のはちなみにこっち側なので、私はこっち見てると思います。Yeah, my screens are placed here, so I will looking at this direction to check your comments.
We're not paying attention.
Somebody else earlier did also say Yoshida-san is so hot, so I think he's just missing the really good one.
Yeah, he is.
結構ね、見てるか吉田とかね。
Just need to flood the chat with it.
とかね、書かれてる。
Give him a
あと眠そうって結構あります。
Go boost.
We were seeing comments like, "Oh, Yoshida's actually looking at our comments. Oh, he looks kind of sleepy, and is he asleep, etc., etc."
So he didn't see the good ones.
発売できない。
There's no time for sleep. We won't be able to release the game if we're taking time to sleep.
だって14のほら巨大さはさ、皆さんもよく知ってるじゃないですか。
You have to sleep,
遊びやってるんで、あれを全部見るんですよ。もう何から何まで。サブクエストの端から。 ね、ありとあらゆるものを見てってるんで寝てられないんですよ。
I mean, you understand how large FF14 is. You all play the game, and we have to check every single aspect of it, from not just the main parts of it, but even the nooks and crannies of the subquests as well. So there's no time for sleep.
Yes, there is. Take a nap.
まあまあなので
Cancel the live letter.
今モルゴル
Let you should
wrong
take
with
a
you?
nap while somebody else covers the news that has to be shared.
PLL で 6.0 ドーンとご紹介するんですけど、今日は主に PVE、それからバトル関係のシステム周りだったりとかアップデートの
Listen, what is sleep? You too. You can take a nap too while Yoshida-san sleeps.
Yeah, you can catch this on VOD. It'll be here when you're done.
の新しいコンテンツとか矢桜とかっていうのは次回の PLL で特集するので、
I mean, I wouldn't sleep till Endwalker, maybe. So.
Of course, as Fox
Sundancing
just
Prince in
mentioned,
chat,
we
Charles,
will be
is
covering the different
here
elements
for you
with this
for
PLL,
amazing
and we will
news.
have another follow-up immediately before
let's
the release of Endwalker. But we will be covering the different elements of the new expansion. So for this PLL, it's going to be primarily about the PVE items, the battle system updates, and the job changes.
Sleepwalker.
We won't delve too far into detail for each individual jobs, but we would like to go over the different concept that went into the different updates that we'll be making. Unfortunately, PvP and Disciples of the Land and Hand information will be next PLL, so I'm afraid we will not be covering
Did you guys
it
hear that?
during today's broadcast. So
I think,
apologies.
I think
in
Frosty
advance.
is crying.
であと
Yep.
特筆すべきなの
I
は
can hear
まあ
the-
やっぱり
the
ジョブ
tears
の
just-
その例えば 6.0 の
He definitely posted today saying he knew there wasn't going to be PvP stuff. So he's okay.
Okay,
They're right.
そうですみたいなのは
He's
まあ
coping.
当然ちょっと
It's
言
gonna
って
be
たら
alright.
終わんないってい
Yes,
う
he
のもある
prepared
し
himself. He braced
明
himself.
日からいよいよメディアツアーがスタートします、でメディアの皆さんには一足早くですね特定のエリアと、全部ジョブレベル90でプレイをしていただいてですねメディアの皆さんとかインフルエンサーの皆さんが、全世界一斉に情報解禁して、インプレッション上がると思うのでまあぜひそちらをですね詳細はね見ていただければなと思っております。はい、はい。
And of course, we also wanted to make note that with the different job updates, I'm afraid we won't go into detail. So we won't be like, oh, Paladin's going to do this and the action's going to be like that and potencies is this and this and that. Well, one thing, if we said everything, you would take forever for the broadcast. But we will be doing a media tour where we invite members
You
of
hear
the
that,
media
guys?
as well as
Media tour is soon.
influencers to get
Media
Are
into
we
tour
media?
the
Guys,
new
are we
content,
media?
some of the new areas and all of the jobs
I don't know.
available at the
I don't know.
top of level
I
90.
don't know
So
if we're an authority on
they
much
will
of
be
anything, so.
creating information and
We just yell
content
about
to
our
share
feelings
with
in
you,
video
and
games a
they
lot.
will go live after an embargo lifts. So I hope that people will tune into that information.
まあ結構ね今回メディアツアーで楽しみなのは海外のインフルエンサーの方も結構お呼びしてるので、まあどっちかっていうとなんか久しぶりに MMO 談義ができそうでちょっと楽しみだなみたいなのもねいくつかあるんで、まあその辺をね気力にしながら頑張っていこうかなと思います。
And the one thing that I'm really excited about is that we do have a lot of Western influencers joining us this time for this media tour. And so I am so excited to talk MMO shop with them in my interviews. So that's going to be kind of like what I'm going to be looking forward to throughout this media event.
はい、でこのメディアツアーの、記事とかレビューとかはですね全世界一斉に10月中旬頃に公開される予定になっておりますのでそちらをぜひお待ちいただければと思います。So the review and the articles from this media tours will be available globally at the timing of the middle October. So please look forward to it.
じゃあ早速始めていこうとは思うんですけど2点だけすいませんあと2つ確認させてください、まず1つ目今日お伝えしていく情報はやっぱりエンドウォーカー行月のフィナーレまだ開発中です、最後の最後本当にギリギリまでバランス調整やってるので今日お伝えした内容が変わる可能性があるっていうのは、まずご理解ください。
So before we jump into the main part of the show, we would like to bring up two additional points. First of which is, of course, we'll be talking about Endwalker today, but we are still making final adjustments. It is still in development, and so please understand that some of these elements are subject to change.
そしてですねもう一つ
I'm
大事
not
な
the name of one of our episodes subject to
確かに
change.
私疲れております、疲れているのは事実なんですが、怒ってるのとか そういうのはないです。顔がね、そういう顔なんです。怒ってたりとかは決してしてないので、真面目に話すとなぜかね怒ってるって言われるんでね、そこは。
It's like I know everybody always is like, you know, they care about him and they're like, I hope he's getting enough sleep and stuff like that. But I also totally understand, as any of us who do content creation or anything know, when you have to be on camera and then people immediately are like, you look so tired.
I am tired. That is a fact. I'm sorry.
Thanks. Turn off camera.
People have asked.
Thank you.
And I am not.
You're both on Twitch, aren't you?
This is the way I look. This is my face.
You're
so
ahead of us.
Whenever I'm talking about something serious, I apparently give off the impression.
This is how
that
game
I'm
developers
angry,
age.
But please understand, I'm not. I am tired.
I mean,
so
he still looks pretty good.
I mean, I think he looks great right now. His hair's on point too. Somebody really like meticulously gelled every strand to be perfectly tousled.
Yeah, that's good disclaimer.
YouTube comments saying, but
oh
you're
my gosh,
always...
it's happening. It's happening.
Is it?
It is.
Oh, your aheadness is killing me.
I'm sorry.
Look at the pictures.
Because we're co-streaming the YouTube one, right?
Oh
So you're ahead of the chat
I'll watch
too.
YouTube. I'll watch YouTube.
So we are ready to
That's
jump
the only
into
reason, 'cause you're ahead of the
content
chat,
here.
too.
I believe
Okay,
there's
okay,
a
okay.
strict sort of end time that we have to adhere to.
Pause.
So we're just gonna go into it, take our time, and
Switch.
explain as needed.
さて、まず、
Job
まあもちろん大事なのは
adjustments.
ジョブ関連調
Look at the
査だ
jobs,
と
look
思
at
い
the
ますので、ここから行こうと思いますが、まず、各ジョブとか
Oh,
ロー
there's
ルと
something
か
that kind of
行
looks
く
like
前
knife
に
fans back on the dancer.
Yes.
そう
We've seen those in there,
全
like
ジョブに
knife
対する
fans.
基本方針を
I looked away and the bottom of the red
説明
mage
しよう
skirt kind of looked like Spider-Man's eyes, and I was like, what?
So of course, we are going to be discussing about the different job updates and adjustments. But before we jump into talking about jobs or even roles, actually, I do want to cover something that encompasses all of the different jobs in general.
まず最初
We're getting rid of MP.
ベースの方針なんですけど、こちらはシャドーブリンガーズ 5.0 の、方針をそのまま引き継いでおります。
So just as a baseline, we are sort of building upon what we have adjusted in Shadowbringers 5.0.
まあもちろんその新たなアクションとかはあるんですけど、まあその新システムとかをね、各ジョブにこうゴテゴテつけたりして、もうそのさらにシステムを各ジョブ複雑化させるようなことはしてません。
And of course, with the new level cap, we do add some more actions, but we haven't incorporated any sort of brand new system tacked on there or made anything too complicated.
まあもちろんベーシックのコンセプトはまあ 5.0 を引き継いでってるんですけど、まあ、新しいアクションっていうのも当然たくさんありますし、変わってるところっていうのも各ジョブね、それぞれ第一章ではありますけど結構あるので、まあ、その辺の方針は今日お伝えしていこうかなと思ってます。
And of course, with the basic thought being building upon Shadowbringers 5.0, of course, there are new elements that are added leading up to Endwalker and different elements that we have changed, may it be small or big. So we would like to go over some of the concepts or the directions that we've taken for these different updates.
Yes, I know, Chris.
でこう
Refresh.
一部ね、ちょっと複雑にしてほしいなっていう
はいはいはい
3.x シリーズみたいなのっておっしゃる方もね、最近ちらほらは見るんですけど、
Even if it's only to use it when like a healer dies or has
や
to
ら
raise
ないで
somebody.
すよ。以前やって大変なことになったんで、ジョブの扱いは難しいわ、コンテンツは難しいわになってしまってやっぱり、ちょっとやりづらいと思うんで、今が一番安定してるかなと思うので、この方針を、継続していく予定です。
And of course, there are a small group of you that desire for that complexity of what we've done in the 3.x series. But I'm afraid we won't go in that direction. It's quite a struggle because not only does the job actions become complicated, the content themselves make it kind of compoundedly worse. So I think we are at a good sort of stable.
Yeah, I figured they probably wouldn't revert stuff like the Astro changes or
So I think we
things.
would like to continue in that direction.
As long as they don't make it
まあ
any
もちろんね、個人
simpler.
I
3.0 時代が
know.
良かった、4.0 時代が良かった、いやいや今がいいんだっていうご意見あると思うんですけど、まあ全体をずっと
You can
長く
hear in his voice.
見てきた
He's trying to soothe us.
5.0 の方針が一番多くの人
I
に
understand,
するだろうというすい
but
ません判断を
also
させていただ
please
いて
understand me.
And of course, I'm sure different players have different tastes. Some people might say, oh, I love the 3.0 series, 4.0 series, or etc. But I think looking at it from a general sort of perspective and from Yoshida's point of view, looking at 14 throughout these years,
I mean, I can't disagree with that, honestly. Although there are certain things that I do wish they had sort of kept.
Apologies, but this is
I do think 5.x has been the most balanced and like logical across the board for many classes.
At the very least, the easiest to try and rebalance for them, which is also important.
Okay.
That's a great change.
おおむね60秒、120秒の間隔に、各ジョブ寄せてます。
Okay.
And another thing that encompasses all of the jobs is regarding their attacks and some of the like primary abilities and their recast timing. I think we've kind of equalized it to kind of lean towards that 60-second or 100.
A lot of it is there, and then you have the jobs that aren't there, and they're just like, well, fuck me, I guess. I didn't want that buff.
コンテンツをやるときに、バースト薬を飲み、こう各ジョブアビリティ全開放してこうバーストするぞみたいな時に、まあバーストがこう一定周期で合いやすい、合わせやすいようにもちろん
Did it not quite align with everything else? I'm trying to remember.
まあ要はあと
Trick Attack, did it line up with everybody else's windows?
I think it was 90
をやっ
seconds.
た時にも
That's
サイクルって
So every few.
Yeah, I was like, I remember it not being quite the same as everybody else's. Trick is 60. Oh, huh.
Okay.
And this kind of takes into play when you go into the high difficulty dungeons and raids, where you have that sort of burst timing
Chris
that
says
you
trick is
can
60.
match
Yeah,
with taking your different medicines and then doing your different cooldown abilities. And you have that sort of relatively similar cycle depending regardless of what job you would do. So even if you kind of go into your alt job, you'd still have that kind of similar tempo or that cycle that you can keep up with.
ただしですね、最大の注意点でございます。こちら。
Of
But
course,
like,
there is a
a few
caveat to
won't.
that.
当然ですね、全て寄せ切るわけにもいかないので、全部が全部60と120になってるわけではございません。ここは忘れずにぜひご注意ください。そりゃそう。
But that being said, of course, we were not able to align everything. That's exactly 60 seconds or 120 seconds. So please understand that not all of the abilities might match up perfectly.
Yoshi Pierre, you're just telling us it's the same.
A
few more are closer.
Yeah, a few more.
So instead of like 6 being off, 4 are going to be off.
Good.
残念ながら90秒
Before it was accidental that they lined up, now it's on purpose.
It's like the ley
So they
lines.
said
Oh,
ley
no,
lines
it's not
will be
60
90.
seconds.
At least
no, that one
Good.
still remains to be 90 seconds.
Deal with it, Black
Apologies.
Mages.
悲しみですよ、私。そう
So
か。
it's a black mage.
捨て置かれ
Really
た。
sad.
No.
They've neglected
deal with
me.
it.
I'm not aligned to your timings.
プロデューサーのメインジョブのね、
Black mages across the
主
world are
力
now
が
putting
ア
me
クシ
on their
ョンが
blacklist.
その寄せていく対象に入ってなかったっていう。
It's kind of unfortunate. The main job of the producer,
Nah, he knows.
missed
He
out
knows
on
it's
having his
unnecessary.
timings
Nope.
of his ability. One of the main
His
abilities
pouty
kind
face
of
was very
aligned to
good
that
for a
kind of
second.
cycle.
I wonder if he tried to push for it, and everybody else was like, Yoshi, no.
The battle team treat every job fair.
Be great.
みんながバンボンやってる間にその30秒後に次の魔物を私開いたりしてあいつ一人で何やってんだみたいな空気が調整中にもございました。
So like everybody else is doing their abilities and their nice cycled timing, and then 30 seconds later I come in with my ley lines and everybody's kind of looking at me weird, like what is he doing off timing?
ではですね、この全ジョブに共通するまあベースは 5.0 をそのまま準拠してますよ。でいろんな主力の攻撃に関わるようなアクションアビリティのリキャストが60、120にこう、寄ってますよっていうことによって結構変わるものってあるんですね。まあそれを頭の中にまず入れた状態で、見ていただきたいものがあるので皆さん頭の中に入ってます。大丈夫ですか？
So again, our base concept is kind of building upon that 5.0 Shadowbringers, and then a lot of the primary abilities have been aligned to kind of fall in place between 60 or 120-second cast timing. So with that in mind, there will be abilities that kind of change in accordance to those updates. So if you could keep that in mind, and there's something that I want to watch, I want you to watch.
Show me a video, Yoshi.
Think about it.
So are you ready? 皆さん大丈夫ですか？
では約20分ありますので、
はい。
私もコメントはしません。ぜひですね、ゆっくりご覧いただければと思っております。あゆみさん、ここまでまず1回。
20 minutes?
Right. So we will be
probably
looking
the
at
job,
20
real.
footage. None of us here will be making any comments. So if you could take your time to watch the footage.
We're gonna make comments though. Sorry.
さあ、それでは、6.0 エンドウォーカーのジョブアクショントレーラー
you guys.
We'll listen to the music first and then we'll say it.
This
Here
is
we
the
go.
6.0 job action trailer.
Here we go.
どうぞ。
Oh, that's cool. I like that table.
Now
Yes.
you're ahead of us still.
I'm on YouTube.
I think it's only like a second.
It's like I'm on YouTube now.
Oh, that's
Oh,
slick.
it's people doing mechanics. It's people doing mechanics.
Yeah.
It's in a round arena. People doing mechanics. That was cute. This is adorable, and I love it in every way.
I love this
Oh,
trailer.
very
This
good.
is great.
It's
We're
first.
starting
Oh,
with Dragoon
let's go.
Fusion.
They
All right,
did
what
this
you
just
got?
for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Okay.
I love this music, though.
It's very good.
Okay.
Pretty standard.
Uh-huh.
Oh, flower petals? Interesting.
Ooh. Okay.
And then he lays down. That's his last ability. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a cool. Oh, like kicks with it. Okay, there's your gauge.
Now
Strong.
that was cool. The duo dragon? That was very
that's cool.
Yeah.
Let's go.
That looked like it's gonna be maybe a line AoE alternative.
Yeah.
Look at the
Super
setting.
good,
Look at the
though.
setting.
Yeah.
I guess also look at the warrior. And their armor.
That new punching one.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I like the like floaty
That's cool.
orb.
Yeah, what is that?
That's neat. I don't know.
Okay. Felt
The
cleave
whole
time.
rest of this just fell cleave.
Yeah.
Nothing else new. This is all fell cleave.
3. And
Four.
That
Four
was
felt
neat.
cleaves.
what do we call that one?
Cleave
Red
dive.
Mage.
Okay.
Here we go.
Ooh. This is Charlian.
This is
looks
the
like it's maybe the
underground area.
underground
Yeah.
Labyrinthos.
Oh, that's right.
AoE. Huh. That
What's that?
What? That was
It has
cool.
charges underneath the gate.
Did you see the bottom?
Yeah, there's three
Oh my gosh, you're
Oh my
right.
three
gosh.
stacks now for
And
something.
it builds up
Oh.
three. And then go back, and will it do it again?
Yeah, it's the melee combo into the.
That was a little bit guidance with the X there.
Yeah. And then
They filled up
okay,
like
cool.
half of that gauge from nothing. That's new.
Wow.
Ooh, that's pretty.
Flower petal, like,
Yeah.
That was cool.
that's super
All right,
neat.
Thorns
Scholars.
there. Okay.
Oh, Scholar, come on.
He's already
I'm
out. We don't
rooting
know
for
about the summon.
you. I'm rooting for
Yeah.
you,
What
Scholar.
is that? Is that runes?
It looks like there's parked cars that got snowed in the corner.
It does. This Garlemald, I guess.
Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah.
Might be.
Chain stratagem.
Yeah.
That's a new thing. Afterwards.
Look, the warrior is protecting them.
Oh, the butterfly's pretty.
What's that
Yeah.
buff?
They're like Maki butterflies.
Is that art of war?
Run up and smack it with the
They
boat.
ran in.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Dark
That was
Knight.
got some melee range there.
Ah, this is good.
I mean, of course, Dark Knight's gonna be good. The aesthetic is too real. like all the effects.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? Buffing the healer. They just buffed the healer?
Dark Ignite.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, there's
Phrase out. Okay.
And it's some sort of big old...
Twinsies.
Oh, nice.
Twinsies. Some sort of... I wonder if that's some kind of like chain or something you can do with it?
Yeah.
Like a chain attack where you both coordinate?
It was kind of ninja. Oh, here we go.
It's like, shut up.
cut
It's
off
dancer
mid-sentence.
Ooh. This is a shiny effect.
That's new.
Yeah, what's that countdown?
It's all turquoise and shit.
Yeah.
No, the countdown's always there, so your
Okay.
stuff runs out.
Here, what is that?
Was that Phoenix? What was that?
Whoa.
Yeah.
That was Saber Dance. Oh my god! What was that Chakram thing? And that's the motherfucking thing that better be bigger.
Oh, and at the end of it, you
Okay.
heal or something.
That was pretty cool.
Oh, here we
Okay,
go.
I'm really excited now.
Show me the gun.
Oh. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, bio, yeah. Flamethrower. There's the shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Okay. Air anchor. Ooh, that was heavy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Like buzzsaw?
time for the robot.
The robot time.
Wildfire.
There it is, my Rook Queen. My ultimate evolution.
Oh, there was a bishop turret that popped up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Can you like use
Is
the
that
turrets?
normal? The drill thing? Yeah, that is normal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
except
seeing
for
in a lot of these is a lot of repeat stuff, except on Dancer. A lot of that was new.
There was
Yeah.
a lot of this up there. Failed, yes. This, I think they will show this too on YouTube
Yeah.
and things later.
This zone's cool. There's like a tanker or something in the back. Like,
Yeah.
what?
It's like a big crane.
Oh, there's
Okay.
three bullets now for the gauge.
Oh, I see. You're right. Very many shiny effects. I like.
Rough divide.
Yeah, they get an extra charge now. Okay.
I'm waiting for some like super cool. I mean, all the effects and I think the colors and everything for this one are really neat. Okay, you get like a big flash at the end. The
Oh, that
X
consumed
almost-
2.
Yeah.
Bard,
Okay.
show me the things!
Oh, here we go with your bard.
Come on, Bard. Come
Where
on,
are we?
buddy.
Oh, that's pretty.
This is
I don't
my
know.
favorite again.
That's probably
I'm
Razana.
guessing
Oh
this
no,
is the-
this is
Floating
that floating
this is the
area.
floating island. with
Yeah.
the-
What's the thing on the side of the bard
Whoa.
gauge?
That
That's
is
new.
100% new.
Yeah.
Okay, music time. Oh, there is. You're right. There's a little bonus thing on the side now that shows
And the last
you.
one showed up. Oh, you get a charge for casting each song. That's what that is.
And then
I wonder
maybe
how
you
you
can
use
set
them.
it.
Kind of like how Astro gets
Big
their.
song.
It was a buff of some kind.
Yeah, it's still going on too.
It is.
I like the animation.
What
That's
is
cool.
it?
A buff for my Bard. I'm so happy.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Astrologian.
Hey, look, they're in my backyard.
What is that? Why are they fighting?
So, yeah,
the,
it's
they're
still-
fighting a Geo dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still the same kind of gauge
Ooh.
and stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
Is that moon? That moon isn't always there, is it?
Well, I don't know.
The moon above the cards? Not sure.
Oh, I think it is.
That is a hat on their cross guard. Good catch.
Yeah. The Reaper hat.
It's also an AF hat though, so.
Ooh.
Is that like Comet?
They were like falling stars.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Meteor shower or something.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Some weird shield
Shiny.
thing.
Okay.
Samurai. Everybody take a nap.
Yeah.
I mean, I play Samurai.
Sorry, Samurai. You know,
I mean,
you're
I-
so key.
I leveled Samurai, so I played it sometimes.
You like to play stamp collector too sometimes?
Yeah, I like to also collect stamps.
They're showing off the 2. Yeah.
Are they hitting those with one
They
hit?
did Mekio Sishui first.
Oh, okay. I missed that.
The lady in chat says that moon that I asked about on Astro is not there right now, so it's got to be something new.
Yeah.
Thanks, Vale.
Oh, nice.
Here comes the big hit.
Yeah.
And then the
The
repeat one, yeah.
Yeah, with the thing in between, probably.
Ooh, lightning then.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apparently there's a new AoE to the third sen on the sky.
Yeah. Ooh.
Ooh.
That's cool as that.
Except the tiger's still alive.
Yeah. Well,
Spoiler, the tiger has god mode.
Mage.
Here we go, here we go.
I don't feel like
no,
my
fight
mage
the
is really
Pegasus.
gonna get that much, but I'd like to get something new. A little treat. What's with the water abilities?
This zone is
What
pretty.
is that? Ooh, they incorporated a lot more water stuff. Some kind of like healing.
Oh my god, is that a puddle heal, you guys?
yeah,
I
it
think
is.
it's a
Definitely.
Yeah.
Does it repeat your actions or what?
And some
Whoa.
what was it?
That was a super holy. It probably repeats the last thing you did, either a heal or a damage.
That's cool!
Wow.
That's
I
really
hope
cool.
with Mega Holy, so I'll take Super Holy with a bunch of heals.
Yeah.
Okay, here's our
That
ninja.
was very pretty.
Let's see if they can move. They didn't move, so. Oh. That was new.
That gauge filled all the way up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the after image.
Ooh, that was cool.
Oh, yes.
Ooh, those are super neat. The like jump out, the leap
That's cool.
in.
Yeah.
Wow, love it, love it.
Lightning strike is really cool.
Cool.
And I see in the chat,
Very
yeah,
cool.
it felt like White Mage
Explosion.
had been reworked a bit, even.
Yeah.
Ooh, elephants.
I'm
I
hoping
can't
Black
wait
Mage-
for the furniture that comes with this area.
Yeah, it's gonna
There's
be
a
cool.
new bid on the Black Mage gauge.
Oh, there
right,
is.
There is.
It looks kind of like one of our past logos.
Yeah. It's both fire and ice.
Sure is.
Oh,
Or
maybe
lightning and
Using it
ice.
now. Ah!
Maybe something
Ah,
that-
you're right. It is fire and ice. That's cool. It's bad.
Ooh.
They just gotta charge.
Oh, that fire
Ooh, that
ice.
fire.
Sorry,
killer.
failed. I'm sure there will be Vera somewhere.
That's cool.
It came back again. Oh, that fire.
I wonder if
is
it
so
shows up every time you do something. Wouldn't that be crazy?
cool. Yeah. Triple cast. Oh. Uh-huh. And
Foul.
then foul.
Okay, interesting. I like the like fire ice combos. Those
Oh,
are
here we go.
sick.
How
Music
does it
change.
work?
Oh, music
Okay,
change.
there's the gauge.
Look at the gauge. Look at the gauge.
Oh, this is the first time we've seen it. That's cool. I really like the sound effect.
So maybe like one for each Newlith, maybe? Well, no, there's like 4 Newliths, so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think every time they have a it looks like that top thing is either you put a shield or you put some kind of maybe debuff on the
okay.
monster or a poison.
Wow.
Because the first time they got
Wow.
that shield buff, it went on the Dark Knight, but the second time it went on the Kappa.
I love the effects.
It is a bun veil. Yeah, the effects.
look at that.
I'm in love with the like nostalgic Final Fantasy sounds. I love it.
I love the healing laser beams.
And the gap
Yeah.
closer. Did
Yeah.
you see it?
Yeah, you're right. Hey,
That's
Monk,
cool.
what's
Here we go, Monk.
up?
Don't be sad.
Come on.
Another
There are
one
two
veiled?
thingies there.
Yeah.
Why is that?
There are.
And there's another bit of the gauge, or is it just blue there? Oh no,
That
that's
was
weird.
kind of new. Like
I
it
think
wasn't
that's
really shown. What is that new gauge?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is
the
that your
fire.
stances?
Oh, they're getting their own little,
And then you
thing.
dodge over, huh?
Oh, that's a cool ability.
Yeah.
That looks cool.
All right, monks, your stylus is hell.
This is almost like mudras or something,
yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Or maybe like samurai, they're filling up the symbols and
I think
using those symbols.
it's a combination, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Charles, here we go, buddy.
Oh, what is
Monks, you
happening
ready?
with the gauge? What is happening with the gauge?
It did look like
what
a
is
balance
that?
between light and dark.
Yeah.
Hello, Bahamut.
Okay.
Okay, Bahamut's
What
still
is
here.
the 3 things?
They're locked. Why are they locked?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, does this have something to do with...
Shorter
oh my,
time.
what's her name?
Yeah, and Bahamut's out for shorter.
Okay.
Okay, Phoenix. Ah. Oh, you can channel them into actual good things.
Oh,
That's really cool.
okay.
Oh man.
Oh, I see. So they're on cooldown like
I'm
that.
excited.
So it's almost like the board song stances.
Yeah. And the summoner is doing the eggy action.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
Hey.
Yeah.
Now they're all
Seems
unlocked.
interesting.
And
They're
now
all
the
unlocked
next
now.
one.
Hey, look, Ifrit.
What's
You are
that?
so right. Albino, you were so right. I think you like summon them and then you can use maybe abilities
One
that,
big. Yeah.
that are
Yeah.
Earth. It's like he
Okay.
did all air after Garuda and now Earth.
Oh boy.
Oh,
We
Are
got-
you excited, my friend?
Really
We got-
good.
5 phases. Summoner has 5 phases. 6 phases.
Have fun with your
You are an
rotation.
actual summoner now.
Yeah.
To get
It
that
does look
evoker.
really good.
Oh, that is so neat.
That's
Honestly.
the Kindles, I bet. Yeah.
This makes me excited
That's
to play
cool.
Summoner. And I have
Yeah.
felt nothing for Summoner for a long time.
Yeah. And then the eggy charges they count down on the jewels there. There's the gap closer.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what the heck is that? And we finally get Phoenix. Notice how Summoner's the longest one, just gonna say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Phoenix is only out for a little while too.
But you can also, it looks like maybe do more.
Yeah. Interesting.
And then you go back to Bahamut.
Mm-hmm.
That looked amazing.
That was
though.
cool.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of phases, but I'm
Oh,
interested.
here we go with the Reaper.
Ooh, look at their gauge. Meditation?
That top gauge reminds me of like a mono FF title artwork.
Kind
They
of.
The
leave a portal behind them.
teleport.
It's a
Yes,
warlock
and then
portal
maybe
from
go
WoW.
back.
It does
Yeah.
look like a portal.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, the effects are so good.
it went away when
That
it
looked
channeled
like
it.
a buff.
Yeah.
Didn't that where it, like it seemed to do?
Did
Yeah.
their friend went to the portal?
And you see he's gaining something from the bard right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it's melee ranged Dragoon Dancer?
Yeah.
What's gonna happen with this portal?
Oh, teleported back to it. Yeah.
Teleported back to it.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, now the gauge is active. Nice.
Those effects with the slash and the like dark like crystals
looks
jutting
cool.
up from the ground. Holy.
That last ability is from Final Fantasy Tactics. That's totally Gafgarian's, like, just
Nice.
Really, really neat.
That's cool.
totally.
Oh no! Oh no! Fusion, you see what I see?
What am I? What? Oh,
It's from Prometheus!
yeah, it's
Yeah.
a Promethean.
Prometheus!
What?
Yes!
What? Oh, it didn't mean anything when they were in the lighthouse. It doesn't mean anything now. Playing with my feels
All right.
here.
It really, it's way creepier in this particular setting though, because this looks like Promethean.
It does.
Did they get a holy themselves? Another one?
Whoa, whoa,
sword.
whoa,
Okay,
whoa,
that's
the
no. We've
swords,
got that.
whoa,
But that's new.
whoa.
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
I was ahead by several seconds, so
Yeah.
my mind
Yeah.
got blown before
I
ever.
take everything back that I said. Apparently they did decide they liked Paladin.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Although, looking at a bunch of these, it looks like they like a lot of the jobs now.
The Paladin
Wow.
sword
Seriously.
also looked like Tactics. The holy sword.
I mean, between
Agrius
all of
had.
those, to me, Scholar maybe felt the most underwhelming.
Yeah.
But Summoner looks incredible, and there's so we can talk more.
Yeah.
Then we'll talk all day, like all day tomorrow. But
They made 5 phases.
wow,
But first of all, yeah, it's a 20-minute trial.
Wow,
So
wow, chat, how you feeling?
How did everyone
I didn't
do?
think I was gonna get that excited
I'm
about
done.
White
I got
Mage,
to
but I
not
actually love what.
So
I mean,
the
holy
Russian
cow!
beer
What
is
we were
getting
shown looks
longer
really
and
cool,
longer.
and like
まあ
that I don't
や
even
っぱり
know
最初に
trigger
お伝えした
effect
通
and
り
the
まあ
additional
5.0
water spells and
準拠
whatever was
でまあ
happening.
生徒に全体そのまま進化していきつつ
Oh my gosh, I don't know about you guys,
まあ主要キャスト
but
が60、120人
I know, I
ので
know.
あれなんかローテーションずいぶん感覚短くなったなみたいなのがある
I loved all of it.
まあそのあたり
Yeah.
を
It was good.
順次
I think you're getting that summoner rework.
for something that had zero explanation. Oh.
So of course, as mentioned earlier, our basis is 5.0 and building upon Shadowbringers, and so we've kind of evolved the different actions based on that, and with the primary abilities and the recast timing kind of being aligned towards either 60 seconds or 120, you might notice that the skill rotations and the intervals between them may feel a little shorter. So we'd like to go into the different jobs now to kind of explain
Give
some
me-
of the concepts and
Give us
ideas.
the deets.
まあ、
Deets, 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 deets,
多いのはあれですね。召喚師が召喚師になっているっていうコメントが英語も含めて多いですね。
I feel like I see a lot of comments that are saying, "Oh, the summoner
Are they gonna
is
start with
now
summoner?
a summoner, and we're summoning." And that goes for both the
Gosh,
Japanese
so
and
many
English
of them
comments
just
that I
look
see.
so incredible.
私が見た中では、アルテ
Summoner,
マウェポンかよ
Paladin,
って言った
White
らちょっと面白かったです。
Mhm.
Gosh, I'm
Why
trying to think
now
what else.
Ultimate
Just like
Weapon?
Reaper,
That was funny comment.
all really stood out to me. There's, oh my gosh, my brain is going.
The things from Dancer and Bard, actually, I'm pretty excited about.
見せないと全部わかんないかなと思って。
Oh, Monk!
一応ね、一つ
Monk, what the fuck is going on with Monk?
Yeah.
Of course, some of you may have noticed that the length that Summoner is being featured is a little longer than everybody
Yeah,
else.
Summoners
and
is a
they were,
massive
not
overhaul.
fair. But I mean, it's quite a significant change. So we wanted to show off
The
all that
entire
we
opener,
can.
you know?
さあじゃあ皆さん頭の中にそれぞれご自身のメインジョブの映像ある程度頭に入ったと思うのでここから、ロールのお話で、それぞれのジョブのお話っていうので、続けて全ジョブお話ししていこうかなと思います。はい
Okay, so now upon looking at the job action trailer and having that sort of mental image of your primary job and what actions that you saw, we'd like to dive in. We'll start from the different roles and then go into the different jobs.
さあまずは、タンクからいきましょうか。パワーポイントお願いします。はい
Okay, so jumping into the tanks on the PowerPoint.
Swords, swords,
さあ
swords, and more
タンク
swords.
全
Sword, sword,
体
sword,
的な
sword.
お話です。
I love sword.
Okay, so tanks.
Yeah, Warrior wasn't.
overall.
はいまずいい
Yeah.
ですね
It wasn't that exciting to me.
はい
Gunbreaker, I mean, is
一部の
cool,
防
but
御
didn't
バフ
also have anything
に
that
関してなん
really
ですけど
blew my mind.
えーと
Paladin, though.
単にね
Oh,
それ
man.
を実行するだけじゃなくて例えば敵のダメージの
So using your
直前に差し
cooldowns
込むことに
will
よって
give you
より
greater
ちょっと
benefit.
メリットを得られたりとか
Thank you
他の
for
アビ
that.
リティと重ねてうまく使う
Hey, thanks. You know those cool those
効果が
things you
さらに
have?
付与される
Use
とかいうちょっとテクニカルな防御バフを入れたりしてます。
So certain certain defensive buffs, that you cast. We wanted to, of course, add some benefits to it. So not just simply like protecting yourself from, say, a tank buster or something like that, but we wanted to make it so that if you are using it in conjunction with different abilities and kind of using them in combination, it
Like
allows
specific
for greater
combos
benefits
to
and sort
use
of
with
like a
these
technical
abilities?
aspect to some of these defensive
I honestly don't know
buffs.
how I feel about that because it's like, if you're a tank, you should want to use your cooldowns.
cooldowns.
Why do they need a present for
これは
doing
無謀なのでまあ
But I guess.
すごい効果の短い例えばですけど効果の
I
短い
mean, it sounds like they did it to create another layer of difficulty in the game, or like, you know, depth in the gameplay.
まあ
That's fair. Being a tank is kind of boring right now.
働くんですけどその後についてる効果がちょっと無駄になるねみたいな感じなのでそこは効果を見てうまく使ってもらえるといいなって感じです。はい。
Okay, so we're not talking about something very exact like a guard just at the right timing or like a parry. That's quite difficult for something that's a client-based MMORPG online. So it's more along the lines of some additional benefit for a short amount of time after utilizing certain abilities. So before you might be thinking, oh, okay, enemy is casting. I'll just go ahead and activate this ability when it's casting. And of course, you'll still reap the benefit of, say, it's like a 10% damage mitigation, but there is a bit of a waste. And so by combining it with optimal ability use, optimal times,
like it increases the potency or it adds an additional buff or...
であとですね、また効果がね、それぞれちょっと異なる、自身もしくはパーティーメンバー一人に付与できる防御バフを各タンク上部持っているようになっているので、MT、ST の場合どっちでも役に立つんじゃないかなと思います。
And of course, these different effects do allow for different sort of effects that are being added to you. Some of these are a defense buff where it applies to yourself and a party member. So I think it does come in handy regardless of you main tanking or off tanking.
では次の項目なんですけど、これはねちょっと近接物理 DPS も共通なんですけど、今までウェポンスキルコンボ的に例えばトマホークとか遠隔攻撃を途中に挟むとねコンボが中断されてたんですけど、それをなくしました。素晴らしい。
Next item was, and this kind of applies to melee DPS as well, but whenever you are activating a weapon skill combo and you insert like a tomahawk for your warrior or something like that, like a ranged attack, that would kind of break your combo chain, but we've adjusted it so that that chain is not broken.
まあ各アクションのそのアビリティのリキャストが60秒サイクルとかになっていくと、今までのローテーションのこう1サイクルよりショートタームになると思うんですよね。まあ全体が
That'll be nice for like picking up strays or something in a dungeon.
上がるって方がいいのかな。それに合わせてこういうコンボが途切れなくなるので、結構
I still see people pull with provoke.
感覚は結構強くなってるんじゃないかなと。
So with the different actions kind of being adjusted so the recast timing leans closer to that 60-second intervals, your rotations will start to feel a little bit shorter in their terms. So I think it's best to explain it as the number of times that you are attacking and the different skills are being activated kind of goes up in your rotations, and plus without those interruptions, it does give you that feeling of you are making an attack.
まあ例えばボス中心の攻撃があるので、一回大きく距離を取らなきゃいけないみたいな時に、やっぱりちょっとコンボが途切れるのを嫌がって遠隔を使わないみたいなねところがあったと思うんですけど、そこはグローバルクールダウンが無駄にならないのであれば使う局面っていうのもまあ出てくるだろうし、むしろねグローバルクールダウン中にあえて避けて即戻るみたいな方がいい時もあるし、まあそこら辺はタンクを使うプレイヤースキルが少しずつ差が出てくるんじゃないかなとは思います。はい。
And so, for example, say a boss kind of has this ranged, an AoE attack that starts from the boss and kind of goes outward, and everybody has to kind of disperse away from the boss. Some people don't want to break their weapon skill combo and include that sort of ranged attack. But with the sort of adjustment here, now we don't have to worry about like wasting our cooldown time, global cooldown time, or in some strategies, you might have to kind of decide when you deliberately need to time your GCD so that you can avoid some of those attacks. So I think this will kind of give the tank sort of strategy a little bit of range.
さあでは3つ目なんですけど、
Samurai, I think the backdash and range stuff, that's a combo in and of itself already, so I don't think that they would adjust that.
関わってくるんですけど、ちょっとちゃんとお伝えしますね。
That was the thing you used off the gauge.
Item, and this doesn't
Parity
apply
between
just
physical
to
magical
tanks,
damage
but
attributes
anybody
of
who
weapons
is
at the same
making
item
some sort
level.
of, physical attack.
They just said this will apply to classes outside of tanks too.
Yeah, because magic damage on a weapon is higher
ですね、今までファイナルファンタジー
to balance it, it's just the way that it has been. I think it's higher.
っていうものの中に
One of them is higher than the other.
皆さんねレイドとかやっててもこの攻撃は物理か魔法かみたいなよくあると思うんですけど、当然物理攻撃の計算式と魔法攻撃の計算式っていうのがそれぞれ一つずつね存在してます。はい。
So of course, with Final Fantasy XIV, we have this sort of calculations of the damage that is being dealt, and there's like a base or like a fundamental formula that is applied. And I'm sure those of you raiders know to discern if an attack is a physical attack
sometimes it
or
sucks.
a magical attack. And each of these have their own sort of formula to calculate the damage that is being dealt.
これは新生14レルムリボーンを開発した時に、作ったものなんですけど、当時ねどういうふうにさらにバトルをアップデートしていくかっていうのがいろんな可能性が取れるようにするためにこの物理攻撃っていうベース基礎計算数字と、魔法攻撃基礎計算値っていうのを、それぞれ設定してたんですね。別々に調整できるように、はい、で、こっちが魔法攻撃力だとするとこっちが物理攻撃力。魔法の方がより複雑な計算をするかもしれないっていうので、こいつの値はちょっと高かったんですね。物理計算式のベースになってる値より。
And so, with
英語はあなた。
Final Fantasy XIV, Final Fantasy XIV being sorry.
どうぞお願いします。
When Final Fantasy XIV was being relaunched as A Realm Reborn, we tried to make sure that the programming is it allows for future updates in the battles, and we try to leave the different possibilities open. So the fundamental sort of physical damage calculations were set up so that we have two separate formulas going on. So we have the magic damage, damage attack calculation, and then we got the physical attacks. And when we were initially thinking about these two separate ones so that we can adjust them separately,
I thought about mimicking Yoshi P and I was like, nah, I won't be an asshole. And now Foxconn's doing it.
Magic attacks, it does tend to be a bit more complicated in the different calculations.
Why is she gonna notice?
The base, like the fundamental value is
just
a little bit higher than the physical base fundamental numbers.
でレベル80になってもこの差っていうのは縮まらない基礎値だったので、もう今後バランスをきれいに揃えていくためにこのベースに使ってた物理攻撃計算式の基礎値を魔法と同じ値まで引き上げました。完全に同じ数字になるようにしました。はい。
And so, with the characters now leveling up to level 80, this fundamental number did not change as we raised the values. And so with this update, in order for us to make sure these are balanced,
she got it.
Left, right, we kind of pulled up the physical base number so that it matches the magical damage attack.
で、じゃあそれをやるとどうなるかっていうと、物理攻撃が全体的に強くなるんですね。その計算の元に使ってる数字が上がるので、掛け算すると当然その数字がでかくなると思うので、今まで使ってた
I love too because Yoshida-san is very expressive with his hands, so she's just like mimicking exactly what he's doing, and then Fox is just doing it afterwards.
なるほどね。
It's like a really weird game of like telephone.
ために威力の数字が落ちてます、全部。はい。
So what that means is that with the base numbers being equalized, the physical attacks would naturally become stronger by default because, of course, the fundamental number has been raised to match so that both of these are balanced. But that being said, we needed to calculate down so that the potency that is listed out as a number goes down.
なぜこの説明をこんな丁寧にね、吉田猫可愛いなみたいな。
This doesn't mean you're doing less damage.
なんでこんな丁寧にやってるかというと、この後メディアツアーで各メディアの皆さんからスキルの多分スクリーンショットが出ると思うんですよ。その時に あれも弱体化されてる。
He's
これ
talking
も弱体化
about
され
the
てる。
tooltips right now.
この数字も下がった。吉田は何近接に何か恨みでもあんのかみたいになるのを避けたいんですよ。
なるほど
なんで全体
Is he
の
calling
基
us
礎
out?
計算式が上がってるんで、その分
It's the same speech we're going to hear several times before launch. Yes, we're doing a number squish. We're adjusting numbers. You're still doing damage. It's okay.
You were saying Yoshida looks like a cat, but that's beside the point. So
I am
with
not a
the
cat.
adjustment of the fundamental numbers going up, of course, we have to adjust the potency numbers so that even if it's raised, it stays the same. So the numbers themselves look like they're low. So I wanted to bring this up because now that we're going into the media tour and we're going to have members of the media and influencers kind of play the game and see the potency, and they would take photos or screen captures of the game screen, and people might wonder, oh my gosh, have they nerfed some of these potencies? Oh no, this one has gone down too. What happened to all of these physical melee attacks? What the heck? But just please understand, the potency is noted as like a lower number, but that's only because our fundamental physical numbers have gone up, and it's to make it even out. So
Plus, everything is in
across the
development and
board, you
subject to
might notice
change.
that difference.
It's fine.
Yes.
They'll fix it.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I believe in you, Yoshi
これはまあタンクだけではなく物理攻撃を行う。例えば
I mean, there's a good chance that whatever build the media tour people are playing, it's probably already done. Like, it's already exists. It's not something they're gonna make a week before. It's probably a month-old build.
Yeah.
But of course, again, this is not just for the tanks, but anybody who is dealing physical attacks. So that means melee, like close range DPS, as well as ranged physical
Which is already
DPS
lower.
will be affected by these numbers.
なんか俺をヨシニャンって呼ぶのはやめろ。
Stop calling me Yoshinyan.
48歳のおじさんにそれはないだろう。
I'm 48 years old.
Can someone make like a Nyan cat with Yoshida's face on it now?
Please do.
声だけだとね
Chat.
機嫌悪いのってなる。確かに。まあ大丈夫です。ジョークなんで。はい。
And then people start to comment, oh, Yoshida sounds angry. No, don't worry, I'm not angry. I'm just joking.
はい。じゃあ続けて1ジョブ目ナイトいきましょうか。はい。
Okay, moving
Alright.
on to the
Swords.
paladin.
Specific.
じゃあ
Sword.
1ジョブ目どうぞ。まあリクエストカットの効果をね、残り MP 量気にせず使えるように
Cool.
まあ調整したりとか、
うん
さらにさっきね動画でもご覧いただいたと思います。コンフィテオールから派生する三段コンボ、勇者みたいな三段コンボが追加されてます。まあ主になんで、まあこれ以外にね、もちろん多数の変更点
I read that and think it's a mashup of
まあ代表
confetti and
的なと
meteor.
ころだけ。はい。
It is.
I mean, it kind of.
As you
Meteor.
know, or I'm sorry, you see on the screen, Requi's Cat will now be equally effective regardless of remaining MP, and then a 3-attack combo starting with Confiteor will be added. You may have seen in the job action trailer earlier, but yeah, there's this really neat sort of combo that happens after you launch Confiteor. So yeah, those are some of the major updates. Of course, there are other multiple different adjustments that were made to the tank, but those are the main ones that we want to pick up here.
まあナイトはいわゆる正当進化で、まあ何かがめちゃくちゃ変わるっていうことはない感じです。で基本ローテーションはただちょっとあまりにも脳死にならないように、少し工夫というか考える余地みたいなのを今回入れてあります。
So with Paladin, it's just a straight evolution, kind of keeping in the trend with Shadowbringers going into Endwalker. So it's not a drastic difference per se, but of course we don't want y'all to be brain dead as you're doing your rotation. So there are some aspects that will require some strategy, require some thinking.
They actually just said it.
都心のですね、
Just
インター
looking
ラ
at
インの
it.
要は撃てる距離。
This is just more proof that they do pay attention to people in the community saying, hey, this is too easy.
And the gap closer, intervene, has been adjusted as well. There's an additional 5
get
yawns
more
you can
gap
move
closer
forward.
distance?
So it's a total of 20 yawns you'll
Oh,
jump
it's not like I
in.
talk about. Okay.
Jump,
さ
paladin,
あでは
jump.
次続いて戦士いきましょう。はい。
Warrior has a longer
There's
banner.
the warrior.
まず一つ目。 選
Oh,
手
that's
はです
crazy.
ね、範囲攻撃のローテーションをやるには、一定間隔でブレハをやらなきゃいけなかったんですけど、
Interesting.
今回範囲コンボだけでも、そもそも
That's gonna make warriors
バフ
happy.
が付与される
Yes, it
よう
is.
になっ
Yes,
て
it
ます。
is.
付与も維持もできるので、なんか相互単体から範
Yeah,
囲
definitely
These for
quality of
dungeons, I
life.
guess.
が割とスムーズになってます。
And then, so with this one, the first point, damage up effects can now be triggered and extended by AoE combos. So I'm sure as you're playing Warrior, at one point you'd always have to insert Storm's Eye into it in order to kind of sustain. But we have made it so that it can be triggered and extended even if you're doing your AoE combos. So I think it's a smooth, it causes for smoother transitions if you want to do like a single target rotation into like an AoE rotation and back and forth.
先ほど動画でももうすでにお気づきの方がいると思うんですけど、2つ目、オンスロートとアップヒーバルからビーストゲージ消費がなくなってます。
And then the second point, and you may have noticed this from the job action trailer, but Onslaught and Upheaval will no longer drain the beast gauge.
さら
One
に、
of those is the jump, right?
現象の解放の実行後に
I
発
think
動
so,
できる
yeah.
新しいアクションが追加されてます。
I think that's
Which is-
onslaught.
And then,
Which is
there
nice
is a
because
new
it's
action
kind of
that
unfair.
will be available upon execution of inner release.
あと大きいのはですね、原初の解放のリキャストが、60秒
I'm
に
guessing
なってます。まあその分だけ回転数が上がるので、
tornado
回数は3回になってます。で、まあ頻度は、上がるんで、だるさは減るだろうなと思います。
And note with the inner release, the recast time for that will be adjusted to 60 seconds. So you will have the effects for 3 times. And so I think that will kind of allow for like the frequency to be more often. So it kind of reduces that sort of dragging or lagging feeling.
Nice.
あとはですね、オンスロート、さっきね、ビーストゲージ消費なくなったって言いましたけど、さらにオンスロートのチャージが
So
各
you
唯
won't
一の
feel
3なの
brain
で、
dead.
でかつ新アクションがあれ結構遠距離からも打てるん
It was a
で、
good
実は
addition.
機動力かなり高いです。
And then we mentioned about how Onslaught will not drain the beast gauge. We are also adjusting that to have a total charge of 3. And then with the new action that stems from it, it does allow for a lot of mobility.
あとは原初のタケリも今回パワーアップさせてあるので ST 性能も上がってます。
And then the oh sorry, Gensho no Takeri was I want to say nascent chaos. No, that's not it. ごめんなさい。I'm
いい
sorry.
よ、チェックしてから。
はい、チェックしてください。大丈夫ですよ。アクション名は難しいんですよ。
ごめんなさい、Gensho no.
ね、日本語と英語全く違いますからね。
You can do
原初の竹
it! You can do
We
it!
believe in you, Ami-san.
We believe in you.
So
今
sorry guys. It is nascent flash.
I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
and the English
Although
terms are always
translate.
the Japanese
So,
terms, so
you're
Yoshida can say
often,
one thing and
it
she has
will
to
also
run it through a
help you
couple
Yeah.
different filters.
はい。
She has to actually be a 14 encyclopedia.
Yes.
Speaking of which, Gamerscape.com
あゆみさん大丈夫？進めて。
はい、大丈夫です。
はい。では続いて暗黒騎士いきましょう。
Okay, moving on to the Dark Knight.
まず一つ目、ソルトアースの設置位置がですね、結構こうめんどくさかった
No more
タ
targeting.
ーゲットで、自分の足元に設置して、さらにその
I like Dead Sage
設
saying
置
maybe
中に
next
発生
attack
する
will
アクションっ
actually
ていうの
use
は
AoE
新しく
moves
追加して
more in
ます。
Extremes and Savages if there's more ad phases or
So
something.
with,
Or
Dark
multi-target,
Knight,
like
Salted
multiple
Earth will now
bosses,
affect the
yeah.
area
Yeah.
immediately
That'd be
around
fun.
you and make a new action available. You may remember you had to place your Salted Earth, but now it's going to appear where you are standing, and from there stems a new action.
Is
ま
it
あ僕も
peppered
そうだったんだけ
earth?
ど、マクロ作ってやってたりするのが、もはや何なんだっていう感じだったんで、もう変えました。はい。
So even Yoshida had to like set up a macro so that we can place the Salted Earth,
And
so
it makes a new action
it
available.
seemed
That's
a little
cool.
pointless,
Yeah.
so we have made adjustment there.
And your
AoE
Simulacrum.
combo.
で続いて、まあ、プレイヤーが新しいアクション、習得する
Huh,
の
that's
で、
neat.
英雄
I
の
like that
英
they're
心もその種類
adding
アク
on
ションを
to
使うようになり
the
ますよ。
simulacrum and
Yeah.
like giving it new stuff.
And so the second point was your simulacrum will also gain a new action when you acquire one of the new job abilities. So your living shadow is going to learn new actions as well.
まあ、暗黒は今綺麗に結構ローテ回せてるん
Himalayan
で、
salted earth.
極端に
It's pink.
なんか
Pink
変わるってところはないんですけど、ただブラッドデリリアムのリキャストが、こちらも60秒になって、
Lemon salted
3回までの効果になってます。なのでやっぱりこっちも回転数
I guess it's
はあり
lemon
ます。
pepper.
Yeah.
And so I think with the Dark Knight, the rotations are pretty clean and straightforward. But one of the other changes that are being applied is Delirium. Recast time will be adjusted to 60 seconds, and that would be also affected up to 3 times. So again, I think frequency will go up.
What's
again.
Delirium's cast time now?
あとはプランチカットの
I think it's
one of
those
射程
weird
範囲
90
も
seconds. I don't
20
know.
メートルに拡大します。5メートル伸びる。で、あとは新技でブラックナイトとは別に単
I
体
really should have had the
タイ
game
トル
over
ボ
for
ールワ
this.
フルも追加されてます。
It's fine. I'll go to gamerscape.com.
And so with
What?
Plunge,
Do they have an
again, that is
96%
also
Delirium?
going to extend its range another 5 yalms, so a total of 20 yalms. And then there will be a new action that's added separately from the Black Knight, would be a single target defense buff.
Nice, nice.
は
I
い
have the like
暗
they
黒
released
騎士は
the
こんな
trailer
ところで
video with the all the job
続いて
the
ガン
job
ブレイカー
showcase.
行きましょう。
So I've got it up and I'm like rewatching each
It's-
section.
Oh,
it's
Jelly, I
Dark
can't do
Knights
that
and
right
moving
now.
on to Gunbreaker.
Sorry, buddy.
はい、まず一つ目、サベッジク
Nice.
ロー、ビケットタロン、いわゆる
Try
あれ
hit
ですね
combo. Yeah.
そういうコンボですね。こちら
I
が
mean, it
ですね、
makes
ホッ
sense.
トバージョンで
Yeah.
That's probably because they're
ファン
adding
から
more.
順次置き換わるようになってるので
Good.
I wasn't joking when I
楽に
said just add 10 more actions to continuation.
Yeah.
So the first
Just
point
turn it into
says
Lionheart.
Savage Claw and Wicked Talon will now swap in for Gnashing
Ooh,
Fang
Lionheart.
on the hotbar, reducing the number of inputs. But basically, your cartridge combo that starts off with Gnashing Fang will be like a one-button combo where
That's nice.
it will kind of replace the Savage Claw, and Wicked Talon will swap in its place to do the combo.
なので、まあ、よくわかんないっていう人にとって詳しく言うと、まあ、ビートファングを使うと2段目のサベッジクローにアクションがもう自動的に置き換わるので、そのまま同じアクション実行すると、サベッジクローで、3段目のウィケットタロンが、発動できるようになると自動的にそれも置き換わるっていうことで、ホットバーがかなり節約できるんじゃないかな。
So just to kind of explain it further, basically you, like we mentioned, it's going to be a one-button sort of combo that's triggered when you start off with
HP, we
Gnashing
get it.
Fang, and then in that same slot you'll have Savage Claw, and then once you've triggered that, you move on to Wicked Talon. So I think
They were gonna have to
it'll
start condensing
definitely
certain
save
ability
space
chains like
on
that
your
at some
hotbar.
point, you know?
But that would make sense because it's not like you can skip ahead
まあ
anyway.
Yeah.
その間に挟む追撃アクションはね、これまで通りコンティニュエーシ
Yeah,
ョンから
that's why they haven't done it earlier. We asked about that when they introduced that for Stormblood
Red
PvP.
Mage. Yeah.
And then for any sort of actions that are inserted in between, it will continue to be continue to be continued. So you will be able to use.
They're having fun.
さあ、
Yeah.
次。ファーストストライクの後にコンティニュエーションで、追撃可能になってます。
And then the second point clearly states continuation will be able to be used following burst strike.
Is that a good
And
thing?
there's the
Okay,
repair
yep,
cartridges.
it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I was like, is that a good thing, Gunbreakers? Gunbreakers in the chat.
Okay.
Yes! Okay, cool.
It's one of
Like,
the
all right,
cartridge
all right,
moves.
all right.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you may have noticed this in the trailer as well. A trait will raise the maximum number of cartridges
More
to 3.
bullets.
ラフディワイドの選択範囲もこれ他のタンクに合わせて5メートル延長されてます。
And then Rough Divide, of course, has been adjusted to match the other gap closers in the tanks as well.
でやっぱりこれ
Makes
ガンブレイカーは
sense.
ソイルの最大スタック数の追加っていうのはかなり
Don't
大き
make
くて
anyone spend anything to move,
結構戦略
please.
的になってるかなと、そのボスのタイムラインに合わせて開幕から全部使い切っていくのか、 ちょっと抑えめに始めるのかっていうところは結構ポイントかなって思ってます。はい。
And then with the cartridges and the maximum stacks has been raised, I think that definitely adds an element of strategy. So you might want to decide if you want to go in full on and use up your different cartridges during the timeline, earlier in the timeline, or do you want to kind of save it for later, etc.
さて、タンクは、おおむね以上でございます。はい。
Okay, so I think that covers all of the tanks.
Woo.
さあでは続いて、
I think Ninja and Reaper had me the most excited.
Oh, Reaper's got a male bun boy.
Next up,
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm interested in what the heck they did to Monk.
I mean, Monk does look fun. It does look
じゃあまず
fun.
メレディペース共通の変更点から
That's a
です。
long banner.
一つ目、牽制の効果内容がちょっと変わります。
So first is
I do just love the Elezen Samurai too. Just
the effect for feint is going to change.
I think that's my mouse pad.
レイドでですね、
Big ass mouse pad that's like this
盛んにヒー
wide.
ラーさんとタンクさんとしておりますとですね。まあ
They just
まあ
talked about balancing out physical and magical damage
はい
things.
あ、牽制
By balancing them, we mean we made them the same.
オートアタックの痛いところに
But also feint
There's-
will be more potent for
It's-
physical damage reduction.
It's because it's going to be addle. It has a little bit of addle in it, you know. And I bet
So
addle will
with
have the same treatment.
this feint, and this is probably applicable to a lot of you who go into raids. And Yoshida, being a black mage, he would discuss beforehand with the DPS and tanks and healers to kind of talk about, okay, so when are we going to place this? And they're like, oh, feint. Maybe we'll place it where auto attack hurts the most. So we are going to adjust
Playing
that.
with my players, I learned that they don't understand feint and that it's kind of useless. We're trying to make it
命
useful.
令の人って実際には超大技の後に来るオートアタックが実はめちゃくちゃ痛くて、タンクも防御バフ張った後
That is cool
な
now.
んで実は AA で落ちるがあるんですよ。なんでそこにね牽制
Call
結
for
構
feints before auto
効くんで
attacks.
すよ。効くんですけど、まあ今
There's so
回
many times where I'm just
まあ
like,
あまりにもなので
use any self heals you
牽制の中に
have.
魔法ダメージ
Also
減少
feint.
Save yourself.
No, I mean for the tank. You're going to save the tank now.
You
can use it on other people?
I'm just saying, if it's a AoE, it still triggers feint. You know. If I remember correct.
So I mean, to be fair, with some of these bosses, you know, sometimes the attack, the auto attack that follows after the
yeah, it
buster,
does,
the
yeah.
large damage, hurts a lot, and it's immediately after the tank has already used up their defense buff. So sometimes it does come in really handy to place feint right after one of those really large.
You don't have to get hit
attacks.
to trigger feint.
But
I didn't think so.
We will.
Yeah, that's what I'm
there
saying,
will
so
be
just
an
addle.
additional effect
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
mitigating magic
nice.
damage. Of course, that being said, the proper like protection that you want to have against magic damage is addle that some of the casters would have, but just in case, I think that's a handy sort of benefit to it.
I enjoy that these devs actually know how.
Samurai,
I know, and how people use
I just want to
them.
apologize to all samurais out there. You finally have a utility ability that people are going to expect you to use.
Yeah, you have to use it. Sorry.
And then second point is similar to what we had discussed during the tank rolls, but the combos are not broken by ranged attacks that are inserted in between.
I have a comment about that, but I'll hold it.
先ほどご説明しました、武器の物理基本性能の値というのを上げてますので、
It'll be nice for them, but it's also like, okay, so what's keeping them from like using their brains now though?
上がった分だけ落としているので、ナーフしてるわけではなくて、
I mean, you're still going to do the uptime strat,
今までと違いますよ
but
というのをご承知
outside of the uptime strat, you'll still do more damage anyway.
And then third point is also, as we mentioned during the tank roll section, but again,
That's a good
with
point.
the adjustment of
Yeah.
the fundamental damage attack calculation for physical
Oh, you thought you
attacks,
needed to be in the middle?
we did have to adjust the potency so that it appears that the number
That's not the way it's
may-
gonna
the
work, though.
potency number might
No.
seem smaller, but it
No,
is
you're just gonna
still,
make casters still do the same thing.
strength. We have not needed
That was my
it. We just
comment.
wanted to match it
Oh,
with the
jeez.
sort of upward adjustment of the
Yoshi P, we
fundamental
get it. I promise.
calculation.
Well, at least we do. I know a lot of people
Sure.
are going to be like, what?
Mhm.
There's a lot of people who are going to be like, I don't understand.
では、
Yeah.
ジョブの
Here we
お
go.
話に
Dragoon.
入っていこうかなと
What you got for me,
思います
Yoshi?
がよろしいでしょうか
Okay, so we are moving on to the different jobs within this role. I think we're good.
Blood of the Dragon doesn't
ま
drop.
ずは、竜騎士からいきましょうか。
Expanded AoE rotation.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
竜騎士もね、かなり
Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah.
なんだろう
You build up
綺麗に
a
回ってる
gauge
の
while
で
dead on the
まあ
floor,
今回
so when you
まず
get back up, you can heal
範囲攻撃のローテーション
yourself.
っていうのを拡張してます。
It's a super high jump.
So with the Dragoon, I think these also have a fairly clean and straightforward sort of rotation that you can
That's
utilize.
good. It always felt
but we've
like
kind of expanded
Dragoon's AoE was a little
the
bit.
AoE rotation.
It's a very appropriate
で
song.
あとはウェポンスキルのコンボローテーションを
It's
き
airy,
れいに成功させていくと実行可能になる新しいアクション。これまあすげえ派手なやつ
I
で
think so.
多分出てたと思いますけ
Dragoon,
ど。はい
here's
はい
airy. Let's go.
はい、追加されてます。
I
And
do like
then,
that with this one they seem to
for,
like
the second
differentiate
point,
like
a new
red
action
and
will be
blue
available
dragon
upon
and then
successful
interplay with the
execution of
colors and a
weapon
lot of the
skill
effects.
combo
So that was neat.
rotation. It is quite flashy. You may have noticed something really cool going on in the video, but
Sounds like they're just giving a new ending to the AoE like we have for the single target.
I
I don't know that we necessarily needed that, but
No, I think this is at the end of your weapon skill combo, so you're 1, 2, 3 or whatever.
is it
Willing
the 1, 2,
thrust
3,
So with
or
this
is it
one,
for the
of
AoE 1,
course,
2, 3?
There are just new actions that are being added.
I don't know.
with the
That's what I
new
think they're
level
doing. They're going to
cap.
give us that
And
kind
then
of Claw and
with
Fang
some
type
of the
of thing,
existing
but with the AoE
actions,
combo is what it
and of
sounds
course,
like.
throughout the years, we've kind of upgraded some of these existing actions to become like a higher version of certain actions, and we've just kind of swapped them in place of the base skill. So it's not like we're going to be adding like additional
I see.
button presses or like additional slots you'd have to fill.
で、青の流血は、今回特性に移動しましてですね、アクションとして
Yeah,
実
that
行したり、
sounds like they're
維
doing
持す
the
る必要は
exact
な
same
くな
thing
り
they
ま
did
し
with
た。
Dragoon for Shadowbringers, just with
And
the
then
AoE
Blood
rotation.
of the Dragon will now become a trait,
Blood of the Dragon's
and
a
so
trait?
there will no longer be a need to execute it as an
Blood of
action
Dragon
or
removed.
to maintain it.
で、発動条件か。それが
There you
発
go.
動条件だった
I'm so
ので
Did you
wanna be more blinded? Here you go.
ということで調整されており
No,
ます
I didn't want to have to deal with that
So
stupid
for any
timer.
actions that require
Yeah.
for the Blood of the Dragon to be activated will be available at
Okay.
all times because Blood of the Dragon will be a trait.
Yeah.
で、あとはですね、スパイン
You're
ダイ
gonna
ブが
you're
2
gonna
チャー
have
ジ
I feel like you're gonna have
が
both
出る
sides
の
just like
で
Monk.
まあ
Oh,
ちょっとね
Grease Lightning's a
移動
trait
に
now.
かかっ
What?
たと思うんですけど、まあ移動
so
用に
happy.
1チャージ
So
I don't know any Dragoon that's gonna be upset
溢れ
about
な
that
ければ
one.
ね、
I don't
そう
know.
いうことはないの
No.
で
Alright.
1チャージ残して
Retracted.
おけるようになって
I don't know, maybe.
And then Spine Shatter Dive is going to be changed to 2 charges. And some of you might have experienced like, oh, I wish I could have used Spine Shatter to kind of move over.
Yeah, that's cool.
But now you'll have that one extra
That's
charge
cool.
that you can probably save. So unless you kind of like waste it, but as long as you have it, you'll be able to use
I guess
it.
that's kind of fair
で
because they are
ラン
giving
スチャージがリキャスト60
more
秒
jobs, like a
痛み
sprinkling
は
of easier
120
ways to
秒
move.
となっております
Yeah, that's
Some
nice.
some don't
And
have
Lance
the one,
charge,
but like
recast will be
Dancer
changed to
has
60
3.
seconds, and Blood Litany recast will be 120 seconds.
Okay.
I missed that one. Can you repeat it for the chat?
Blood Litany is 120 seconds now. And I believe it was Lance Charge is
Yeah,
60.
60.
以上でございます
Sorry,
I
chat.
am a very happy
That
Dragoon.
should be it for
Yeah.
That's
Dragoon.
good.
Good
I don't know that I needed the more AoE stuff, but like I'll take it. Like that's it'll make it be better.
Never heard.
いろいろ入ってまして、まず、
Monk.
疾風陣雷っていうその遊びがなくなってしまったので、まず陶器
Monk will now be able to punch
というシ
things.
ステムを、
Mhm.
まあ低レベルから使えるように、習得レベルを変更してい
Oh,
ます。
okay.
Oh my gosh, I
so
hope they
next
do
up
that
is
for Bard.
Monk. And so we wanted to explain this a bit. first of all, the gameplay element of stacking Greased Lightning will be done away with. So we are going to allow for chakras to be unlocked at a lower level.
そしてですね、もう一個、新しいシステム必殺技っていうものを、搭載することになりました。
And then we are implementing a new system that we call Masterful Blitz.
Enable blitz changes depending on the weapon skills used when under the
全
effects
体
of
的に
perfect
拡張されてるん
balance.
ですけど、まず新しく3つのチャクラっていうものが、
Interesting. It is monk
出
mudras
て
then.
きます。
Yeah,
During
yeah, it
perfect
seems like
balance.
it.
So
I mean, I
it's
like
been,
that, honestly.
Adjusted fairly significantly overall, but so just going into a bit, we will have 3 chakras.
で、さらに陰と陽2つの陶器があって、
And then so there will be like a yin and
that
a
was the Dragoon and
yang.
Light.
その組み合わせによって必殺技の中身が変わります。
And so getting like a balance of those chakras and the 2 different types of it will allow for the different skills to be activated.
Monk Red Mage during perfect balance.
ちょっと待ってね。
Makes sense. Will it be fun?
Yeah, I hope.
Yeah.
I could see it be pretty
It's really
fun.
interesting when you think about the identity of jobs.
チ
All
ャクラ
the
を付与
Far
する
Eastern
時って
jobs now have
踏み鳴り
that
が起
kind
動
of
条件になってるんですけど、
mudras
踏み鳴りが
or, you know.
ミスタック、チャージの
I think
ア
it'll
クション
help
に
the monks who didn't
なってま
like
す
the grease lightning change.
Yeah.
So with
Blitz a thing from
this
6?
chakra system,
Yes.
You will need to activate it using perfect balance. But perfect balance is going to be a charge action that can stack up to 2.
Perfect balance charges.
チャージタイム
That's
40
funky.
秒
Oh,
なの
Monk
で
is
回
Monk
転
is
が早い
new.
です。
yeah.
And stack, each stack is charged up every 40 seconds. So it's
I
quite
like that they are
fast.
putting a little bit more
で、手数で押すってい
Interactivity
う
back
コンセ
into
プトは変わってないです。
Monk.
ただ必殺技が
That's
入
definitely in
っ
a
て
different way,
忙しさがめっち
Yeah,
ゃ
it's no
上が
longer
るん
stand
で
in the right place. It's like use your brain, make some math out of pictures.
総称打の2つは方向指定が今回なくなりました。
And so, of course, the concept of trying to rush with the different skills that you activate and quickly going through these different skills has not changed. But with the implementation of Masterful Blitz, it does get a lot busier. So we have adjusted True Strike and Twin Snakes to not have like a directional condition.
いいですよね。
うん
ここまでいいです、ね。
大丈夫です。
で、長年気持ちは良かったんですけど、
は
羅刹章がですね、今回なくなっております。
And I know a lot of you had enjoyed using this and it felt
Oh.
great, but we will be taking shoulder tackle
Oh
away.
no!
ただ純粋に新しい
I don't know
大
how I feel
技、
about that.
突進技が追加
Pour
され
one
るん
out
です
for
け
the
ど、
shoulder
殴り
tackle.
ません。
Although,
Mm.
yeah, yeah.
But in its place,
Okay,
we will be
okay.
adding a gap closer
We
or
saw
like a
that.
rush
Yeah.
action per se. It will not be something that you use your fist,
ただ味方ターゲットして移動もできるので、
Yeah.
but it
味
is
方にその味方が離れてくれたやつ
Dynamic
に
entry.
まあ魔物みたいなステップみたいなもんですね。
なるほどなるほど。
ステップして即ボスへみたいな使い方ができる感じです。
But with this rush sort of movement, it is going to be simply for moving around, but
Yeah.
you can also target your ally
That's
or your
cool.
party member to rush
Yeah.
over to them. So say
Okay.
you needed to kind of go towards somebody who had dispersed and went off into the distance, you can rush over to them. So kind of like there's an action that's similar in the
Yeah.
Black Mages
Okay,
kit,
okay,
but
alright.
you can go in there to kind of close your
So it's
distance
like,
with your party member.
Ethereal
まあク
manipulation.
ローマーの場合だと、
But you can pick the bad guy
魔法
or
に
the
置い
good guy.
てモルゴルにステップした後魔物に
Yeah, I
置い
like
て
that.
るんだけど、今回敵もターゲットできるので、
うん
敵から味方へ、味方から敵へっていうのができるので、そんな感じで、まあなので羅刹でこう味方殴ってしまうわけにいかんので、
そうですね。
はい、殴らない技には
So, I mean, with the Black Mage, though, you would place the ley lines and then take a step and rush into your party member and then just go back to the ley lines. But with this new monk action, you can target where you're going to be moving to. So it's not just like a going back and forth. You can target your ally to rush over to them and then maybe run towards the enemy. So because of that, and you will be able to target your party
They
members.
just
you don't
expanded basically what your mobility can do and kind of repackaged it.
Yeah.
Put
And
it
that could be
out.
really useful too, because you can have a like a ranged player who doesn't necessarily have to be standing anywhere. Be where you need to be. So right over to them.
Or if healers
Partner
need you
stacks.
close for some kind of big heal thing, you know, you can just immediately get
partner
over.
stacks would be great.
Yeah.
Those are definitely a thing.
It could help uptime too.
Yeah.
We want to show
100%
off
uptime.
an example of Masterful Blitz on the game
Or
play,
positionals to teleport to someone who's
because
behind it.
I think just
you know?
explaining it with words
Exactly.
would not be optimal in terms of trying to get the message across.
Oh, cool.
切り替えてよくなってやってください。
I like they have a little
Video.
additional stuff.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
Don't worry, monks.
honestly, I feel like they really did bring a lot of
全てが
features and or, you know,
なんだこれ
expanded
に見える
features to a lot of the
Everything looks
classes.
new.
Mm-hmm.
I can't help but wonder, well, I mean, we'll see what happens with Scholar, but I can't help but wonder if they were like, we'll do
Yeah.
Summoner first, this
新しい
expansion, and then next time
New area,
we'll do a
new
rework for
vision.
Scholar
ま
or
あ当然ですけ
something.
どお伝えしてあるデノミネーションって入ってる状態な
Just
の
what
で
he's doing.
もう全体ギューってね
うん
数字が縮んだ状態です。
And just a word of note,
Damn it,
downscaling
just lower.
has been already implemented in this
And look at that
build,
HP.
so please don't be surprised if the numbers feel a lot more compact.
Oh,
how many-
that's, you can do
3
so
charges?
many. Holy cow, yeah, you go
3
fast.
3スタック
Gotta go fast.
I mean, it's the
So
same
that's
as
cool.
Dancer,
That's,
so that makes sense.
Yeah.
3 stacks.
What's the distance on it? That's my question.
まあテクニカル
I'm surprised
で
they
は
have it
20
where you have to target something though.
30秒で
Like it makes it different, but why not have it just be
で
free?
必殺技だけありますよ。
Honestly,
Well-
sometimes I wish the dancer one did have.
Quite technical with a 30-second
Although,
charge.
not having it is also
so
sometimes
let me
nice.
show you
Yeah.
the Masterful Blitz.
はい、お願いします。
This music's pretty good.
Mm.
Yeah.
海なり
Kessa sent me a message says, I don't want to collect stickers.
ここに
You samurai now.
Think of them more like stamps.
Can you see the 3 kind of below that chakra gauge, kind of glowing there?
Oh, I love that, like, it's like a kick with the fire wings.
おお
That's cool.
3つ違う
And it makes like a phoenix noise and everything.
Yeah.
Very
つけた
cool.
時で出せる。
Punch cards.
And so once you've had those charged,
Yeah.
Punch
after 3
cards.
chakras
Thanks,
that are
Monty.
opened up,
Monty.
you can unleash your
Beautiful.
Masterful Blitz.
で
And then he's on the light version now.
それ今1個
I
使
see,
っ
I
たことに
see.
よって
So yeah, there's the dark and light on either end.
陽
よ
陽の
いい陽の陽ですねはい
陶器がついておりますね。
ははは
So, of course, once we have used that stack of 3, we now have an element that's associated with it. Between the yin and the yang, it's yang at this time.
で例えばね3つとも同じ
Ooh. So that one had that sort of, I don't know.
Forbidden chakra.
そう記号がねここ
I
に
Yeah.
think, right?
Yeah.
Or elixir? No, that's not elixir field, is
We
it?
have something there right now, but
Wait.
another example is if we have
It kind of
3
looked like
of the
Elixir Field, but it was
same-
like shorter and wider. But
Yeah,
that could be
yeah.
because he's a Lalafell. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's just chakra or
銀
something.
が
銀が
銀がついて
Yeah.
ますね。ここに
have
Now you got both.
yin.
It was elixir field, okay.
銀の陶器
はい陰の陶器
銀の陶器がついてます。
But it costs you those charges, so that's
the
weird.
yin and yang.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't in my glossary, so I'm going with yin and
そう
yang.
ね
but
まだないもんね。でこの状態で
What we
さ
got
ら
now?
にチャクラをつけて
あは
最後一番
Oh, nice.
は
So now you have the other side, and then you stack your 3 chakras again, and then you unleash a pretty flashy.
Yeah,
move
it's
there,
really
and
kind of a
your
combination
Masterful
of
Blitz.
like Ninja and Samurai.
なるほど
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
というわけで忙しいのでまあこの聖剣好きと 総称だだけ
I guess by sort of
指定がなくなって
unifying
まあ
the
他は残ってます。
unique mechanics,
But yes,
you are kind of
so
teaching
as you can see, it
literacy
is quite
for
busy,
all those types of
with
classes
trying
that
to
use something
maintain that
semi-similar.
page.
It's tough because on
so
one hand,
that's
I
why
like
we adjusted
variety,
the
I like
two
having to learn something new
true
for a class
strike
because
and
I do
twin
think it
snakes
makes
to
things feel really
not
distinctive.
be restricted
I also
to
think this
a
looks
particular
fun.
direction.
And I mean,
Yeah.
those systems work
They
and
will.
seem to work,
They
and if
usually
they
will.
have an idea of how to balance them and
そうですね、仕事
sort
に
of build on them across the board, then I understand why you'd shift to
So I
something like
think we
this.
will leave it at that.
It's definitely-
and we don't want to take away from the media and
It sounded like
influencers,
two abilities
content, so.
don't have positionals anymore, like
I-
True Strike
となり
or
ます
Twin Snake. I'd have to go back.
It's definitely like right on the fence because
Mhm.
the more you make things the same, the easier it's going to be for everybody to play everything.
Yes.
But also, why have more
さあ
jobs?
では、
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We're gonna have to stop having more jobs soon anyway.
Okay, next up is Samurai.
一つ目、
Yeah, right. Same as the Warrior.
陣風と疾風で付与できるバフを範囲コンボでも付与できるようになったので、これ
And the
選手と
music
も同じです
shift. Yeah, they
Um,
really, they just timed these
I
out
really
perfectly.
like
気になるんじゃないかなと
That's a great change
Yeah.
for Samurai. That always bugged me
really is.
doing dungeon
So
polls.
first one
Yep.
is effects granted by Jinpu and
It's gonna
Shifu
bring up
can
the
now
Fantastic
also be
change.
applied by AoE combos. This is kind of similar to the Warrior, but when you're doing your AoEs, it won't be
It'll
so
help those
like,
samurai who are not doing a lot of
boring,
good
but, like,
AoE damage.
strenuous and time
Just saying.
consuming because the effects
need both of those
are
buffs.
applied to AoE
And it's
combos as
stupid to
well.
have to do the single rotation.
新
to do the
た
AoE
な
buff.
居合術
I have
と、
no
まあ、つまめ
mercy
返しに相
or
当するアクション
sympathy for
新
samurais.
たに追加さ
I
れてお
just
り
don't.
And you
Wow.
and an action in the vein of Tsubame Gaishi
You could just,
will
you
be
could like just go like
available.
this, and you do decent damage.
I mean, yeah, I really don't have a whole lot of sympathy either. But that doesn't mean that I don't love samurai players.
Right.
Yeah, you guys are great, but also your job is like
えーっと
very well organized, and so it's easy to do a lot of damage, especially since you have the highest damage threshold.
We're all just jealous.
書きましたね
Yeah,
We're
that's
very
true.
jealous,
It's
yeah.
true.
We're
As a
better.
dancer,
13も大丈夫です。はい
People seem to be concerned about the Dragoon, but I did mention, right? I did write it down. We have expanded upon the AoEs.
パポに書いてあるんでご確認ください
It's on the PowerPoint. Don't worry. Please check.
でですね、侍なんですけどやっぱピュアメレー DPS として思いっきり正当進化
So with the samurai, of course, we wanted to kind of expand upon that pure melee DPS.
新技追加がまあ主なんですけどツバメ返しそれから明鏡止水のが2チャージのアクションになってるのでコンテンツに合わせてのね開幕バーストとか調整の余地っていうのは結構増えたかなと思います。
And of course, with the samurai, because it's just a straightforward sort of evolution from the last expansion, we have just primarily added new actions. But the Tsubame Gaishi and Meikyo Shisui have become stackable to 2 charges.
That's cool.
So
Yeah,
whenever you
I
go
like that.
into
Okay.
a particular content and you want to go into a fight with that sort of burst of attack, there is a bit of wiggle room if you wanted to like make adjustments there.
That's cool.
で明鏡止水状態ではですねコンボの3段目に該当するアクションを打つとコンボ2段目のバフが得られる明鏡止水の状態の時だけですけどね、そんな風になってるんで使い勝手自体も向上してると思います。
And then when you are under the effect of Meikyo Shisui, and then you go into that third phase of your combo rotation, you will be granted the effects of that second combo action. So we're hoping that that will allow for
That's cool.
ease of use to be improved.
So, you know, a little bit of quality of life stuff, a few other
Because
things.
it does suck when you have to do the middle attacks. It really
So
does.
that covers the samurai.
では、続いて忍者です。
Samurai short and sweet.
Next up is
And that's fine.
ninja.
こちらまず
Yeah?
一つ目ですけど、フートン、ドトン、ライトンにですね、それぞれに、
Right.
まあ
Oh.
それらをベースとするアクションというのを追加しております。
So with this one, actions linked to Raiton, Doton,
So that's what
and
that super
Futon
lightning
will be
stab was.
added.
I loved the new
Looks so good.
abilities.
あとはですね、
That's what
Looks
we're
so
gonna
good.
call it too,
で
regardless of what its actual name is. It is now Super Lightning Stab.
ものが追加
It's
され
Super
て
lightning
Chidori from
stab.
Naruto fans.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I'm gonna call it.
になるんじゃないかなと
なるほど。
思います。
And then an action making it easier to apply Huton would be added. So whenever you do want to sort of apply or keep Huton, and it should allow for you to do that.
まあ、結構すでに忙しいジョブですし、まあそもそも忍術なんてミスしてられないし、これ以上忙しくならないようにしてあります。
And of course, with the ninja, it is quite busy, and of course, you can't miss any of those ninjutsus that you are doing. So,
But
we
at
tried our
least they
best
didn't
not to
remove
make it even
anything
busier
from the
than it was
busyness
already.
that already exists.
Just
like my greatest fear.
4因は勘弁してくれって書いてあるんですけど、残念、4因はございません。
なるほど。
はい。
People are saying, "Oh, we don't want,
Yeah.
we don't want the fourth sigil,"
It's
but
just
don't worry, we
hot
do not
marksman.
have that.
かつですね、今回映画がなくなっ
I
て
feel
おり
like
ますので、
Dancer
ドットがなくなり
was
ま
like
した
their experiment to see if they could put stuff on top of other
And
stuff.
of course, we have done away with Shadow Fang, so the dot will be gone.
ドトンやライトンの追加で、まあさっきね、新たな攻撃、まあこれ動画にもありましたね。
はい、
で、分身の術の効果時間中に使える専用アクションなんかも、追加されたりしております。
And then, of course, as mentioned, there are some new actions that are linked to Doton and Raijin, as you may have seen in the video. And then when you are using the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just rewatching now.
She was
Those
looking for the
lightning.
translation, but there isn't one.
Whenever you're using the Bunshin,
The like
there is
air
going to be a
burst and
specific
the
action that
lightning
will be
rush and
added to that
everything is
as
just
well.
really neat.
Yeah.
はい。
I like too that it gives you that extra bit of mobility. I mean, Ninja already was pretty high mobility, but
Yeah.
to be able to actually like duck out, do a couple things, come back, I really like making that just part of the flow.
Oh, here we go. Reaper
Reaper
changes.
gets a whole slate.
I wonder what they're gonna. What are they gonna change for Reaper?
Last but not least, this is
Pure melee
our new
DPS, here we go.
melee DPS job, Reaper.
It's not though, I don't think.
まずです
Uses
ね
a scythe?
Who knew?
両手釜、新しい武器、両手釜による攻撃、まあ自分自身の攻撃
The
と、
music for it
まあ自
too.
分に
Yeah.
くっついてきてるアバター。
A bit of a throwback to the
連携で攻撃をして、
sort of a
で最終的
Maritime
にはアバター
clock.
を自分自身に表示させて、まあ融合するみたいなことができます。
So of course with Reaper, they use the scythe, like a double-handed scythe to attack. So you have your own attacks that you are unleashing, and then you have the avatar that will also attack at the same time. So you're attacking in tandem, and then plus you will be able to service the avatar's vessel, and so you allow for it to kind of possess you to unleash even more powerful attacks.
続いての項目と、
So not pure, yep.
1個だけ、まあ信頼
More ninja like?
Enhancements to party. What I say?
I love
Just
it.
one-
I love
one,
buffing.
Job that does this. There's it's able to grant enhancements to party. Sorry, this is the only like synergy
Right.
related action that this job has.
So it's not quite samurai.
Not quite, yeah.
知人さんかなからなんかね、まがまがしいものを抜き取ってましたね、なんかね。
You may have noticed in the video.
Was like
Reaper was
pulling
trying to
something.
take
I thought that was
out of
very
guard.
intriguing.
Kind of
Was
ominous.
it siphoning some sort of resource,
で、
life to buff
まあ
them?
移
Like,
動
what? I
結
don't
構
know.
特徴的だったりもするんですけど、どうぞ。
You don't say.
特定の状況で、まあ、結構役立つアクションとか特徴的な動作をするアクションが結構豊富です。
And again, for anybody who hasn't seen this job video, there it is.
And you may have also noticed this in the video, but some of the movements that the Reaper does is quite unique as well. And so it says here, unique and specialized actions give them an edge in specific combat situations.
I read that as it's a new job. It's going to be special.
Yeah.
So just a very rough and sort of general explanation of the flow here.
まずこの画面にある2つのゲージなんですけど、1つがソウルゲージ。
はい。
So if you take a look at the job HUD there, you see two different sort of gauges, but one of them, the top one, is the soul gauge.
で、まあソウルゲージを貯めて、アバターと一緒に攻撃ウェポンスキルを使う。そのソウルゲージを消費してね。
And then, so you would charge up the soul gauge in order to unleash different attacks. And this also applies to some of the attacks that you unleash together with your avatar. And that would sort of deplete some of the charge that is built up in the soul gauge.
で、そのアバターと一緒に戦うとシュラウドゲージっていうのが今度はたまるので、それが一定以上たまるとアバターと融合できるようになるので、最終的にはアバターと融合してさらに特別なコンボをばらしていくみたいなのが基本になります。
And then once you unleash the weapon skills using your own attacks plus the avatar, then a second gauge starts to fill up. That is the shroud gauge. And with this accumulating charge, then it will eventually allow for you to kind of let the avatar kind of merge with you. You would become the avatar's vessel, and then you are able to unleash even stronger special combos.
Makes me
So
think of
that's kind of
Machinist
like
a
the
little bit.
basic flow.
Yeah, a little bit.
どちらかというと、ピュア DPS に近いです。結果。そうなります。
So, because of that, I think we lean towards that sort of pure melee DPS. Kind of resulted in that way.
侍の方がピュアではありますけど、侍と同等のピュアメレー DPS とは言わないですけど、ピュア寄りです。
なるほど。はい。
Of course, our samurai is definitely a pure melee DPS. So it's not quite as extreme as the
But with
samurai,
whatever that
I think
utility
it does
is.
skew towards that.
It's like
sort of
diet
melee,
pure
pure
DPS.
melee.
じゃあこちらも見ないと
Zero calories, pure DPS.
YouTube でチラッチラッ
まあ、わからないですね。
吉田見ないと分かんないんでチラッっていうコメントを見たので実機を見てみましょうか。
And I think I see a lot of comments in YouTube, I think, saying that, oh, but we won't understand unless you show it to us, please.
Yoshi-B.
Show us.
Come on.
Yoshi-B.
I mean, he wouldn't read that and then
allow us
not
to show it on
give us
the
a
game
demonstration.
screen.
Yeah.
That's just the
Look
kind
at
of
the
man
tiny
he is.
こち
Reaper.
らが
Look at the tiny Reaper. Oh my god.
So
あ、鎌
spoopy.
持ってる。Yeah. She has size.
Ninja with the hat and
ど
the
っかのプ
coat.
ロデューサー兼ディレクターがステージで来て社長と一緒に並んで写ってる写真でなんだこの会社って言われてた。
Oh, this reminds me of a certain outfit that a certain producer director of a game had worn at a certain event and stood next to our CEO and made people wonder what kind of
Yeah, that
game
music is
is
good.
this?
Music is good.
I'm ready.
ざっとゆっくりちょ
Am I
っと
crazy?
動かしますね。
Those abilities look like healing almost.
Just a rough overview and kind
A
of
few of them do.
take you.
Yeah, a few of them kind of have that vibe.
It's weird.
Or some kind of shield.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all in Japanese.
Yeah.
でこれ1個ねアビリティ
What's a buff or?
シナジのやつにかけま
That's
す
a big.
でなん
We
か
have applied the synergist.
If you get taller, it's hard to see what you're doing.
And applied a debuff.
You see how big the little Voidson was next to his tiny self?
Void Sen could eat the lava.
You just fit several Lalafells in there.
Backside.
Oh, the
Our
teleport
side
is
attack.
so
you can jump.
incredibly good.
I think we ran out of charge, sorry.
Or was it just because he's so small? That looked like it was in
Probably
the air.
because he's so small.
Yeah.
でこう殴っていくとまず、
Mhm.
さっきのソウルゲージが溜まりますね。
So as you can see, when you continue to hit the enemy, the soul gauge kind of fills up.
Then you bring out the big boy. It seems like there
that
might be a
build it.
little life steal or something, because
Yeah.
like there you can see like the extra orbs that almost like come
でア
off
バ
of,
ターを使って、
like there,
Yeah.
でこんな形でこう
or some kind of steal.
難しいの通訳挟むタイミング。
Sorry, it's kind of hard to jump in with the translations, but
Okay, so now I think that
でこれで
Shroud's
シュラウド
at
ゲージが
50. I think it's gonna work
ア
like
バターを
the
使えば使うほどシュラウドゲージが溜まると思って
Machinist
くださいね。
thing.
Yeah.
but again, just a reminder, once you attack using your avatar,
Yeah, if you
the
use it
shroud
below
gauge
max,
starts to
it'll
fill
be
up.
less time or something.
で、これですね。変身します。
And transform.
Get a little hood.
こんな感じ。
Mhm.
わ
Well,
That's
that's
cool.
cute.
これちゃんとね、皆さんのキャラがこのモードに一人一人なりますんで。
I wonder how that works.
But yeah, each of your characters
Oh, what,
will
behind the
take
scenes?
on its own
glam
form,
change.
or not its own form, but I'm
Mhm.
sorry.
Yeah.
It's going to take form, and it'll still be
Like,
your character.
They had on the AF. What if you have on something else? Does it still go into the hooded thing?
Yeah,
now,
probably.
Yeah, it seems like it would just
falls
be
Yes.
something that
into
would
the dark side.
apply over anything.
Mhm.
Yes, totally.
I didn't. Was there a timer? I didn't
これはい
notice
い
an
チューン
obvious
はい
timer.
Yeah.
They also turned off the
英語
HUD.
にしづらい。
It was a buff that dropped.
This is very,
Oh,
okay.
very,
Very, very emo.
Emo.
Did I hear that?
でちょっと移動アクションなんですけど、
はい
I'm surprised the timer's not part of the job HUD.
このポジションから向いている進行方向に対して
It could be
前
they
に
turned off the HUD.
移動するアクションと、
So
We
we
know
see
when
the-
we saw it was a buff icon that disappeared.
Yeah.
So as for a gap closer, there's a move where it'll allow for you to move towards like forward, and then there's a way to move kind of backwards.
でその
Okay,
位
so
置に
it
ですね
doesn't need a target then.
ゲ
Is
ート
what I'm
を開
hearing.
けておくことができる
Yeah.
ゲージが勝手に残るんですけど、
Like dancer.
これでこれゲートの
はい。
はい。
So basically, you'll be opening a gate
Mhm.
of sort, like a rift that you can go through, and it stays open for a certain amount of time.
で、ゲートが閉じる前であれば、戻ることができる。
なるほど。
So if you are able to move before the gate closes up,
I
you
always
can go
really
back
enjoy that
to,
kind of mobility in
whatever
classes where you
position
can sort of like place
started off
something, do
on.
something else, come back, use that as a. I like that kind of back and forth.
Mhm.
I don't know, logistical working through your positioning in space and how you can use it.
Yeah.
まあ僕今調整メインで
They were definitely like, yeah, so like uptime strats are a thing now. Okay, let's make this weird portal thing to move around.
アンチにあらかじめ
That's why Dragoon's getting two spine shatter
ギリギリまで
charges.
殴ってもみたいなことやってました。
なるほど。
Of course, right now we're just making adjustments to it, so it's not like this is a main job or anything. But you would a way to go about using this gate is to kind of leave it where it's in front of like an enemy of sorts, and then you close the gap towards them, hit them, and then go back.
じゃあどうしようかな。そうね。ミートブレイクスだけ違う。
There's that big buff again.
Oh. That ability where it did the huge.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's that 25-second buff down there too. Whoa.
Really quickly after
Oh
the
yeah, I see it.
avatar
わ
take over.
あ。
Interesting.
すごい。Yeah, it's very fast.
Yeah, and it looks like you can rush through that.
融合すると、
Yeah,
just
ち
spam.
ょっとプレイ速度
Yeah, it'll
変わ
either
る
be
の
for a
で
set time or with the use of
結構
abilities.
テクニカルで
Like
す
they
ね。
have like a charge, like a
今ま
time
での
charge
ようにそ
associated or
の
something.
Yeah.
なんだろう、単体技でゲージを
And
貯め
the
てっていう
buff
より
ability
は
that gives you half
ソ
the
ウルス
gauge
ライス
already.
とか
2 charges on it.
割とチャージアクション使って一気に50貯めて長めにこうソウルゲージを貯めてようやく呼び出してみたいな感じじゃなくて、どんどん切り替えていくことになるんで、プレイ感今までとかなり違います。
But with the tempo of these different actions that you have to do, it is quite fast. So it does require a lot of like technical aspect of it, and it's not necessarily.
I also
like a
really
single target
enjoy
all the time. Sometimes it's like
the
a
visuals
soul
of
slice, and adding some different abilities in there. It's not like
a little like
an endurance
soul
thing. Like
flame
you don't
thingy.
like build and build and build and build and unleash at one time, but it's quite fast. So I think the play style is quite different from what we had previous.
I like this more and more.
Any of the
I mean, every time we see it, I feel as though I'm
It
finding
really
something
feels
about
like
it.
Dragoon and Machinist had a baby. And then that baby had a void baby.
And then that baby got possessed by a
said, looking
demon.
at
That's basically
the
what
jobs,
happened.
This one included. The tempo does.
It's
feel
another
really
Tuesday, you
good,
know?
So I think it is quite interesting.
これはね、結構
I was already gonna try it because I'd already have the gear for it with Dragoon level,
Yeah.
but this is looking pretty cool.
Yeah, it
And
is.
so I think the more you get your hands on it and try it out, I think it's something that you can kind of master and try to make the most out of it, because it is quite fun.
But they do have positionals, or he's
なら
just
ないように
messing
行
around.
かなきゃいけないんで、
It wouldn't
Ah.
surprise me if they did.
だからまあ
Yeah.
もうまあ人気がきっと出るだろうなと思って、
Yeah, that's definitely him
もうちょ
moving
っ
for
と優
positional.
しめにしたかったんですけど、意外と
It's probably
いい
stuff
感じ
like
の難しさになったかな
Samurai, where it'll fill your gauge
まあ
more
練
if
習
you
し
hit
た
the
らしただけ
positional.
Yeah.
面白いかなとは思うんで。
But of course, you have to be mindful of like resource management and making sure that your gauges are up and you're going through this properly, managing it properly. And of course, with this being a new job, very flashy moves, we expect it to be very popular. And so we were torn about making it a little bit less challenging, so to speak. But I don't know, I think it's a good kind of difficult. And again, it's something that would be fun to kind of master. And the more you
YouTube
delve
is
deeper
screaming
into
for
it,
LB3 right
the more
now.
you can get out of it.
まあベースのコンボには方向指定がないんですけど、
はい、
アバターとやる技みたいな時は方向指定が存在するものもあります。なんかそこはどっちかというと味付けです。はい。
Of course, the base combo doesn't require any sort of directionals, but once you start involving your avatar, there will be. So be careful of that. But I think it's just, it adds flavor
That's
to
nice for a starter.
The different abilities that you're unleashing.
簡単じゃんって今度コメントがあるんだけど
I like that they said that they decided not to dumb it down too much.
なんだろう
Yeah, me
高速で
too.
回さなきゃいけない中
I
で
mean,
出てくるんで
It's the same thing. It's like these new jobs, they're like advanced jobs. They're more technical. Like, it's the same speech every expansion with whatever the new job is. It
We
is.
also
Go back
have
to
those
Heavensward.
people
They
saying,
said the
oh,
same
but
stuff.
it's an easy job in the comments, which is not true. You are going to be moving around the battlefield pretty quickly, and you're also trying to get through your rotations very quickly. So, and you also have to remember, okay, so I've used this skill, so where does it connect to next? So
Good, I don't want them
it's not
easy.
easy per se.
Yeah.
今ね YouTube でね LB3 を見せてくれるコメント
プロテストが始まってます。
Twitch もそうなんですけど残念ながらですね僕今日今使ってるこのメディアツアーのワールドはですねデバッグコマンドの LB3 フリーが使えないんですよ残念ながら。
I also see comments saying that, oh, we want to see Limit Break 3, but I'm afraid this is, in this world that we created for the media tour, we don't have the debug command to unleash the LB3, or we don't have the debug command LB3 free, so sorry, I'm not able to show it
That
to you.
sounds like an excuse you should pay.
もうすでに公開している
Yeah.
ベンチマークトレーラーの最後にゼノスが使ってるなんかすごいやつがリーパーの LB3 です。
ああ、なるほど。
はい。
But that being said, you may have seen the benchmark trailer, but when you see Xenos at the end, and he does this really flashy move, that is the Reaper's LB3.
なのであれをご覧いただくと
Xenos is so broken. I didn't see him in a party with anybody else.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have any friends.
He's got
So I
the
think that would be
debug
the
command.
Because
reference
no one
if you wanna
likes
see
him.
what the Reaper's LB3 looks like.
はい。ではちょっとこれでまあリーパー終わりにしようと思うんですけど、
はい。
まあ
Yeah.
2時間になるんで、
Hey,
そうなんです。
That's
thanks for
right, it is
Dad.
RPR.
はい。なので、
Yes.
ここら
Thank
で
you for the
一
raid.
旦ちょっと手短に10分ぐらい、10分休憩ぐらいを。
What's
everybody thinking about the
で休憩明
news?
けたら残
The
りの
job
遠隔
changes. How you
はいはい
feeling?
シリーズの DPS
I
と
love that shirt and I need
4
it.
時間どころじゃねえな。
おかしいな。数字で
Sorry,
言いますと
JP only and
当
JP
初思
size
って
is
た今
only.
40分ぐらい
押して
押してます。
I can fit in a JP shirt. What are you talking about?
So,
I would hope so.
We have actually clocked in about 2 hours now, and we haven't gotten through all the. Well, we've gotten through the
Okay.
melee
Okay.
DPS,
Okay.
but I think we would like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll jump back into the remaining DPS. Yeah, we're on about a 40-minute delay at this point, so I think we
Fine,
want to take
okay.
a quick break.
Fine.
How are they
です
on
の
a
で、
40-minute
10分間
delay?
休憩取りたいと
How
思います。
quick were they planning on
予
going
定
through
外
this
の
stuff?
マジ休憩
Yeah,
なの
holy
で、
cow.
特にございません。
Wow.
本当の休憩でございます。
Okay.
I mean,
So
it's
now
been 2
we want
hours.
to have a 10 minutes break.
It doesn't feel like 2
It's
hours because we're just like
no
eating this
video
shit up.
to show you
I know.
right, this break.
Every
So,
single thing.
10分後にお会いしましょう。では、Let's see you again in 10
What do we
minutes.
do with our hands?
Oh,
Yeah. Oh yeah, the balancing. That's what we do with the hands. That's right. Become a cat.
You just move them so fast you can't see your fingers because that's how excited you are.
I mean,
How
I
are
got, I
you
got,
all
a, I got a
feeling?
fancy camera. I got that 60 FPS.
Oh, look
oh
at that.
wow, so smooth. How are you all feeling right now?
Really good.
What do you think?
I'm not that
pretty
cool.
good.
I have weird hands.
I think
You're almost
Reaper
there, yeah.
is pulling me in more and more. A
Yeah.
lot
Reaper,
of it
yeah.
makes me think it's like they took like elements from Machinist and elements from Dragoon, and like if they were gonna sell me, like that's how they would do it, like you know. So like that's cool. Dragoon's looking good. Samurai adjustments are good. You know, it's one of those things, right? They're talking about everything's just like an evolution of what we have now. And I think that that's fine, right? Because you don't want to like get some crazy hot bar button bloat. In fact, they're taking steps to try and reduce that with some of the Gunbreaker changes. So that's nice to see. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with everything that I've seen so far.
Agreed. Reaper is really surprising me. I think I was not, like I said, it just seems as though every single time we see it, there's something more I wasn't expecting. And this whole portal element to it was not something that we'd seen in anything else.
Not at all.
You
And
know, so to
it's-
suddenly see this like unique mobility for the class, I'm sitting here going, oh, whoa, and that, and that.
I don't know that I would say it's unique mobility. I think it's got a different wrapper on it. I mean, you think, Samurai's got dashes forward and back. Red Mage can do that too. Bard had the jump
in
back.
this
Dragoon
case,
had the jump
it's
forward.
Pretty unique. The closest
think
it
it's pretty
is like Black Mage, where they
Yeah.
put down a thing
Yeah.
and they
And then-
can get to
Okay.
it. But Black Mage doesn't really have the thing where they can go, I'm going over here now, unless there's a person over there.
See,
Yeah.
the difference is you pick the spot you go back to.
Yeah,
So you
and
can do a
that's
mechanic,
the
run
big
in a
difference
circle,
with
and
it,
then come
because
back.
when I'm thinking of it, I think like I'm gonna do it in a line,
Right.
right? It's I think Red Mage. I'm gonna jump forward, do some stuff, an AOE or something will happen. I'll jump back out. That's what my brain is thinking, and realistically, that's probably what most use cases are going to be. But
But you can use it in so many clever ways. That's the thing. I mean, even in some other
I'm
MMOs
just not
that I've been
creative,
playing
I guess.
recently. Well, it's no. Let me explain, because I do think that in the case of 14, we don't have a lot of mobilities like that because things are more scripted. Things are, like you said, get out of the AOE, come in. We don't have things like dodge rolls. We don't have all of those kinds of like spontaneous, quick little things they're kind of situational. So this is the first time that I think we've really had something that can let you think in this kind of roundabout, connect the dots way as far as mobility goes. And I've seen people use stuff like this so cleverly.
Yes.
Like when you think about what black mages are even able to do just returning to their ley lines, let alone when you're thinking, okay, so if I put this here and it's by this enemy and then I polish off this one and then I jump back and then I hit this and then I go over there, like you can create this web of movement around the arena. And now, I mean, how much you do that, whereas, you know, you're going to be trying to unleash whatever attacks or build up whatever things elsewhere, we'll see, but I think the potential is huge for that to have not seen it until now.
And there's a mention in chat. It can, and you don't have to worry about knockbacks probably while you're moving to your portal. Like this sort of thing is why warlocks are so utilized in WoW. I mean, if your party could go through it, it would be even better.
I don't know. With server ticks and stuff, I foresee a lot of people using these and getting killed and thinking they're safe.
Sure, but think of the good players, not the bad ones.
But think about the good players.
Wow.
Think of the maximizing, right?
I mean.
Yeah. No.
So you're like, I know. In 5 seconds I need to be over here, but right now I have to attack this thing over here.
Yes.
So I'm gonna go over there, drop the thing, go over to where I need to be, kill this thing, hit the button, and be where I need to be for when the mechanic goes off.
Yeah.
It reminds me very much of the second part of 12. I can't even remember what it's called now, but you have to stand in a specific spot, and it remembers the spot you're in, and it puts you back at that spot.
Mm-hmm. Think about ice.
Yes.
Think about just ice. Like put the portal down, slide the wrong way, and then teleport back.
It doesn't freaking matter where you are.
No.
You're just like, I'm here now.
Yeah, like
that's
you can really use it. And,
that was a huge thing for me.
We're not gonna know until we start raiding with this exactly what we can use it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And I'm also really curious to see more about that buff for your party mates and what kind of utility this has. And I mean, Reaper aside, I think a lot of the other classes just little quality of life things that they've addressed with all of them.
Yeah.
So nice. Even on those ones, I mean, Warrior Sam, that I don't think had any major overhauls, you can tell that they at least paid attention to those little hiccups that people were kind of like, oh, please, can we just not have this be a thing?
Yeah, like the AoE buff thing, like that was a really nice change. Yeah. That's going to make Samurai so much better in dungeons.
I was trying to find the teleport to see the time on it, because if it's like 10 seconds that you could leave that there, that's insane.
It's wild.
Right?
I mean,
also, Angry Botness is...
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Angry Botness is my favorite way to refer to Reaper.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the lore for it. If you go onto the site, it's basically botanists that became angry, and
pretty much.
And now we have that. That's how the male Viera were introduced into the world. They were botanists, and they got pissed off, and now here we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what people do with it. I think it'll be interesting once people get their hands on it, and
yeah,
you know, it could also be one of those things that once people get their hands on it, the dev team will look at it and go, oh shit.
Absolutely
No.
Relativity. Relativity was the thing I'm talking about. You stand in the spot, it remembers where you are.
Yeah.
You go to a different spot, and it snaps you back there at a certain time. I think that's going to be amazing. Yeah. I'm jealous.
I think it'll be really interesting.
I love dancer dashes, but I'm jealous of that. That's pretty freaking
It'll be
cool.
one of those things, I think, that like things like, you know, elusive jump, spine shader dive, all the other, you know, jump backs and forwards, right? It's gonna be a thing where when you know
forwards
a
and
fight,
backs.
you know the tempo of the fight, and you got that rotation on lock, is gonna be fantastic.
It's 8 seconds too. It's a whole 8 seconds.
That's just enough to like get out of a mechanic or something, and yeah, that's a good time.
The one that we haven't talked about yet that I think was pretty massive as well is Monk.
Yes.
Monk. That's a new job. I'm, as a bard, going from 2.0 to 3.0 to 4.0, I do not envy them. And also a summoner had a lot of changes. I do not envy them having to relearn an entire new job. However, it looks like it could be really good.
I mean, aren't monks used to that by now?
No.
No.
Okay.
Well,
I mean,
yeah. I mean, they've had some upheavals recently, but I don't know. Compared to something like Bard, is it maybe as drastic? I don't know.
We'll find
Over the
out.
entire course of the game.
I love that the characterization of Monk now fits so well in line with Ninja and Samurai.
Sure.
Like job identity and like the visual identity is really when you get down to it, that's the job. It's just the identity of it, because everybody will have a gap closer, everybody will have this type of ability, whatever. It's really the identity, the way that they the colorfulness of that job. And I think to have all those Far Eastern jobs now kind of be kind of in the same kind of group with the way that they work mechanically with the job gauge stuff, I think that was an interesting
Monk
choice.
doesn't really count as a Far Eastern job, though.
Well,
It's
you
more
know what I
Yeah.
mean, though.
yeah, it's stylized kind of like it.
I'm just
It's
saying.
funny.
What were the poster jobs for Stormblood?
Yeah.
Samurai and Monk.
But Monk was in Alamigo, which technically is not the Far East.
It's like
and
Near
it,
East.
Near
But
East.
it's still East.
It is.
I mean,
it is.
yeah,
It's Eastern, definitely.
But
I mean, Also,
Talking
still Eorzea proper.
Yeah,
as
talking
opposed
about
to
And I mean,
Hingashi.
the cultural influences as well of the region are distinctively different than
Sure.
I'm still sticking with what I said.
It's fine. No, I mean you're
their
not.
gear looks Eastern, certain.
In
Yes.
the real world, definitely. Perhaps in this world, not so much. In Eorzea.
Okay.
All of that to say, aside from even just the idea of like Eastern theming, I think more so the specific thing is the idea of very physical fighters, right? So martial artists, those people in that play style where like you are literally the weapon, right? You're getting in close, you're quick, you're dexterous. So
Is this
to
new?
have something that feels,
What
I think
new?
this is
No.
a new song. Wait,
No, this
it's a
is
different
weapon.
cover. Oh. But to have a play style that I think is active, dynamic, and that in and of itself makes you feel like you are lining up things like in a fighting game, or there's a reason that those kinds of martial arts have paired so well
I
with
didn't even think
fighting
of it
game
that way.
combos.
Yeah.
Up, down, down, forward, circle.
So when you Blitz from 6 was literally fighting game motions. One of them was Rising Phoenix, that Phoenix attack that we saw.
Yeah.
One of them was Bum Rush or Phantom Rush, which is the multiple attack one, and one of them was Aura Cannon or Forbidden or Elixir Field.
What if?
Like those are the 3 we saw, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if they include suplex? Won't that be hilarious?
Yeah. If only.
It would
Only if
be.
we're fighting trains.
Yeah.
We already fought a couple.
Just a whole train.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we know there's like a train station in one of the dungeons.
That's true.
Just give us a train boss.
Here we go. We back.
Ah.
はい、戻りました。
第66回ファイナルファンタジー
Thank you.
Rook is like sneezing on cue. I think she's allergic to coming back from breaks.
I am.
Final Fantasy 14 letter from the producer live number 66. We are now explaining the job changes. はい。
Healer or range DPS?
続いてまいりましょうか。
行きましょうか。続いては
Range physical, okay.
That bard
Okay.
picture, they look so
Okay.
concerned.
Yeah, they do.
What is happening?
So our physical range.
That's like the
DPS
eye
But
you're
I'm a
taking my
bard.
picture face.
Very short banner
そうで
there.
すね。はい。
Sure is.
じゃあまず共通点からなんですけど、まあ遠隔物理の共通点としてはさっきお話しした
The
We're
same
gonna
one,
give you
yeah.
one more weapon
精度を上げてるん
damage.
でというお話。
That was lots of room
Yeah.
for that. Okay.
And so for the physical range DPS, and this goes across all of the jobs within this role, the parity between the physical and magical damage attributes of weapons will be at the same, and then yeah, it's just similarly to what we had explained about how we're bolstering the physical damage calculation numbers.
I love that machinist artwork, but it's also my
で、まあ
least
そ
favorite
れぞれ
AF.
がオーソドックスに進化している感じなので、まあこの後説明してい
I
き
can
ま
see
す。
that, yeah.
And each job is just, they have been updated accordingly in a fairly orthodox manner. So we'll just jump into it, each individual
Get to the
ones.
deets.
That's fine with me.
で、共通しているポイントとしてもう一個あってダメージ軽減系の、バフですね。パーティーバフは3ジョブともリキャストが90秒になってます。
But there's one additional point that applies across the physical range DPS jobs is that any sort of buffs that mitigate damage, the recast timer has been adjusted to 90 seconds.
So, では銀融詩人から行きましょう。
Outlier, okay.
Okay, so jumping right into
Yeah, what was
Bard.
it before? It's a good question.
Thank all the gods. Thank
Yeah.
all the gods. The 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
追加しております。
Nice.
Says each of the 3 songs will make available a new action that applies a party-wide enhancement.
So you can do
2
2
による
enhancements
ね
per
支
song?
援を結構リクエストされる機会が多
Maybe
かったので、
maybe there's a passive
既
and
存
a
3つの選択アクションから派生して効果
Yeah,
内容
because they already give
さら
one.
に上昇していく
But this makes it
パーティー
sound
が
like you
追加します
purposefully pushed this one.
Yeah.
So of course, there has been a lot of feedback and requests
You don't say.
for more
Using the
abilities
mechanics
that
of the
would
class or
allow
something.
for like support using songs. And so we wanted to take the existing 3 songs that the Bard has in its kit and kind of add a sort of party buff and something that would enhance its effect.
で、
The
まあ Apex
defense
から発生
mitigation
する
stuff were
新アクションが
120.
追加されてたり
Before.
します。
So they're going from 120
Okay.
to 90.
And then a
Nice.
new action will be available upon execution of
Cool.
Apex Arrow.
Okay.
旅心のメヌエットとかバトル
So
ボイス
Apex Arrow
が
is still
ジャスト
useless, but it
120
gets
秒
you
合わ
something
せに
good.
なるなど、細かく調整が行われています。
Presumably.
And then other adjustments include Wanderer's Minuet and Battle Voice recast timers have been adjusted to match 120 seconds, and other various adjustments have been made.
あちょっと待って
I
I
don't
wanted
like
to
that.
talk about that
It's faster
additional
now.
thing that we saw. I mean, we saw something additional on the gauge that it seemed, unless that's just what they're talking about with the
Oh,
I think
the
that's
button.
the
additional
3
party.
songs. Yeah.
Battle Voice was already a pain in the ass to match up with stuff. I'm not sure that adjustment helped.
Oh, it went from 180, which is like at 360s to 120. So just 2.
まあ詩人はそんな
Each
と
song
こ
is 30
ろで
seconds.
はい
Well,
Huh?
you do each song is you do 30 second, 30 second, and then like 20
って言われてる
seconds.
飛行士なんですが
No, I'm talking about Battle
はい
Voice.
飛行士に
I know,
行き
but
たいと思います
if you wanted to use Battle
And
Voice
next
with
up
a certain
is,
song
I'm
every
seeing
time,
comments
that doesn't
that,
help.
oh, Machinist, there's really not much you can change
Well, yeah.
with the Machinist.
It's gonna be
but
every
we'll
other
talk about the
or every
Machinist
third.
anyway.
Yeah.
まあ一つ目機械を用いる写真アクション回転のこぎりが追加されてます。
強そう。
Watch out,
So the
trees.
first one,
We're
a
coming
new
for ya.
mechanically themed action called Chainsaw will be added.
であとはですね動画にもありましたオートマトンクイーンに新しい攻撃アクションが追加されてます。
And then this was featured in the video as well, but a new action will be added for the Automaton Queen.
Same treatment as Frey.
そうですね他だと整備が、2チャージのアクションになってます。
But what about the shotgun? What was the
And then
shotgun?
in other changes, Reassemble is now going to be chargeable up to 2 charges.
Ooh.
でこちらはですね管理が必要なので
I love that.
溢れないように、
Hello,
適時
opener.
使っていただく必要が出てきます。
And of course, with this ability being charged, you don't want to waste once it's charged up. So please make sure that you are kind of strategically placing it and allowing to build up as needed.
God, Machinist opener is just gonna punch so hard now.
少ないホットバーで
I love that.
快適にっていうところは、
Now?
変わらない形にしてあります。
Well, now you get 2 crits.
And then the rest of the adjustments are primarily just new actions being added. We have not changed the concept of trying to keep the number of abilities that are assigned to your hotbar and still play comfortably.
はい、機構士も
Wonder if they just
以上と
upgraded the machine gun with the shotgun then.
So that's it
Yeah,
for the
probably.
machinists.
続いて
That
は
was a little
ポイント
bigger.
ですが、
Mhm.
Only a little.
こちらどうぞ。
Next up is the dancer.
ウェポンスキルで、付与されるリバースカスケードス
Okay.
テップとかのバフがですね単体と範囲で共有化されるようになります。
weapon skill effects such as Flourishing
Okay.
Cascade will now be shared across single target and AoE skills.
他にはですね、どうぞ。まあ、この辺のテクニカルフィニッシュ、インプロとかですね、攻めの単語からさらに派生するアクションっていうのが今回追加されてます。
We did see that one. Oh man, the bird was so good. Whether it's Phoenix specifically or something else, it would be amazing if it was just some sort of magical peacock. I'd be very into it.
I mean, that's what feathers are, right?
Magical peacock.
Magical
So of
peacock.
course, with the dancer, it does allow for different buffs to be applied, or they allow for applying different buffs to your party members, and so
Do I get to pick?
we kind of kept that direction with the update here.
まあ、単体とさっきお話したようにね、単体と範囲で面倒だったプロックの、管理を統一してあります。
And then, as mentioned earlier, the different pucks that are applied sometimes, and it was rather a hassle because you had to differentiate between like single target versus AoE, and some of the pucks that had to be managed between those was made or is going to be made simpler.
でですね、快適性をね、今回向上させるために、まあ、単体アクションのみ、ダンスのステップアクションにこう切り替わってたんですけど、ダンスモードに入ると、今回範囲攻撃も同様に、ステップアクションに置き換わるようになってるので、ホットバーを切り替えね、範囲と、単体で分けてた人は範囲側でもそれができるようになるので、かなり楽になるんじゃないかなと思います。はい。
And so, because we tried to make things a bit more smoother in terms of like executing your different rotations. Previously, whenever you were doing a single target attack and your hotbar switched to the different step actions, and you'd have to switch over because AoE does not have that kind of simplicity. We actually updated it so that you don't have to worry about it with the AoE attacks. It's in a similar system where it'll switch into that sort of dance step action mode where the buttons will be replaced by the necessary next steps. So I think before, if you had sort of had to manage like two separate hotbars for single targets versus AoE attacks, I think it makes things a lot more simpler.
I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you have to have an AoE hotbar and a single target hotbar, you're doing it wrong.
っていうのがあるんですけど、まあ踊り子本人だけ今回から、確率で蓄積じゃなくて、本人だけ確定で蓄積するようになっております。はい。
And then, of course, there's a spirit, which is applied sometimes when a dance is successful, and it's applied. Sometimes it's applied to yourself at random, but we've changed it just for the dancer themselves. It's going to a spirit is going to build. It'll be guaranteed to build.
So that's when you crit, right?
Or whoever you're partnered with.
Right. So I think it's every time you crit now. There's not a chance on crit for you. There's still a chance on the partner.
Okay.
That's what it sounded like.
That makes more sense than what I got out of it.
People were talking about with the bard, doesn't seem to take any sort of effects on the cell. I'm afraid we are still making adjustments still, so I can't confirm or deny on that point.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry.
So
for the weapon skill affecting effects.
Some people are commenting that, oh, maybe we can negotiate by commenting on here. I think it's a little too late for that. That's not what we base our decisions on.
The first thing that said about Flourishing Cascade being shared across single target and AoE, what I thought they were saying was when you hit, for example, the first one, you get the second one, sometimes the third one. maybe when you hit the first one, you'll get second one, sometimes third one for single target and AoE.
Yeah.
All four of them have the possibility to light up, which would be nice because sometimes when you click
And
between
I do see
AoE and single
people
target,
are
you
commenting
lose
on,
one or the
why is it
other.
just barred?
Your
Why?
procs go away.
It's not fair, but I mean, this affects the damage that is being dealt, and we do need to look at it from a balance perspective. We also made adjustments to the dancer too, where some of the damage has been sort of adjusted as well.
Tell me more.
I think he means downward.
Don't say that.
Because he was saying that Bard doesn't get their own buffs because it could be out of control. So
遠隔
that's
魔法
why.
DPS ですね。
It's like,
こちら
just like real life. If a bard's singing a song, the bard has heard that song so many times. For everybody else, it's new.
アドルにも、さっき
They didn't even get their own battle voice. It's real dumb.
Oh, there's your Adel.
Yep, Adel has a little bit of physical as well. Just to cover you. Okay.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
減少効果を少しだけ、入れることにしました。
So with magical ranged DPS, of course there is the major change would be to Adel, kind of similar to what we've done with Feint, where it adds just a little bit of magic damage mitigation or reduction. With Adel, it'll allow for just a little bit, but some reduction of damage in physical attack.
さあでは各ジョブの話に移っていこうと思います。はい。まず黒魔導士です。
So going into the individual
Oh, that's a
jobs,
lot of
first
space
is
there.
the Black Mage.
まず一番でかい変更点がですね、エノキアンが特性に変わりました。
No more juggling Enochian.
No more yelling about your Eno-chan.
が
Yeah.
付与されれば自動的に
Eno-chan,
エノ
no!
キアンも発動するようになってます。
So I think one of the most major changes is that Enochian will be a trait that is automatically applied
We
while under the
we
effect of
used to raid with
fire
someone.
or umbral
Lovely
ice.
soul, lovely soul. This is not meant in a disparaging way, but every time something happened, we would just hear them on comms. My Eno-chan!
プレイヤーの間のこう軽くさを
It's just ingrained in my soul.
そうそうそうしました。はい。
And this was
Yeah, I bet
actually a
it was
very
a hard
hard
decision.
Or like it did require a lot of thinking, because while it was it was causing a disparity with the player's skill. So we decided that we were going to make the update.
Bring that skill floor up.
で特定の状況で続いてですけど、アストラルファイヤーとアンブラルブリザードを
Which I
切
guess
り替え
that's
る
alright.
まあとさらに
Yeah.
Black
特
mages
定の条
can be very
件
hard.
がある中で、
That's
アストラルファイヤーとアンブラ
why
ルブリザードを
when they got the fire and
切り替える
ice,
と
when they swap
発動でき
from
る
fire to ice, they get that extra thing.
Make new actions available.
They get a whole George R.R. Martin spell to use.
追加されてます
Oh, you.
And under certain conditions, swapping between astral fire and umbral ice will make new actions available. One of which is a fairly cool looking. It looks
We
like a
saw that.
combination of fire and ice kind of a spell.
That explains why it came up so
黒魔導士
often.
はやっぱり
Yeah.
侍同様にピュア DPS としてまあ戦闘進化してます。蘇生も持ってません。
はい。
はい。
And with the Black Mage, of course, kind of like the Samurai, we wanted to kind of evolve it as a pure DPS. Of course, no raise capabilities.
It's okay. It's okay.
でやっぱりさっきお話ししたように、
I'll still keep paying that tax, that's fine.
格差がちょっとね広がりやすかったのでエノキアンを特性化してます。
And of course, going back to Enochian, it was quite hard to grasp for certain players, especially those who are unfamiliar with
Certain
the
players.
different
Certain
Black
players.
Mage actions. And it did cause a disparity between the damage dealt. So we have decided to change Enochian to be a trait.
他にはですね、
Who's gonna be the first YouTuber to take the video and then overlap like Game of Thrones books onto the fire and ice spells?
を伸ばしてあるので、ちょっと折り返しでやらなきゃいけないこと今回増えてる
Oh,
の
it's already
で、
done.
その分サンダーブロックの継続時間を伸ばしたりしてます。
Not really.
この辺お手
I was gonna say, damn. Props to
It's like, oh,
whoever.
there it goes.
お試しくだ
If
さ
I
い。
wasn't doing this, man, I'd be on it.
And then the proc that is applied whenever for Fire 3 or I'm sorry, Fire 4? Sorry, Fire guys, Fire 4, sorry. And Thunder. And the proc that is applied whenever those are in effect has been extended because it helps with the rotations and there are more things that you need to be doing in your different like skill sets and going back and forth and some of the repeated steps that need to be done has kind of increased. So I think it helps with if these procs are on a bit longer so that there's room to kind of make use of that.
あとはですね、ファイラとブリザラどうなったんだろうっていうコメント見ましたけど、ファイラとブリザラはですね、上位の魔法が登場してですね、範囲焼きのローテーションが変わります。はい。
And then Fire 2 and Blizzard 2 is going to have like a one step higher to that so that your AoE rotation will change.
ついに魚が登場するのかって言われてますけど。
Are we going to have a 4 or 5?
そう日本語名だとね、英語とかはね、4、5とかなんですけど、
He's about to talk about how we don't have Blizzaga.
日本語だとね、どうするんだろう。これ実はですね、FF 委員会で議論をしました、ね。どうしよう。
So you gotta understand with the Japanese names, and you may be familiar with this, like Fai-a turns into Fai-ra, Fai-da, or Fai-ga, and then we have different tiers and different suffixes that we put in the Japanese language. And once you get to a certain point, you have to start making up some of these suffixes, and we had to bring it up to the Final Fantasy brand committee and make sure that they're kosher with it, and we had to like debate about this.
だって魔法の系統を増やすってだって FF の歴史上結構重要なわけですよ。で結果、現委員長の北さんが、そこまで行くの14ぐらいだから、もう吉田さんが思い切って作っていいよって言われて、
マジか。
And you know, because the franchise is we have a long running history, and having that sort of additional tiers to these magic spells is actually a big deal because it's kind of breaking history. But the current sort of brand executive, Mr. Kitase, was very kind to say, well, the only people who go a higher tier beyond what was already established is 14. So, Mr. Yoshida, I will trust it. I will trust your judgment to come up with a nice suffix. Nice.
The spells will hereby in English be Fire 1, Fire 2, Fire 3, Fire 4.
Yeah. I wish. I want to know what it is. Is it Farada?
Fyra, Fyraga, Fyra
That made me
Jaw, I
scared
think they've had.
It just freaked me out at the.
I wish we had those in English,
on the
honestly.
side. So I went with
Hi, Fyra. Okay.
Oh, fancy.
Just like a high elixir and things like that. That makes sense.
今回じゃなくていいやと思って、ちょっと読みました。
And I mean, one of these days, yes, we will eventually have to expand further out in our tiers, and we will have to come up with a nice sort of suffix to add on to there.
These suffixes will be like the digits of pi, like just going up.
My goodness.
見損なったぞ吉田とかね、そのひよってんなとか結構コメントあるんですよ。いいですか？でも僕がね、
We're coming up on the home stretch though. Healers.
Soon.
No, we still got 2 casters to go.
Oh gosh, you're right. I thought we had 1 caster left.
Summoner is gonna take a while.
Summoner's gonna take a while.
Technically, we're probably a little bit more than half.
Yeah.
Probably. Let me, to be fair, like if we add like say a gyo suffix and like it's by gyo, anything that's like a tier 4 or tier 5 magic is going to be like Kiragyo, you know?
Yeah, you set the precedent. You know.
まあなんでまあ今回はちょっと、私
Just keep adding numbers.
考えまして、
なるほど。
そこに
I mean, that's
Tier
what they do for us.
12. That's true.
So after much thought, we have decided to settle on that.
あとはまあまあちょっと話を黒魔導士に戻すと激
There's
戦
like a
魔が
whole new audience
あ
of
の
people that are
ニ
going to
スパ
get pissed of the number spells now.
Yep.
There's like a whole new generation of just like,
で30秒
why did they
チャ
do
ージするんで
this?
これも結構腕に差が出てくるかな使いどころって感じです、はい
Move on. Move on.
And I'm sorry, there's another charge action for Black Mage that has been added. Another charge has been added to that stack.
To what?
ゴレンマは一応言ってみたんだけど、却下
Okay.
And then there was comments about, well, what about an additional like a multiple casts, like a
I want a snack. You guys want a
5
snack?
consecutive casts, and I proposed the idea, but it was rejected.
まあでも黒はタイムラインに合わせていく面白さが一番面白いところだと思ってるので、そこはそのまま残した感じです。一緒に苦労していきましょう。
But with sorry, going back to what Yoshida-san said about Gekisima, that's sharp cast. Sorry, sharp cast has an additional charge now with the update.
Sharp cast.
But in any case, with Black Mage, it is trying to match your different spells according to the timeline of
I
the
keep
battle.
wondering when they're
So,
going to do something
that
to really
challenge still
shake
remains.
up Black
I think
Mage.
it's still,
Not that I think they need to,
sort
but
of
just
lives
some
up to
kind of
that.
ability that
さあでは
breaks
続い
the
ての
mold, you know?
仲間同士に行こうかなと思います。はい。
They don't want to make
Next
it too
item is
complicated
the
because it's a
red
pure DPS.
yeah.
仲間同士
forgot about this bingo
は
card.
です
I
ね。
think we
Me
got.
too,
I think
totally
we got.
forgot.
I think we got the Black Mage one.
派生する新アクション
Yeah, most likely.
動画で見ていただいてるんですね。はい。
Yeah.
First one
Makes
is
sense.
a new action will be available.
Black Mage gets a new
on
spell that does lots of
Squish.
damage.
Scorch.
Bingo.
I think you've noticed that in the video.
であとですね、次のバルフレア、バルフォーリー、
おー
範囲攻撃に変更してあります。
Hello.
なので範囲ローテーシ
That's
ョン
really
が
good.
発動できると。
Bravo!
はい。
That's fantastic.
And
Interesting.
then the second point is
AoE
on
Red
Flare,
Mage sucked.
your holy
Yeah,
escort
it
will
kinda
change
does.
to
It was
AoEs,
bad.
available
much
as part
nicer.
of
Yeah.
AoE
Do we still get it with the
rotations.
single targets though?
I think maybe there might be a different one. I don't
で
know.
あとはですね、
Defensive party-wide enhancement will be added.
結構パーティー用
Okay,
で
okay, okay, but what
結
is
構強いな
it?
と思って
Like
たんですけど、これが入って割とね、
Range DPS
サポート側に
mitigation?
より
Yeah,
イメ
most
ージ
likely
がシフトしてる感じです。
to go with
And then the third
embolden.
point is a
Oh,
defensive
yeah, Phalanx.
party-wide enhancement
Yeah,
will be
Phalanx
added,
definitely.
which I think is pretty powerful. So you can also help out in a support sort of way.
その名もアマジック。
I like the idea of them getting a little more utility besides just that res. We've talked about how that in and of itself doesn't really like carry the class in a utility
Yeah.
capacity,
Sure.
you know?
Yeah.
まあ
It's good, don't get me wrong, but it's more situational.
Especially since they won't buff up their
バ
damage
じゃない
enough.
バマジック。ごめんね。
Well, they're paying the utility tax.
あ
Yeah.
The more utility you
it.
have, the less damage.
They're paying it too hard, poor little red mages.
Magic barrier.
英語マジックバリアか。
Oops. We were expecting something like burn magic or something like that.
ですね、赤間同士細
You
か
can
く
tell
いろ
that
い
they're
ろ調
getting
整
a
され
little
てます。
tired.
新魔法の追加はもちろんなんですけど、
I think everybody's a little tired at this point, but we all hanging in there, riding the hype.
ブラックマナー、ホワイトマナーの消費量が減ってます今回。
So with the red mage, there are a lot of granular changes that have updates that have been made.
Trying to figure out why they
Of
picked
course,
this song.
we have added new spells, but we have also
Lightning?
adjusted the weapon skills and the different sort of the magic sword, the black mana and the white mana depletion amount has been reduced.
Versatility,
マ
that's
ナフィ
good.
ケーションを使ったら、もうそのマナフィケーション1回分で、フルコンボまでいけるようになってるので、開幕のバーストはかなり速くなりました。はい。
And then with manification, you are able to do like one combo with it. So the burst that you can have at the start of a battle definitely is quicker.
Cool.
ただまあそのままだと魔法剣の回数が上がりすぎて、それはそれでキャスターっぽくなくなっちゃうので、各、魔法を使った時のホワイトマナとブラックマナの増加量っていうのを下げることによって、全体の頻度は変わらないようにしてます。
But that being said, if it's done as is, of course, the spell blade frequency becomes a lot. So we made it so that we adjusted the white mana and the black mana, like the increase of those two different manas.
で、なのでまあ魔法剣の頻度が上がりすぎるっていうことは、
They're slowing down mana
ただマナフィケーションを
gain
使うと
and
一気
making
に増える
manifications
し
better.
まあ溢れさせることもない
Yes,
と
seems
思う
like
ので、
good
そんな
summary.
感じで、 はい。
So hopefully this doesn't make it so that the spell blade frequency goes like way too much. But still with the manification, we do have the mana kind of filling up, and you should hopefully not waste the mana that is accumulated.
でですね、ステージによって
Tell us about
扱い
those
づらい
thingies
と
at
いう
the
のと、まあ
bottom.
フィー
What
ド
are
バ
those
ック
three
も多数あ
thingies?
ったの
What that
で、
thing is.
ようやくかって言われるとは思ってるんですけど、でプラスマンとアンガジマンの威力が同じになったので、移動に必要かそうじゃないかで使い分けてください。
なるほど。
はい。
And then, of course, there was quite a lot of feedback about this and mention about how it's difficult to use at times. So the placement as well as
Engagement.
engagement. The potency of these two will become the same.
他にはエンボルデンのリキャは、120秒で、マナフィケーション120秒っていう感じ。
That's the fake backflip instead of the real backflip.
エンボルデン書いてない。
It used to be less deep damage, so.
And embolden recast timer is 1.
So now you can kind of pick and choose when you want to do the real backflip or not.
So embolden should not have been changed.
コメントでね。
Wait, one of them is 110? Is that what they said?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. That was a choice.
It's 110 right now
About,
because it lasts for 10 seconds and it's very strict.
And engagement, swapping between and choosing the proper one. Well, if you are particular about the placement, just use the placement then.
Your camera and you can look behind the cave.
So that covers the red mage.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Are you sitting down? Oh, that's a lot of room.
Yeah, it's a lot of room.
This baby can hold a lot of text in her.
I'm excited. This looks so good.
Yeah, basically.
もうほぼ新ジョブだとすいません思っていただければと思います。
But again, yeah, if you could.
It needed to, though. It needed to.
We'll
it's
see.
quite a lot, so I think you can consider this a new job almost.
Oh my
ま
gosh.
ずはという
You're
ジ
back.
ョブのメカニクスを大幅にリニューアルしております。
Tell me.
Of course, so that being said, significant changes
Listen to that
to
music.
job mechanics
Yeah.
has been made.
Gosh.
さらにですね、
All dots have been
全部
removed.
なくなりました。
I mean, good. Honestly, I never thought the dots actually worked with like the theme of Summoner. I never thought they did.
Hey,
But
you know
this
that
will
one thing your
rather
job is
change
known
it.
for? It's gone.
But it shouldn't have been known for that though. It just didn't make sense that this
Wow.
Like that it was
Since
such a
Realm
dot
Reborn,
class.
A lot of people were saying
when
this
it
is
was
not
supposed to be a
summoner, it's just
summoning and
a dot
invoking
placer.
class. Like
And so we've removed
Yeah, they just said that too.
Wow.
Wow.
そしてですね。
See, now you cue the background.
イフリーガルーダ、タイタンを召喚可能になってい
Wow.
ま
I
す。
just
はい。
Next
If I
is
hadn't
able to
already
summon
seen-
Aetheryte, Garuda, and Titan, and not just
them
Aegis.
summon the like full
ただこれで
summons.
すね
I would have been like,
はい
excuse me,
イフリー
how
ト
about
ルビー
what?
Mhm.
タイタントパ
But
ー
it's kind of like, all right, you're getting rid of the trash now. Giving them the good shit. All
言って
right.
ですね。晩神読んじゃいけない
Let's
から
just
ね。
completely mess up the
Not
ethereal
all right.
balance.
Oh my gosh, we thought they fucked with Monk.
Yeah,
No.
this is-
Mm.
I mean, they overhauled this class, and
No,
it
no.
needed it thematically.
Yeah.
But that being said, these are Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, and Garuda Emerald. So we are not literally calling forth these primals, of course, because it's too dangerous.
Well,
And
fair.
we're 14 to be
Yeah.
summoning primals. So the concept is we are sort of transferring their energy, so to speak, into these different sort of jewels.
It's a cool way to do
so
it with the
speak, and
carbuncles.
sort of
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Rubies and stuff.
calling
And building
the-
off of the
those
lore
forth.
with like, what was it, the opal one that Alphino has and stuff like that?
その
Yeah.
三番神を呼ぶと、本人召喚師本人に
Can you imagine they go to Oda-san and Koji and they're like, yeah, so we're gonna use the full primal models now? Oh, okay, how can we make that work?
I mean, it does also make
By
sense though
summoning
with the
these
idea of different like
sort of summons. The summoner, him or herself, will gain the sort of
yeah,
elemental.
it's the like
ether
evoker kind of thing.
and
But it makes
Mhm.
sense too
switch
with the idea of
into,
like different templates of primals being almost saved to Aurosite that we kind of learned. You know what I mean? I don't want to get too spoilery, but like with the ancient,
Right.
to be able to on a smaller scale do this in like a fragment with a gemstone, I think that's neat.
変更させていただきました。
So with this update, we really tried to bring out that sort of feel.
The
of a
first class I
traditional
ever started
summoner.
on was Summoner, and I switched off of it because I didn't actually get to really summon anything cool, and it was only dots. This is like at long
今までは
last.
デミバハムート召喚、フェニックス召喚、なんかこうダウンタイム、なんかもうひたすらルイ打つしかねえみたいな、ルインジャーみたいな状態だったのが、
はい
大きく変わります。
So, in terms of the rotation or the flow of the summoner, of course, up until now, you would have called forth the Demi Bahamut, and then it goes away, and then you call forth the Phoenix, and then you have some downtime where you're just casting Ruin or Ruin 3, or like just doing that until you've accumulated enough to summon them again.
で、デミバハムートをまず呼ぶと、属性エーテルを3つもらうので、
はい
その力を属性エーテルを使ってさっき言ったイフリート、ルビー、タイタントパス、ガルーダ、エメラルドを召喚してその属性の力でまず戦います。
And so, with this updated flow, of course, you will call forth the Demi Bahamut, and then you will obtain this elemental property, so to speak, and then you will be able to summon Ifrit Ruby, Titan Topaz, Garuda Emerald, and then you would fight using the elemental properties of those different summons.
で、その後フェニックスを召喚すると、フェニックスからもまたエーテルを3つもらえるんで、また3種を使ってというのが一連の流れになります。
And once you've depleted those 3, and then you would call forth the Phoenix, then you would receive again 3 elemental properties, and then you are able to summon these 3. I don't want to call them.
Just call them primals.
They're the
Just do
summons
it.
that you can utilize those 3 elemental properties again.
Okay.
で、イフリート、タイタンが
I
ある
wonder
の
how
で、
similar
どの順番
it'll
で呼ん
feel
でもいい
to
です。
like
で
Reaper
それ
with
ぞ
the
れ
Void
召
set.
喚師に付与される特徴が違うので、
I'm just so excited for this.
先にこれ
I'm
は
so
タイタンから
excited to see it actually
今回はイフリートにし
get its own
っていうのを考
distinctive
えるようにして
thematic
入ってます。
just vibe and play
And
style.
of course, we have these three Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda, but there's no specific order that you need to call them forth. So, depending on the battle timeline, you can choose. Let's say you want to do Titan first, you can do that, or you can quickly, or you can be flexible between those three.
で、置き換えアクションを駆使した結果、COI コン数は激減しました。
And then also part of the adjustment was to kind of consolidate some of these actions. And so the icons that are being used in your hotbar will be quite significantly condensed because
What's a dot? That's trash now.
On the different actions that you're taking.
で、めちゃくちゃ悩んだ末に、リザレクワードを押しました。
And then so after a lot of debate and a lot of discussion, we did decide that we will keep Resurrection.
Okay. That's fine.
押しましたよ。はい。なんかめっちゃ変わったんで、めっちゃ変わったのになくなんのかよって言われる。
Do you imagine how pissed people would be if they did that?
今回は次の皮1枚で残りました。はい。
It has saved the day a couple of times.
And,
Absolutely.
With the significant change to Summoner, and people are being, I don't know if people would be shocked with the changes, but like on top of that, having Resurrection being removed, people might really get upset. So it lived by the skin of its teeth. Resurrection is still there.
フィジクさんも
Fine. Physics.
Physics too. It's kind
What?
of stay behind too.
さあじゃあもうわからんというお声が多いので
Why?
Wow.
実況に行こうかなと思います。
Does it do any better now?
And I'm sure people are wondering.
It would be
well,
really
I
nice
don't
if, if
understand
you were in
all these
Phoenix
things,
or
so
something, if
let's
physics
look at
actually
the play screen.
could
Here
have
we
a
go.
heal like a Benny or
There's
something.
all-
Like,
I'm
I think that
nice.
would be neat. And it would be situational when you were only using that particular thing.
Right.
Yeah, but a
As a
summoner's job is not to heal, right?
They kept physics because it's still an Arcanist.
That means
And
they're still
scholars don't
together.
know
When, if we
Yeah.
ever get that damn split,
Yeah.
で
then
Never
it's
happened.
gone.
ちょっとエイミラプリの話をしておいてもいいですか？
はい。
And before we dive into
Eggy
actual
glamours.
gameplay, I would like to talk about Eggy glamours,
Okay.
actually.
Uh-huh.
ですね、今回呼べる召喚獣が増えるという
Someone
こと
zoomed
で、
in
すべ
on
て
the
の召喚獣に対して
Reaper
ま
bars
ず
for Yoshi
サイズの変
There
更
was
が
a
できるよう
zero
に
stack of
なって
eggs
ます。
on his bars for some reason.
And so, with the number of summons you can call for, we have made some adjustments, one of which is to change its display size.
ただこれあくまで自分から見た時のなので、術者というよりは周りの人がやらなきゃいけないので、それは変わってません。
Yeah, just like Bahamut size. Yeah.
That only affects you as the person like calling for.
This is fine fire.
So
We'll see. Once they show me, we'll see.
Yeah, it only affects how you are able to view these.
で、今実はここにカーバンクル出てるんですけど、
はい。
召喚師自身のレベルが上がっていくと、ここがエフリートエギになったりするんですけど、僕はカーバンクルの方が可愛くて好きなので、これエギミラプリしてあります、カーバンクルを。
あ、なるほど。
はい。
So of course, with the right now we see the carbuncle appearing on the screen, but you may be familiar as the player character goes up, this Eggy would turn into like an Ifrit, but then right now I like the look of carbuncle, so I have glamored it to a carbuncle.
So that hasn't changed. The eggies
Yeah.
are still there.
But as soon as he starts attacking. Yeah, they don't attack anymore though.
No, he's out.
呼びますね。
はい。バハムート出ました。
バハムート出ましたね。
We have summoned.
He's so
the-
little.
で、ここに3つわかります？
Half the time.
鎖に繋がってますけど、
はい。
はい、解放されました。こ
And
う
then
な
there you
る
go.
と、この3つの番神が呼べるようになります。
はい
どれからでもいいです。
うん。
And then, of course, with that, you get the elemental properties. I hope you can see it under the gauge. There's like 3 jewels kind of chained up, and now those have been unlocked. And so that shows that you are able to summon Ifrit, Titan, or Garuda.
It is pretty wild how condensed skill bar is.
カウントダウンが始まります。で、2スタックのアクションが付与されているので、イフリートの技を使います。
Oh, it changed ruin
So once you call
into.
these elemental,
And
I
there's
figured
a
it would do
capital.
something like that, depending
you
on
do
what you
get
call out.
that sort of ether
Oh, that's a
applied to you,
combo.
and then you see that there's a 2-stack action, and so you are able to execute Ifrit's actions.
So it does one and then the
今
other?
のはイフリートのエーテルをもらったので、詠唱時間が長い代わりに強力な炎の魔法が2発使える。あと突進と追撃っていう攻撃が、使えるようになります。イフリートのモードとして。はい。
And so we were looking at Ifrit's actions, but with the elemental properties or ether obtained from
Aether's
Ifrit,
right.
while cast time is long, it is a very powerful fire-based spell that you can cast. And then there's also like a rush sort of attack that you can do. And this is the Ifrit actions that is available.
でここはやっぱり詠唱が必要なアクションになっているので、ギミック処理をしなきゃいけないタイミングでイフリートを呼んでしまうとロスになるので、他のものにしましょうとか、動かなくていい時にイフリートを使うようにしようとか、そのあたりはうまく考えていただければいいかな。
Well, this kind of ties into what we mentioned about timelines, but with Ifrit's action, one of this requires for you to cast, and it's a fairly long cast time. So say you're in some kind of fight where there's a mechanic where you have to move, then you would lose the opportunity to cast the magic. So perhaps you'd want to time it so that you don't need to move around to process some kind of mechanic, or you'd have to be pretty mindful of when you activate these.
で、実際に召喚をした瞬間インスタントで召喚するんですけど、登場した時に尾行技を一回バーンってぶっ放して。
Yeah, it looked like devotion. Yeah, it's on. It's a different
and then,
one though.
Of course, when you are calling forth these summons, it's an instant, but there is usually like a starter move that it unleashes when it's first summoned.
で、まあタイタンを呼びます。
So
Oh, Titan
now
gets
we're
his
calling
chance to
forth
live in the
Titan.
sun again.
Oh, look at that little chicken nugget.
Yeah.
I set his size to be small, so
で、今タイタン
guys are small.
使えるようになったんで、こっちは。お。
Hey, he's walking in circles and doing it.
What?
Yeah.
Smashing from two sides.
で、これは回数じゃなくて時間なので、ひたすら打ちまくる。で、これはもう全部インスタントなんで、移動がすごい楽です。
And with
Is he spinning when he jumps?
It's actually interesting because it's within a time section
Yeah.
that you can
Yeah, no
unleash
idea.
unlimited
I think you
numbers
can, though.
of times of
No, he
his
just didn't move
moves,
his
and
camera,
it's
so.
all
Just 360
instant.
no scoping a
So,
little bit.
You can move around and cast at the same time.
Yeah.
Literally, no scope, summons only.
で、ガルーダを呼ぶと、
Oh, look at that tiny Garuda.
Nice.
設置型のダメージ有価を打ちつつ、これはもうインスタントキャストなんで、これも移動。
Ah, and then
機動力
once it's down, you can do that. That's interesting.
But with Garuda, hers is more of like a placement damage. And this is also instant. And so you can move around as well. I think Summoner does have like a good bit of mobility.
Look at that tiny phoenix.
で、フェニックスを召喚するとまた3つ付与されるので、
That's a
フェニックスを
heal
終わ
that
った
you
ら
can cast? Okay.
使っていく感じ。
We were just talking about that.
And then
Yeah.
once you've gone through that round, and then you
It was a self-heal,
call forth
though.
the Phoenix, you
Maybe.
will obtain the 3 elemental properties again, and so you can utilize these elemental primals again.
ちなみにこの3つの、召喚モードは、やっぱりそのタイムライン内で3つともそうは言っても使わないと軽く出ないので、なんかもうとりあえずタイタンだけ使ってきゃいいやみたいなのやると目も当てられないことになるので、で、 デミバハムート召喚とフェニックス召喚の間にやっぱちゃんと使い切らないともったいないことになっちゃうでしょ、リキャストタイムが。なのでそこは必ず組み立てが必要になってくるので。
なるほど。
はい。
With these 3 summons that you can do, of course, you need to utilize these in the battle timeline, or else, of course, you won't be dealing very much damage at all. Like, you can't just lean towards, oh, I like using Titan only, so I'll use Titan only, or you will not be able to deal much damage at all. So whenever you do cast your Demi Bahamut and the Phoenix and the elemental properties that you attain in between those is something that you don't want to put to waste. Make sure that you are utilizing these and sort of building your strategy so that you can utilize those 3 within the recast.
Very much like Bard song stances, but with a little bit extra.
Right.
The whole Bahamut Phoenix thing.
Yeah, it is 5 phases. Technically.
Hey, you
Which
like
is fine.
thinking a lot?
You don't have to worry about dots anymore, so.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Aldino, what's the official verdict here? I mean, is it on fire in a good way or bad way? What's happening with the background and your feelings?
I'm thinking about it. We'll see as they move away. Because he's talking for a while now. Preliminary, it's very interesting. Like it's very cool. Okay. Everything just jumped for a second. But yeah, I'm really interested to see how that works. Because the timing is going to be a little weird.
Did you think they would actually give you at least close to what you
With
wanted?
the summoner,
Yeah,
there was
I mean,
a lot
it's
of trial and error and a lot
I
of
bet.
debates to get it to where we got it. But I think we were able to get it to a good point. Of course, with the removal of all the dots, we did try to skew back to having the summoner have their damage kind of come from the different casting of the not the spells, but like the different summons that you're bringing forth.
It's 1 o'clock.
So,
Yep.
and we also looked
My
at
cat's
just
hungry.
how mobile the summoner is, but at the same time, it is the charm of a summoner is the mobility of it. So I think we were, and there were people who were choosing the summoner because of such mobility.
Were there?
So
I mean,
that was another point.
We were at
Summoner
least
only has
like
to move,
3.
But we
Summoner
didn't
doesn't have to
we didn't
move
want
half
to
the time
make it so
anyway.
that we're
Like Summoner is the most
casting
mobile of the
all time
casters.
either.
100%.
I can already
even a
imagine
question.
the comments from
Yes, my real life
players saying,
Carbuncle
"Oh my
is
gosh,
hungry."
you're turning us into the black page. you're kind of dragging us into this, Yoshida." So I wanted to avoid that as well.
さあでは、以上でキャスターでした。
はい、ありがとうございま
では
す。
最後ヒーラー
Here
ロ
we
ール
go.
の
At last.
My mage is first.
Yeah.
Something
まずヒーラー
about
通行なんですけど
magic and
各ヒーラーに
DPS
新しい単体
cooldown.
バフ
Hey, single target buffs
Buffs.
Okay.
for each healer.
単体
Interesting.
ですねこれ。
So
I wonder if
the
that buff is a
first thing
shield.
Is new actions that apply single target buffs will be
The best thing
added
we've
to each
seen for
healer,
Scholar All
an
Night is
emphasis
this
on single
Femru
target
modeling
Yeah.
the Scholar
で
gear.
それからですね全体的にヒーラーの攻撃魔法の詠唱時間が短くなっております。
Cool.
And then,
Oh, that's
overall,
nice.
we did
For White Mage, at
reduce-
least. When I'm thinking my White Mage,
the
I'm like,
cast
yes, please and
time
thank
for
you.
offensive spells.
そしてですね全ヒーラー待ってた、リミットブレイクの効果範囲がですね
Thank you!
50メートル拡大されました。
No more. I fired
And
off
then,
our limit
limit
break 3 and
area
it missed
effective
2
extended
people on the
to
far
50
side of the
yards,
arena.
And I
That is very good.
Fox Clan clapping.
Yeah, Foxconn.
届いてねみたいなナイス LB 届いてねみたいなやつがなくなるんじゃないかな。
これは悲しい。
We will finally avoid situations where people are like, "Oh yeah, great LB, but I was not in the."
Been
area
there.
with that."
Yep.
で、まあ今回その以前からお伝えしていたようにヒーラーロールに関しては賢者を加えた4ジョブでピュアヒーラーに、バリアヒーラーにという、バランスになります。
But also with the healers welcoming the new Sage job, we will be splitting it up with 2 jobs being a pure healer and then 2 jobs being barrier healers.
基本攻撃魔法の詠唱時間は軒並み 1.5 秒になってます。
And then for the offensive spells, like the primary offensive spells, they're in general going to be a 1.5 second cast time, which is pretty quick.
まあアビリティがねかなり増えてきて、アビリティを使う機会が多いので、まあグローバルクールダウンにどうしても食い込んじゃってすごい気持ち悪いストレスっていうところがあったと思うので、そこを軽減するために詠唱時間を短くしてあります。
Which is good.
Needing to execute abilities, it tended to, like casting tended to sort of eat into the global cooldown time, and I'm sure people were very frustrated, or would have been very frustrated with it. So we're hoping that by sort of reducing the cast time for basic attack spells to 1.5 seconds, that would reduce the frustration.
I can't
and
speak
stress.
for you as a
それで
non-official
は白
healer,
魔導士からい
but
きましょう。
Jumping right into
It's very
White
cool.
Mage.
That's a
yeah, there's
small.
definitely those times
There's
where
not a lot of
you're
room
like,
for text.
oh, the cure should have
No.
gone off, but it didn't. And if you're not waiting for that
以外の
offensive
何
spell to
物
go
で
off.
もございません。
Oh, this is like the only thing we- that's the only thing we're gonna talk about. Restorative field action.
That, like, little bell plant.
Yeah.
So with the White Mage, this is just a simple update, as simple can be. Let's see, it reads a functionally and visually distinct restorative field action will be added.
Do you like flowers?
I do.
They're all right.
Yeah.
And of course, White Mage will fall under that pure healer category.
Huh? He said it.
ホーリーの上位、ホーリジャだったかなが入るんで、そいつでもリリーが咲くっていう。
なるほど。
And then a higher tier for the holy spell will be added. And
More
so
holy.
contribute to
More
the
holy.
accumulation of release.
I really hope it is like super holy or mega holy.
Yeah.
非常に残念なお知らせなんですけど。
You'll get holy too, and you will like
ア
it.
クアオーラさんの追加解雇され
I
て
will. I will like it, but I don't want holy too.
And
I
then
want
one
it to have a
unfortunate
cool
news
name.
with the White Mage is that Fluid Aura has been relieved of its
Goodbye,
duties.
Fluid Aura.
あとはですね、ディバインベリゾンがチャー
Being
ジアクシ
very
ョン
diplomatic with Foxclone right there, a main white mage, you know.
And then another update would be Divine Benison will become a charge
What?
action.
What just got said?
白魔導士に関しては
So you get charges of Divine Medicine?
のまま
Yeah.
すんなり扱えるアップデートになってると思います。
But yeah, with the White Mage, it's pretty straightforward. I think the controls will feel
They're getting rid of Fluid Aura
as it
and
was, and it'll
we
be
get
Divine
charges?
Benison has
fairly
charges,
smooth
yeah.
transition
Charges
to
of
these
Benison.
updates.
That's nice.
はい。で
I
は
like that.
先へ進みます。続いては先生術師です。
Moving on to Astrologian.
Yeah.
Well, here we
先
go.
生術師はピュアヒーラーに寄せることになりました。
So with the Astrologian, we are going to skew it more towards a pure healer.
ダイアナルセクトと
We
ノ
knew
クタ
this,
ーナ
we
ル
knew
セ
this.
クトを削除して基本的な回復アクションの性能を
This makes
ダ
me a
イア
little
ナルセ
sad.
クトの時の効果に、まあ、変更していま
It's
す。
like they're dumbing down Astro even more.
So the diurnal sect and nocturnal sect will
You
be
gotta give them
removed,
something
and
nice.
Basic healing actions will
Yeah.
be adjusted to have the same effects as they would have while under diurnal sect.
ただこれ、ニュートラルセクトってアクションあるんですけど、
Mm.
そのニュートラルセクトの効果中のみバリアアクションが使えたりっていうことが先生術師の特徴として、あったりします。
But that being said, there is going to be an action called neutral sect, which while you're under its effects, there will be some barrier actions. that you
So
can
that'll
use.
change.
Okay.
で、あとはディビネーションの効果を
We're
変
gonna make
更
cards like they
し
used
て
to be.
ます。
And then we've adjusted
Don't, Zen,
the
don't.
effects
Don't
of
break my heart.
divination.
まあ、ディビネーションによる範囲よだめ上昇バフが、まあ、カードの引き運にすげえ左右されるっていうのが、まあ、ストレスだったのでこのあたり条件を見直しています。
The effects of it was really affected by the luck of the draw, so to speak. So it has been adjusted.
Vague.
まあ通常で使えるようになるって感じです。はい。
Basically speaking, you can use it in like normal circumstances.
で、その代わり、カードシンボルに依存する効果を持つセルフバフが付与されるようになるって感じです。なるほど。はい。
So while you can use it at any time, what will change is that depending on the seals used, it allows for enhancements to be applied to yourself.
で、
は？
リドローはですね、チャージアクションじゃなくて、ドローするたびに1回使えるっていうアビリティになり、あとはマイナーアルカナにも変更が入っています。
And then redraw will become will no longer be a charge action, but it will be changed into an action where every time you draw, you can use it once.
Okay.
And then there will also be a change to minor arcana.
あとは動画にもありましたけど、回復と攻撃を結構兼ね備えた、範囲魔法が、追加されてます。
And then the other update would be, you may have seen it in the video, but there will be an AoE spell that kind of has a healing capabilities as well as an offensive element to it.
The meteor thing we saw,
やっ
maybe?
ぱりちょっと ID 行くときに、まあ白魔の
That looks like it could be an
強すぎ
incapability.
だろうっていう
Yeah.
とこ
Oh,
ろ
it's
が
super pretty
結
too.
構
Yeah.
言われていた
Really
の
cool.
で、今回他のヒーラーにも
I want that to know what the heck they're talking about by enhancements you apply to yourself.
ちょっとそれぞれが特徴違うんですけど、
Yeah.
範囲を持たせてます。
And this is kind of based on some input that we've noticed whenever people go into instanced dungeon. Holy that the white mage can use is quite strong, and so we wanted to allow for other healer jobs to have something similar. Of course, not their characteristics differ from.
I mean, I guess, but like Astro does so much with its cards. You know what I mean? It's like if White Mage has no buffs that they can apply. Although now they're supposed. Oh no! Wait, this one didn't get a defensive.
なるほど。
いやもちろんホーリーからスタンをなくすかとかいやだけどでもなんか特徴どんどん削れてくるのも違うと思うんですよね。なんか全員スタンつけるもなんかもうなんか大雑把すぎるし。なのでそれぞれになんとか特徴を持たせて、なるほどねこういうニュアンスねとか結構苦労したのでそれぞれ特徴が違います。はい。
This was really quite a point of debate, actually. Like, do we want to add stun to this, or do we want to remove the stun effect from Holy?
Why don't we don't do
but
that?
We don't
Why'd
want
you
to
remove it?
Kill individuality either, but if we add stun to all of them, then it just seems to be very sloppy. So we wanted to make sure
they shouldn't
that
have taken the stun off of
each job had its own
that one
sort
thing
of
they used to have
characteristic or like a signature like difference between them. So we're hoping that when players get to try it out, they would understand, oh yeah, this is the kind of nuance that you're going
it was stars or the bubble that used to have stun.
はい。じゃあ続いていきましょう。はい。続いては学者になります。
Sounds familiar.
Stars.
Okay, next up is the scholar.
It's a very interesting one.
Astro changes are weird. They're like, we're going to get rid of both sects, but then we'll also still have a sect that gives you barriers, but it's also a pure healer.
Yeah.
What?
Of course, we're moving into the barrier
They don't know what to do with
healers
Astro.
now, but
it was
with the
Celestial
scholar,
Opposition and stuff, I
we
think.
have sort of made adjustments so that
Thanks,
they
guys.
are leaning more towards that sort of barrier type
Scholar.
healer.
まあ学者もですね、なんかこう大幅に変えるところがあるかと言われると、まあ。
It's tough because Summoner needed the rework, but
Scholar needs it just
enhance the party's movement speed even during combat. Well, there's the one that I thought they might give to Bar.
パーティー移動速度上昇っていう
Is that enough
バフが
though? I
Wow.
don't think so,
渡されます。
I don't
honestly.
think so either.
これが
So with-
実は一番でかい。
There's not much we could have changed about
With the scholar, there wasn't really
It
seems
much
out of
we
place.
Could have changed like significantly.
What about, I don't know,
I mean, we
giving
did make
each of the
adjustments,
fairies a unique ability that you
Mhm.
part of it
actually
was
use?
How did that
or
get so
updating the
overlooked?
behaviors of the pet? But I think one of the most major changes to Scholar would be a unique job action which can enhance the party's movement speed.
I mean,
even
cool,
during
but also
combat.
why scholar?
いやいや、当然永続じゃないんだよ。
Uh,
ちょっと待って、永続だと学者必
Feels
須
good
にな
about
る
You
よ
this
think
one.
a scholar, you think tactical
The buff is not,
placements. All right. Like I can.
Continuous
Yeah.
perpetually.
If any of
If
these
it's
jobs should have
perpetual,
gotten
then
it,
people are
it was
going to be like,
Astro.
no, must have Scholar all the
I
time.
They're the
mean-
one that briefly
So not
like touches on
happened,
time mage.
I mean, I can see it. I can see you working on it with Scholar, but like, I have so much trouble seeing the fact that we have a new
But
shield
you may
healer
have noticed,
directly competing with
in
Scholar that
the
even
video,
has a name in
like,
English
the
that
Scholar was running just a little
infringes on the
faster towards the end of that,
thematic narrative
job
of
action.
Scholar.
And that's to
And to
signify
do
that
this huge revamp
enhancement
for
has been
Summoner,
applied.
but not do anything that makes
まあ
Scholar
いわゆるスプリントと
actually
同じ
stand
速
out
度
or
が一定時
addresses
間
the fact that the
使える。
fairies are
でスプリント
redundant
とは
or
充
like
実しません
any of these weird gaps in the
感じ
class? Ah.
So it's basically like sprint where your movement
don't know
speed
about this
is faster for a certain amount of time, but it will not overlap with sprint.
Actually, I don't like other people giving me sprint in the middle of
パーティー
combat
メンバー一人を対象とした
It's a bad
結構
idea.
強力なバフが
Yeah.
because you're
If
you're
you're
not
used to moving
expecting
a
it.
certain amount. Yeah,
Yeah.
suddenly you run into the wall.
Update
I
would
mean,
be,
if
there will
though
be
you're
a
working with a
fairly
party, I can see it
Yeah.
being really
enhancement
beneficial.
that
Like if it's
If it
can be
static,
happens every
targeted
time,
to
yes.
if
a
you are
single party
specifically
member.
timing it, I can
Yeah.
see
で
it
ちな
being
みに
really
今お話し
beneficial.
したその移動速度上昇が付与されるのはどっちかというとサブ効果で範囲軽減のアビリティなんですね、それは。
But just experiencing players using the party-wide sprint in Boja, almost died a bunch.
That new action that we mentioned earlier about quickening the movement speed of your party is actually like a fringe benefit of the action itself. It's actually meant to be
Okay.
like a damage
Okay.
reduction buff.
While we were talking,
that applies
we also missed that
to,
their single
like
target buff
a
is
range,
very
an
strong.
area of range.
Okay.
Okay,
So
but what is it?
I don't
スプリ
know.
ント
They
とは
didn't
重
say.
複しないんで、そこは
But of course, it doesn't overlap with sprint. So.
はい。
Hopefully, Scholar also hits really hard. I don't know.
ございません。
I mean, hopefully.
So that's about all we can- Share.
All that they can share means they're still
Significant
working
for
on
the
it.
scholar.
さあそれでは、
はい
残る1ジョブ、こちらに参りましょう。
I mean, of course, like Scholar again is not everybody yelling Scholar dead and all this stuff. Scholar's still very playable. You can still do a lot of great stuff with it. Like it's nothing.
Our
I am
sage.
disappointed in this one. I
でこ
won't
ちら、
lie.
バリアヒーラ
I
ーとして
really
Yeah.
hope that maybe the next expansion they address it because
So the
Yeah,
sage
it does
possesses
not
Well, we
feel good
fucking
right
hope
now.
so.
Essential for a barrier healer.
ちょっと変わ
Yeah.
って
It's
る
like they
のは
made
で
that
すね
pure healer, barrier healer distinction, but like didn't finish
敵
it.
を攻撃すると同時に
あ
指定しているパーティーメ
I
ンバーを
thought it
回
might
復
be
する
that
っ
type
て
of
い
healer.
う特徴があります。
Okay.
That's cool.
It's
And what's
really cool.
unique about the sage is that while you are attacking an enemy, you
But Scholar can make you go
specify
fast.
Or target a party member to heal at the same time.
あとは回復とか回復
That
用
would
のリソース
functionally make them the damage healer.
っていうものがまあ
Kind of.
今回存在してます。まあジョブハーフと言ってると思いますが。
Then it draws upon unique resources for healing and enhancements, as well as attack magic, as you can see in the job HUD example here.
これがですね、じゃあ
はい
ちょっとまあ味方一人をまず指定して、
うん
メインでヒールする対象を選ぶ。
うん
でかつ
But
敵を
can
攻
it make
撃
your
す
party
る
members
と、
feel like they're Sonic
ま
the
あ対
Hedgehog?
象にヒールも走るよっていう特徴がありますまず。
So again, to reiterate, you would designate a party member to sort of heal, and then as you attack,
So
your
it's like-
They really
enemy,
bundled a
then,
lot into
whoever
Sage,
you
huh?
designated,
This is
will
like
receive
a holy
heal.
paladin. Wow.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
まあカルディア
It's like synergy on Astro,
アク
except
ションなん
you're
ですけど
smacking
そ
something
れ
instead of
で
healing
パーテ
someone
ィーメンバーを
else.
一人 MT さんとかをこう
It's a heal
して
partner
こうヒール受け持ちます
Yeah.
instead of a dance partner.
たりする
Yeah.
So this is called
What?
Kardia. Oh, I'm sorry,
Kardia.
Kardia, and then you would typically, I think it would work well if you specify like your main tank, off tank, as your sort of designated person to heal.
It's
Yeah.
funny to me that so many people in the chat are saying that Astrologian is dead when I'm like,
Yeah.
I might not like all of the changes they've made to Astrologian, but it has a damage up buff. It is not dead.
But at least it's not Scholar.
ものもあります
And then there's another unique characteristic where sometimes an action that you execute might be like when you're hitting somebody, an enemy, it turns into a dot also, like a damage over time.
で時間経過で付与されるアダーガルっていうリソースを消費してインスタントバリアヒールも豊富にございます
And then there is a resource that the sage uses, which is the Adder's Gall, that kind of accumulates over time, so that you can execute your instant barrier.
So you run through
heals.
Gudania and piss off
あとは
some
イカロスっていう
people there,
動画でも
some
飛んで
guards
た
there
移
to
動
get
アクション
your
があるので
gauge filled.
まあテクニ
Can
カ
I
ルバリア
also
ヒ
just
ーラー
say that the fact that they were playing the Titania music,
And,
a
in
notable
terms of, like,
fairy in the
gap
game,
booster or like
while
a movement
talking about
type
Sage,
action, we
just
have
feels like the
Icarus.
extra
You
little
may
bit
have
of
noticed
cold
in
shoulder.
the video that the sage is kind of flying. So it's kind of positioned as a technical barrier
The
healer.
lyrics are actually
ちょ
fuck
っと
you,
実
Scalala.
際の説明難しいんだけど一応出してみる一応出してみるか
So
Right.
explaining this, like even on the gameplay
Yeah.
screen, might be a bit complex.
Yeah,
but
it's a-
I guess we should try
A hybrid of
it,
like
try to
Disc
see it
Priest
on
and
the game
Holy
screen.
Paladin.
Mhm.
The only reason, because like you can only put your heal on one
はい
person.
お願いします、
Like it's kind of like Beacon of Light, but not really. It's interesting.
It's very cool.
Oh yeah,
こんな感じです
and that heal is probably going to be very trickle heal, you know.
おー
And then you would put your barriers on to really do things.
Yeah. I mean, the one good thing is that if they really figure out what they want to do with Sage, maybe if and when they're able to do a Scholar rework, they'll have
Yeah.
a better idea of how to tailor towards that barrier. And
Yeah.
Just looking at this image, you can't really. See,
it's so neat. I
distinguish,
really
the
like how they sheathe and unsheathe.
What's this
It's
image?
really cool.
この剣具の収まり方結構こだわりましたんで
確かに
We were very particular about how these nulas are
We can tell.
sheathed.
結構多いっすよアクション
I can't wait for them to clip on half the
Yeah.
robes that
Quite
the
a
white
lot of
mages or that the
actions
healers get.
available.
Yeah.
でまずこ
Yeah.
のカルディアっていうアクションまあ特徴的なんですけどこれを使ってまず誰を主に回復するかっていうまあパートナーっていう言い方だとちょっと語弊があるのかもしれないですけど、まあ指定をしていく必要がある
うん
感じです。
And so, going back to Kardia, this is quite unique. And so you'll be designating whom you want to heal. It might not be fully accurate to call it partner, but I mean, you're pointing out, you're designating somebody you will be healing.
はい。今自分に貼りました。
ほい
So it's now set to me.
でちょっと攻撃をしますね。
We'll try attacking.
こういうと同時にヒールが走ってます。
すごい SF 感がすごいです
So as you are
It's like
attacking,
30%.
Because I designated myself. As I land an attack, the heal kicks in to heal me.
サウンドスタッフ的にどうですか ?SE っていうあらやだ SE っていうコメントが非常に出てます、
A lot of people commenting on the sound effect. The sound
It is
effect,
actually
the
more
sound
sci-fi
effect.
than I thought it would even
How
be.
does it sound to you? Does it sound sci-fi enough for you?
初めて俺もチェックで聞いた時結構衝撃だったもんな。
It was quite surprising when I heard it when I was doing my checks.
そしてですね、このエウクラシアというアクションを使うと、技がね一気に変わったりします。今単純な、攻撃魔法でしたよね。これがアクション使うとモードが変わってドット付与の技に変わったりします。
So the one which we were talking about where an attack turns into something that can place a dot, that would be the Eucrasia. So once you cast that, an attack changes into something that would allow for damage.
This is very 1.0.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And you can toggle that almost any time. Is that a hot now?
The little cleric stancy.
Yeah. Direct heal.
普通に使えば。
Used to be in 1.0, you just had single casts, and then if you hit the AoE button, it became an AoE thing.
Yeah.
It kind of augments the different actions that the sage can cast.
That's really cool looking though.
Big barrier.
Man, I don't play healer, but if I did.
What was
I mean, yeah,
will.
stage
That's
looks
Art
really
of War,
good.
but way cooler.
This looks really cool.
It looks complex, interesting. Like there's, you know, a good skill ceiling here.
It kind of gives that vibe too of like a support almost because of the way that it's attacking and healing.
Yeah.
It's a
That's a
support
lot of
healer
healing.
without having a support role.
That dash is so cool too.
What was that last one?
Whoa. I don't
What
know.
was that one?
Holy
Augmented
cow.
change.
Well,
What?
everything is gonna
Massive ground effects in
もらえれ
the...
ば面白さは保証するんですけど。
That's cool.
I think it might take a bit to master, but
Why does
once
that
you
have
do
5
get the hang
stacks?
of it, it is quite fun.
ヒーラーをそうで説明するの
I love the
難しい
aesthetic.
非常に難しい。
Yeah, it's really
It
great.
Yeah.
looks tough to explain healers.
It is a lot, I mean, like I said, it's a
when you are
lot
solo.
more technological, kind of
Very true.
interfacey sci-fi than I thought it would be, but I think that the gameplay style seems to reflect that and the kind of technical things and the different things you're doing or applying, and
ガ
But
ンダムの話しかし
can
ない
it make people go fast?
For some reason.
The comments are filled with, oh, the sound effect, or it's like Gundam.
My question is, do dots function as a hot on your partner? I guess they would.
タイプのヒーラーとして、
Hmm.
なんだろう。
Usually,
やめがいがあ
you
る
would
という
think
か
so.
形になってますので、ぜひですね、我こそはと思う方はですね、今回、まあ賢者とそれからメレディ PS にリーパーが追加される。
Gosh, you made it through everything.
結構また新しいメカニクスともっと特徴的
Oh, they're
な
not
調理にな
done.
ってるので、ぜひ
we made it
Yeah, the
through our
third part.
遊んでみてく
jobs.
ださい。
はい。
はい。
But
あり
yeah,
がとうございます。あ、ごめんなさい。
in any case, the sage is definitely a technical barrier healer, and I think it's worth sort of mastering the skill set that the sage brings to you. And then of course we have the Reaper joining the melee DPS, both having very unique mechanics and very characteristic, and it very unique. So we hope that people will enjoy
I
this.
mean, as is always the case, the new jobs do look very good.
はい、ありがとうございます。
They do,
Thank you
they
very
do,
much.
they do.
そうします。
はい
第1部、
うん
ジョブ関連調整パートはこの辺でという。
そうですね。
The
はい
first part.
So this
First
concludes
part.
the first part of today's Letter Live.
Yoshino's looking at his watch.
Yes.
いやいやいやいや。ここまでで
They need to learn that when you've
just
Go
barely
on
done with the
4
first
hours.
part.
You just stop and put it in your next show.
あと2部ある。
Yeah.
あと2倍
Seriously.
So we
But
have
the
two
marketing
more
plan.
parts after
Yeah.
this.
2!
大丈夫大丈夫です
Oh my gosh.
では第2部に行く前に
Oh my gosh.
ここで
Yeah, I have a lot of
一旦
thoughts and
休憩に
feelings
しま
about
しょう
everything.
改めて
Yeah.
休憩を
Looks very, 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 very good. I mean, I think
こ
a
こま
lot
で
of
いろい
really
ろご
good
説明し
stuff
ましたの
got
で
added,
Yeah.
done,
ここで改め
changed.
て
Quality of
休憩の
life
お供をですね
stuff, really
ジョブアクシ
great.
ョン動画を改めて
Scholar's really the
出
ultimate
します
disappointment for
な
me,
の
but I
で
mean,
自
even
動的
Scholar,
に
it's not
休憩
unplayable by
20
any
分休
means,
憩
but I
です
think everything
はい
else,
な
oh
の
my
で
gosh,
今
above
ま
and
で
beyond
今
even
の
what I
情報
thought
を改
in
め
many
て
regards.
頭の中で整理しながら
はい。
改めてジョブアクションとか見ていただければと思います。
はい。
So
Oh,
before going to the second
Yeah, take a
part,
break.
auto adjustments, we want to take some break. And then for this break, we will
Cool.
replay the job action video again. So with the explanation for each job in mind, please check the job action video.
20
So
minutes?
the
20 minutes,
the length
yeah.
of the break
Will they
this time
replay?
will be the 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Oh
は
my
いでは
god.
よろしいでしょうか。それでは
I mean, look,
改めてビデオを
I get it. I would want a break
Oh,
too.
it's okay,
Yeah,
But also,
yeah.
like, can we just finish this? Oh my goodness. Well, we knew this would probably be a little bit longer.
Yep.
I love the animations and stuff they did with this.
Yeah.
It's very slick. So now we can get a better idea,
Yeah.
right, of the new AoE combo.
And that's why you don't see the blood of the dragon
Yeah.
aura, because it's a trait.
That thing with the little like ba-da-da-da-da and the flower thing that
Yeah,
twines
That's
up.
new. Yeah.
That's new, right?
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know if I like how that fits with the rest of the aesthetic. That feels, I mean, maybe it's something really specific. It feels very Eastern
Well,
to me.
I mean,
in
chaos
theme,
chaos thrust. I mean, that's
Had
a
soccer
little
petals, yeah.
flowery.
Yes, I guess.
So it's not like completely out of nowhere.
but- Okay, okay.
It is. Oh, okay. So they used 2 eyes to do that. Okay.
They're scales, says Blackened, not flowers.
Ah, makes sense.
That's, I don't know, that one with the twisty cone looked like
Yeah.
flowers. Like they were arranged in petals.
I mean, you could say that
Yeah.
they're scales, but they are easily mistakable for flowers.
They definitely. They even have the sort of sound effect that
Yeah.
comes with this like samurai flower
Mhm.
thing. Hasn't there been a Dragoon one with flowers before as well?
Yeah, it was chaos thrust, right?
Yeah, that's what we have. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one with the
There you
dot.
go.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is cool looking though. Get mad. And the fellas cleave.
The fellest of all the cleaves.
Yeah.
Each one more fellest than the last, until you get to the fellest cleave of them all.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I gotta watch the gauge this time. Drop down.
That makes me very happy.
And then it like shot up like
Yeah.
halfway, right?
Yeah.
And then we get the big. Oh no, it's at the very end. It's the very end.
Yeah. That one was whatever the buildup is, which is from your.
Yeah. Okay, so that builds it up because
This.
right now you
No.
you basically double what you get or what you have.
Yeah.
But that's just filling it halfway.
That's so
Scorching.
cool.
Yes, that last one. It was Verholy Scorch and then whatever that
I
new
love that
twisty
that
vine
rose
one is.
petal thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably part of that AOE one they're talking about.
All right, let's look for it, guys. Let's look for what's good with Scholar.
Let's
We're
look
gonna
for
find it.
the Sanic ability here.
Yeah.
Is that when the scholar just ran up randomly to the mob?
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Was that what that was
Yeah.
showing off?
Firefly?
All right.
So that
That's
must be
the
the
buff.
speed boost. I mean, I like that
Yeah.
they put in
There's
the,
the buff.
the butterflies that are also from Weeping City and.
Mm.
Ah, yeah. They ran up and they ran up faster.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So basically, they have a field of butterflies that shows up, and then everybody gets scared of butterflies and runs a little bit faster.
Yeah. I mean, they could do so much cool stuff
Yeah.
if they really wanted. Like, they could have changed a lot of things, like the spores and all that kind of stuff from Mach. Like, they could have really tried to lean into that element if they want it to be distinctive.
The fact that their one bullet point for Scholar was like, yeah, it can make people walk faster. And then they did go through with the pure healer and the barrier healer differential. But then they're still like, yeah, but also like Astro still gets barriers, but it's a pure. They still don't know what they're doing. They have no idea.
Barriers and still has its buffs, and I like it's tough because I don't want anybody to feel really disheartened if you love Scholar. Like, play it, love it, have an amazing time. It really doesn't matter. Like, you know, I think the new ability will have its uses. It's just very weird to me, like, especially after seeing all the things that Sage does. Like, Sage does so much.
Yeah. Well, and again, right? Like, still in development, subject to change. Like, who knows what the final thing will end up being.
Yeah.
I do that, the dancer, oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Caca!
Magical peacock.
And the throwing, just like, whatever. Oh, that was so cool. Fuck you, though, right? It doesn't look bigger.
No.
I do like that there's something at the end, though.
Yeah. Traditionally, like, of all the dances I've seen, they're like, yeah, I'll do it for a tick, and then I'll stop, because otherwise it's just too annoying.
People run the fuck away.
Yeah. You can't.
I wonder if they'll have a set
try.
time for flamethrower.
Yeah.
Okay, so he reassembled the shotgun.
Yeah.
Which...
And then reassembled again before the chainsaw thing.
I wonder if the shotgun is going to be like an AoE version of drill.
Could be.
Because we really don't have that. We have Bioblaster, and then we have the crossbow thing.
Yeah.
So if, like, we could get like one strong AoE blast that isn't a dot that we could like force crit. Okay. They're really going FF15 with like the going up north to Garlemald aesthetic here. At least they probably got to reuse some near assets over there. So there's one ability that can use two.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this bonus ability is on the Bard songs.
Yeah.
The bonus utility.
What the buffs do.
I want to see more of this area, the floating city map. That's probably like the end game zone.
That's the buff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They use... Okay, that's what that is.
Yeah,
they didn't even really talk about that buff.
No, not at all.
They just mentioned that it's there, but not anything about it.
Probably being adjusted, I would guess.
There's our little Geodude buddy.
Yep.
His little
what are they
tiny
called?
arm.
Like hull dudes or something?
They're Geodudes now. That's it.
It does seem incredibly likely that the moon is an actual map, though. The fact that there are different enemy types on it, and they're showing it here alongside the other, map zones where they're testing stuff.
Oh, now I'm thinking too much about that empty monster because the see in 11 where it was in the same expansion as those Promethean zones. That was on the moon.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
Just
interesting.
saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Samurai officially now has more dots than Summoner.
I mean, that is one thing, I guess, about
funny.
Bard. The fact that, you know, now Bard, I think, is probably what? One of our primary damage healers that applies damage over time.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think, you know, I don't know if any other actual just straight up damage classes have as many dots now.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
anybody has 2 other than Bard.
Yeah, they're kind of. I feel like they're emphasizing AOE stuff, which is good because I mean, for somebody that's jumping on and has 45 minutes, that's probably what they're going to be using.
I'm disappointed there's not a 3rd hit of that. It looks like there should be a 3rd hit of that Samurai combo.
You know what, while this is running, I am going to use the restroom and refill my beverage here, since apparently we still got some to go here.
Sure. Fusion, also check the podcast channel when you get a second.
I can't do that. Oh yeah, I can. I can do it on my phone. Technology is weird, but yeah,
So
I will
this-
do that, and I will be back in a minute.
Yeah, this bell thing.
Yeah. That would
Does
be
it
the
reproduce?
special holy, and then the zone.
Is that a
the
heal?
Area heal.
Mm-hmm. Then the Doton continuation here. Yeah. Boonshin, I guess. And then Chidori. No, that one is cool though. That ice one.
I do really like the interplay, the back and forth, and the, you know, the mingling. I think that's a really clever idea, and gives you a little bit something more to the back and forth of the class, you know, where it's not just, you know, get out of ice as fast as possible.
And since it is when you switch, transpose will give you another one.
All right, I'm back. I have more caffeine.
Welcome back.
So, if you want to bow out, Rook, I think that would be okay.
Okay, I'm
'cause I
sorry,
know-
everybody.
You are fine. It is late. It
It is late by me, and I am Central Time. I'm the only one that's Central Time, so it's 12:30 a.m. by us.
No, well, and
I
Zen is
all
Eastern,
day.
so.
Oh my gosh, I forgot she is, but she also
But-
normally is awake
But
all hours.
she
of the
has
day.
weird hours. She does not have
Yes.
the schedule of a normal person.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
yeah, if you need to bow out, I think that's completely fine.
Unfortunately, I do need to take my leave, but I can't wait to talk about this with everybody
Yes.
tomorrow. It's gonna be awesome, and I'm gonna go sleep. Okay,
You calling me a weirdo?
Yes.
I.
All
Just
right,
wanted to be
everybody.
sure. Yeah.
Good night.
Yep, we'll see you
Goodbye. Thanks for
tomorrow.
watching. everyone.
you
I'll
later.
see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, and she did. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
We worked it out.
Thanks for still being there. I appreciate it. Good night. Yeah. Okay. So Rook is here in spirit. It's always tricky when it's like, hey, check the chat channel when you're sharing your Discord screen live on stream. Oh.
You know you can pop the cameras out, right?
Yeah, but then if I the way that I have my stuff set up, it would be weird and it would shift things around. But it's fine. I can just pull it up on my phone and it still works. I can just look at the chat that way, so it's all good.
You gotta have 4
Our
screens.
our super special podcast host chat on the Discord that nobody else can see.
I'm just staring at Summoner.
I mean, I think it looks cool.
Yeah.
And I think the benefit too is like, if they're changing it that fundamentally, like, I could hop in on my like 70 Summoner and play around with it and get a feel for if I like it or not. So like, because I don't have Phoenix yet, right? But I could still probably get those 3 things and play with that a little bit. So
Just how many pings did you get?
Me?
Who, me?
Charles.
Not that many.
Oh,
Not that many. Just a couple on like the static server.
just a couple
Just a couple.
thousand.
Yeah. Dots going away. I never thought that they would ever
That's
ever
wild.
do that.
That's
Yeah.
wild.
It really is. I think it's gonna be good. It will change
Hope so.
kind of how Summoner always gets away with having to move because the dots are always there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Snapshotting the dot under all the buffs is also very important. So it's like, it'll change the way that you do it, but
Yeah.
it's definitely interesting.
The way that they phrase it, how they give it the rework, it really reminds me of, how they introduced Shadowbringer's Machinist.
Yeah.
And look, Shadowbringer's Machinist made me change my main. so I'm like low key like super excited for you.
Yeah.
I hope you end up enjoying the changes.
So here's what's actually gonna happen. You're gonna hate new Summoner.
Mm-hmm.
Cassis is gonna hate new Monk, and you're gonna swap.
I mean, Monk is really interesting though.
Yeah, this looks.
Our Monk is like, I don't want to collect stickers.
I don't want to be a
They're
samurai.
not stickers, they're stamps. Totally different. Yeah, this is. There's so many things that are interesting about this. I feel like I would either like playing it. I would either like absolutely love it or absolutely hate it. I want to believe that I would like it, but it's like they had the effects from the Byakuya weapons, and they're like, yeah, that, but for a whole job, and with a little bit of like neon blue. That's really cool looking.
Yeah.
That the damn what was the Shroud? No, the Shroud gauge was the second bar, right?
Yeah.
Or was that the?
Yeah, I think Shroud
There's
is the
something
blue
about
one.
that other meter for when you do the thing. It reminds me so much of like an Amano like title
Right.
artwork. I think the way that it's kind of shaped, it makes me think of the FF15 one after you beat FF15.
Right, yeah.
That's what it reminds me of.
It does look a lot like that.
Yeah. Has anybody made that joke on
It's
Twitter
sword
yet?
time.
Do I have time to?
I think you do.
Nah, they're almost done, I think. Because, yeah,
Sword.
Paladin was the last one, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I do not like seeing that Promethean monster.
I love seeing it, but I also hate seeing it because I know it's not going to mean anything. We had it was the same thing with the Gra enemies in the lighthouse when they showed up. We're like, what? It's just they're reusing models. It's why the Alligans have really old, crusty tech that's robots from 13.
Sure. But it still makes me go.
Right.
It's fair. At least it won't level cap you at 30.
So we got the job stuff, and now we're gonna get the battle adjustments, which is gonna be the stat squish.
Yeah.
But what else?
Hopefully that's it. I would like to do something else.
Because they already talked about the physical magical kind of parody. I would have thought that would be a battle system.
We will get.
Mm-hmm.
There's always that bit at the end, upcoming whatever merch events, etc.
That'll be the third one.
Potentially, hey, look at this shirt that's coming out soon in Japan only.
Yeah.
We know that's what you're waiting for.
Yeah.
Mr. Merchman.
It's funny you say that. I finally today got my shipping notification for the soundtrack that launched 2 days ago now. They got that expedited NA shipping. That's 2 days plus late. Some of the other FanFest stuff finally shipped, like the masks and the activity books. But God, there's the other statues that'll be coming at some point. Shipping has been like understandably like awful.
Right, of course.
Especially I feel like the last few months.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I definitely got more stuff on the way, and they'll probably plug like the soundtrack because it just came out.
Right.
It's you can get it digitally now. They'll plug the art book that's coming out at the end of the month. They'll probably plug the Japan only chicken thing that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
And probably like 10 other Japan only things.
Oh,
That's usually how these things go. They did have another ship block the Suez Canal, but it was fixed pretty quick.
Yeah. I do wonder with the increased like Western kind of influx of Western players, right? Do you think we'll get more merch?
Sound?
You think?
The screen they had with like Scholar and it has a little bar across the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Somebody linked one in my Discord now that just says Scholar and then in big yellow letters, get fucked.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. I thought one of Summoner or Scholar was going to be scuffed, and hopefully I'm not right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna withhold until we get everything.
Right.
You got
but
it.
it's not looking good.
Yeah.
No.
So welcome back. Yeah, we are back. Now we are running.
He does not look. He looks very tired.
Explaining the
now we are
Plus 2 USGP.
3 hours behind.
Our X6
Yeah.
and the Walker.
She does like, you think I look tired? This is why.
Mm-hmm.
We rehearsed this. We would have been done 3 times over by now.
I don't
know how they could have said it any faster.
エギミラプリの話
No idea.
をレベルが上がるとカーバンクルが他のエギになっていくので、姿をカーバンクルに戻したりできますよっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、ごめんなさい、あれ逆で、カーバンクルがもう全基本にいて、これにイフリートエギミラプリをしたりとか姿を変えられます。すいません、もう召喚は何度もちょっとひっくり返してきてたんで。
That's because
逆に覚えてました。
I was just checking stuff in between, and someone has a Fox Neon.
Apologies. We wanted to clarify
Or Neon Clone, that's what it's called.
Make a correction on something that we had mentioned in the first half, where we were talking about the summoner and the Eggy. But we mentioned earlier about how once you level up, your Eggy turns into like Ifrit and whatnot. I actually had it backwards. Apologies.
Yeah.
It's Carbuncle is the base form, and then you can glamour it to look like Ifrit, etc. So apologies for that.
はい、ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. ではここからは第2部といたしまして、バトル関連調整をご紹介いただきたいと思います。
今までのはバトル関連調整じゃなかったんかいっていう感じです。
from now on, now we want to explain battle adjustments. はい。
Weren't jobs also part of adjustments, I guess?
Could be.
さあ行きますよ。まずは1個目どうぞ。 まずレイドファインダー、霊式コンテンツのレイドファインダーのマッチングに調整が入ります。こちらです。今回ヒーラーがピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーに分かれるということで、マッチングのアルゴリズムもピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーで、マッチングされるようになります。
Those don't suck.
So first up is the raid finder. We are going to be making adjustments for the matching system or the algorithm.
What can we do to make healing with these or matching with these new jobs more difficult?
Barrier healers and the pure healers.
そしてですね、他はやってないですね。他はどっちになってもクリアできるぐらいの難易度なので、はい。で、
Party finder, same thing.
The rest, there hasn't been very much of a change. There's really not.
Yeah. They're like, okay, we don't need to go into detail here. Let's just keep going.
Just put like a yellow smiley face.
で、まあなんかちょっといくつかコメントがあるんであれなんですけど、まあ前にもこれ実は話してるんですけど、レイドファインダーやっぱりこれ以上細かく条件を割るとマッチングが伸びすぎてダメなんですよ。まあこれ以上細かくであればパーティー募集を使ってください。ぜひ。はい。
I do see some comments mentioning about how they are wondering about, well, what about other sort of sorting and like categorization? But if we add more conditions to the different raid finder, like party composition algorithm, so to speak, it's going to lengthen the time it would take for a party to be matched up. So if you want to be very granular about who joins the party, it might be best to go to the party finder.
Okay, so this will only be for Savage then.
さあ、ではそのパーティー募集の続いてアップデートのお話でございます。
No, you can do whatever you want for your group, I would assume.
まずパーティー募集に出すときにヒーラー枠をピュアヒーラーとバリアヒーラーでもちろん分割できるようになっております。今回。
They're really committing to that.
Of course,
yeah, they really are.
Party finder too. The healer category will be split between pure and barrier healer.
さらにですね、よくこうなんかいろいろ揉める原因にもなってたところなんですけど、参加条件にですね、今回コンプリート済みでかつ修正源を今週まだ受け取ってないよっていうのを追加しました。はい。
And the second point kind of ties into some of the discourse, so to speak, or like arguments that may happen, which is in order to mitigate it. Sorry. And that is a new option for players who have yet to receive weekly completion rewards will be added to the
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Conditions.
なので、もう今週断賞でいいですと。助けてくださいと。今週クリア済みの方でもいいので参加くださいっていう時は、この参加条件これ入れなければ、そういうマッチングになる、募集になるって感じですね。はい。
So if people are okay with just receiving the tokens, then and they don't mind not having the weekly completion reward, then you would not need to like specify to this option.
それからですね、続いてジョブ重複制限で、検索には引っかかっちゃってたんですよねこれ。僕もよくヨシピー散歩で参加するときにやってたんですけど、これも検索からも出なくなります。このチェックボックス入ってると。
So search results will no longer include parties you cannot join due to the one player per job requirement. This was actually something that Yoshida also got stuck on sometimes in some of his stroll broadcasts with this whole one player per job requirement.
以上がパーティー募集のアップデートのお知らせでした。はい、さらに進めていこうと思います。はい、お願いします。
So moving forward.
コンテンツ報酬のちょっと
This could be nothing or it could be huge. Which one's it gonna be?
それがこちらです。
Yes.
We made some duty reward adjustments.
That's good.
武器がドロップする討伐。
Two weapons per then?
もともとね、武器直ドロップ
random and then
ジョブが増えたということが
Nice.
Is that all the way into the past or just the ones in the future?
I mean, due to reward adjustments, which would make me believe previous.
Retroactive, yeah. That's cool.
That's nice. Just something else for me to keep track of.
So trials with weapon drops will now drop a weapon coffer in addition to the original weapon reward. What this means is, of course, with the dungeon loot, of course, when a weapon drops, it's randomized. And with so many jobs being added to
you'll
the
never
roster,
see your weapon ever.
Of course, we will keep that original sort of direct.
Get ready for
I hadn't even thought about that as the reasoning for it, but yeah, that makes
we will
so much
also
sense.
add a coffer that will allow for
now it just mounts to 50 totems.
Weapon of the person who opens the coffer
99
will get as like an addition.
They'll never do it.
Though to be fair, in the case of the trials where it drops 2 totems, we still got nearly a full set of mounts for everybody before we got max totems.
And so this will apply. The 4th turn
That's
of
cool.
high-end raids released up through 3.x will now drop a weapon coffer.
Faster
in
farming.
addition
That's
to
cool.
the original weapon
Yeah.
reward.
Doesn't it already do that?
No. Those type of coffers didn't exist until
4th turn.
4.x.
Okay. You're talking about the previous ones. So it already does that in the new ones.
Yeah, so now they're going back and doing Cores of Bahamut and stuff.
It should.
Cores of Bahamut and
If
Alexander.
you're lucky,
I don't know
2
how
people
important that
will
is.
be able to
It's
obtain
not, but
a
people
weapon
want it
of,
for glam.
the weapon
Like I
that
said,
they
it's faster
want in
farming
a
for
particular
glam, yeah.
high-end raid.
でさらに続いてどうぞ 4.x までのコーナー
Ah, and now we have gear coffers
が全部チェストに
for
直ドロだったんですけど
everything as well.
And the second one says high-end raids released up
Okay.
through 4.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're
That's
just,
cool.
they're just make update and everything. That's fine.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me.
Originally, these were also like a randomized direct drop, but we're changing these to a coffer.
なので全て同じ仕様に今回統一して過去のコンテンツも改めて報酬のドロップテーブルを変えてですね、チェストを作ってまあ同じルールでね、いけるように、しておきました。
Seems kind of like counter to the idea of Reaper sharing
So
Dragoon
we
gear.
tried to even out
But
and
it also
try to
makes so
make
much
it,
sense.
the same across
Yeah.
the board, and then sort of revisited the drop table of past content as well, so that we can add that sort of coffer to these different content.
ですね、まあ以上がだいたいコンテンツの報酬関係の調整で、
Miscellaneous.
続いていきましょう。
We're already at miscellaneous? What?
ですね、HUD レイアウトに、バトル関連でさらにちょっと大きなアップデートがあります。
So we covered the different
That sentence
reward
doesn't make sense to me.
Next up is adjustments made
so-
to the HUD.
All of your, maybe all of your buffs?
トリガーバフっていう新しい
Yeah, proc type. So you can move them to a new place in your HUD layout.
なんだよっていうと、今までプ
So
ロ
they're
ック
not
って
with
呼
the
んで
rest
た
of the buffs.
プロックで付与されてるバフのことです。
Okay.
So you can move them in the center screen or
we
somewhere
will
else.
That's
be
nice.
able
That's
to
cool.
Identify a
People have been
trigger
asking for
buff,
that for a while.
or English says conditional enhancements. Sorry, basically like procs that are applied.
Yeah, and you know we didn't realize it, but we did see that.
Yeah,
when he was showing off some of that stuff. That hadn't even registered to me.
Yoshi P, use smaller words, I'm sleepy.
It makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of people coming from WoW who are very used to moving those type of things to the center of their screen, and they couldn't separate them out.
Apologies, the example is Black Mage again, but with the Fire 3 proc and the Thunder proc, it's beneficial sometimes to separate it out from the different like buffs that you may have, just so that you have that indicator. So we are now able to sort of split out enhancements and feeblements, and then now we will have the proc or the conditional enhancements, where you can separate it out and then place it where you feel is best to get a view of.
まあトリガーバフだけ 当然切り離してね、ジョブゲージの近くに置いて視点をそこでもう管理を固めてしまおうとかっていうのもできるし、まあ、個別にいつもの通り表示サイズを大きくしたりっていうのもできるので、ぜひ皆さんまたこだわりの UI に役立てていただければと思います。
With being able to separate out just the procs that show up or the conditional enhancements, you can, for example, place it near your job HUD or your job gauge so that you can just look to one section to identify any sort of buffs that have been applied on a proc basis. Or because you can adjust the elements that you have in the separated sort of display, you can also change the display size as well if you want it to be more like prominent on the screen.
So I can put my dots right above my gauge.
まあこれが
You know, if I had any
かな
of
り
those
ね
still.
助かる人多いんじゃないかなって
見逃さないように。
はい。
We're hoping that this would be very beneficial and would help people who do want to keep those like separated or keep track of them separately.
続いてなんですけど、グラウンドターゲットの利便性を向上させるアップデートを、入れております。
Next up is improved ground targeting functionality.
ですね、キャラクターコンフィグにこれ、今までの挙動の方が好きだったっていう方もいると思うので、キャラクターコンフィグで選べるようにしてあります。まず設定を新たに項目追加してます。
So I'm sure people still prefer the current ways. So we made it so that it is selectable. So we basically added it as a new setting in the character configuration.
Yeah, it's very good.
Good to have the option.
こちらです。言い
That
方としては
press action button again, we needed for so long.
一回押すとグラウンドターゲットマークが出るでしょ、そのアクションボタンをもう一回押すとその置いてある場所にもう即実行されるっていう形になるんで、パッドはかなり楽なんじゃないですか。はい。
So the changes are include, let's see, press action button again to place target circle. So basically, say you wanted to activate a ground target related action. You can just press the same button again to confirm that this is where you want to place the ground target. So I think people using the controller might have a smoother time setting.
I mean, even on PC, I like that better than trying to hit confirm or click, you know? And the prevent it from moving beyond the range is really nice. How many times have you tried to set it and it just goes a little bit too far and then you have to come back? Is he reading the comments? Yeah.
I was like, I'm like, are they frozen? What are we?
Yeah. To me. Oh, he's talking about that. To me, didn't they just change Salted Earth so it just targets you anyway?
It did. They did it, yeah. And then it gives you a new salted pepper action. Or pepper.
Yeah, exactly.
Peppered Earth.
What if I want paprika?
It's salted pepper. You know, we've been doing this for too long when I say salted pepper.
See, I feel like Sly, when they did their super long one, he was the one who was like, yeah, I'm good. I know what you're talking about.
そこに果たしてこのモードがあるのかどうかを今確認しておりますっていう複雑な状態です。
I'm not normally sleepy yet, so I don't know
this
what's
server
wrong.
is special. Set up dedicated to the media tour.
To try and show you, okay.
If this mode is available on this version, and then 見つけました。
ちょっと待ってね、動作するかだけ。
なるほどね。
So we said earlier that they probably already had the build determined for the media tour.
And then
there's your answer.
Yep.
Yes, they do.
These are working as desired.
He's trying.
Let's see if I can type in this command without blowing up the computer.
Yeah. It's good then.
あ、大丈夫。
よし、ピースstop. Pick a different view.
あ、これリキャストリセット使えないんだ。
Oh, no, we can't.
まあ、じゃあ、ちょっと待ってよ。はいはい、じゃあ、
Yes.
時期ってもらって大丈夫。
じゃあゲーム画面お願いし
Thank
ま
you.
す。
Okay, looking at the game screen.
キャラクターコンフィグの中の操作設定で、
Just reading dot free summoner made me feel a type of way just then. Thank you.
I love how the
server
server.
See
that the world name?
Yeah,
Tour
Tour
これ
2020.
はさっきパワポの2行目にあった、そのアクションの、グラウンドターゲットできる距離より、カーソルがもう奥へ行かないなので最も遠いところっていうのが取りやすくなる。いやすっげえ行っちゃってそこじゃねえそこじゃねえ。
Yeah, why does he have 0 eggs on his bar?
でそれだけを
like front and center.
オンにしたりオフにしたり
Well, bottom center.
できるし、
Maybe he got
グ
hungry.
ラウンドターゲット中にもう一回同じアクションをしたらもうその場で
Yeah.
実行する。
I mean, he probably just has his hot bars like I do, because my food's on my hot bar alongside my mounts and stuff too.
適用でして
一旦訳しますか。
どうぞ失礼しました。
So when you go into the configurations, and it should be under controls, I believe. But there should be a section where you can set
Then he picked Ninja.
your ground target.
Deltarune is
options.
annoying.
So there are 2 that is going to be available. One is the aforementioned hitting the action button one more time will place the ground target wherever or will confirm the placement of the ground target. And then the second one
It looks like the mouth hole's a
it
mustache.
prevents the cursor
Yeah, it
from
does.
going beyond the ground target range. So sometimes
I
the
like the Ninja AF.
Little
though.
the
Lalafell
cursor's
ninja
like
with a
way
mustache.
in the background, and you're like, oh wait, I don't want a ground target that far back. You can set the configuration so that it stays within the bounds, and so it allows for you to get like the most optimal, like furthest distance through turning this function on.
Yeah, it'd be nice if it was
で
in
英
English.
語 UI で出してあげたかったんで
That's what he was just saying.
私が間違うとあれなんでごめんなさいね。ここにあります。はい。
Yeah, it would be nice if we could read this. But
Apologies.
Yeah.
The UI is in Japanese. We wanted
should
to
have
make sure
trolled me
that
once
we,
with UI,
set
knowing
the
that I couldn't
correct,
read it.
Settings. So,
I was like, man, I wish I could read that. And he's like, yeah, I bet you do. And he like opened it up again. I'm like, wow, Yoshida.
Part of the character configuration menu.
Just like when he dunked on you during the challenges or whatever.
これ以上
Yeah.
いかないです。
Yeah.
That's cool.
わかります。
That's
I
really
really
cool.
like that.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a
With
nice change.
the ground targets
Scoochie.
bound within that sort of ground targeting
So you won't hit
range,
the stupid purple.
I hope
Yep.
you can tell, but the furthest it can go is sort of restricted.
I would
That's
keep
how
that
it doesn't
on,
go too
honestly.
far back, like it doesn't
Mhm.
flip
Maybe
into
not the confirm button.
Yeah, you can see the mouse
Unless,
cursor can
you can do
go
both.
further, but the ground target itself will stop at a certain point.
How many yalms is that, Ninja players?
これはいいです。わかりやすい。
It's probably
で、この
20.
状態で
Yeah, if it's 20, then
If all the
Reaper is
other
the same.
if all the other gap closers for tanks
So
are
you hit the
20, that's
action
probably
button
20.
again to confirm.
なのでもうこの辺適当に
Marty
マウ
says
ス置い
not
とい
far.
て、
Yeah.
こんな感じ。
自動的に一番遠いとこまで行ける。
まあ別にこの辺ターゲット
Do you
して
think that tent's actually there, or do you think they just put it there so we couldn't see over there?
適当に
It probably
It
is.
is in a weird place.
So
Like
first you
right in
can,
front of the Aetheryte.
Place
It's
gonna
the
bug me
mouse
that
cursor where
Razadon
you
has
want
it.
to
Oh, no.
go directly.
Disconnected,
and
I
then
guess.
if you just want to
Oh no. No.
go as
I can
far
fix
as
this.
you
It's okay.
can,
Yeah,
I got this.
Then
We
you
have the
can just
mean.
set the cursor
We have the
to
technology.
We
somewhere,
have the
like,
technology.
close to off screen so that it automatically kind of stays within that target range, but it doesn't go beyond what is available.
不用日に
Oh, she actually got popped into AFK, so you could just pull her back up. Or I could.
That's all right. It's
Yeah.
fine. It's fixed.
書かれた。
And now Rook is just
So I tried to use the
All these
ninja
mic.
here, and they've noticed something is missing.
Oh.
it's
まあ
fine.
なくなって
Everything's
はい
fine.
ない。
Assassinate is not gone.
なくなってはいない。
There we go.
Actually, let me
Going forward.
click that off. There we go.
I'll stop.
さ
That's
あ、じゃあ、グランドターゲットはこんな。
Now you can see how I layer the setup here.
Yeah.
Covers ground targeting.
Hopefully I didn't ruin anyone's immersion.
じゃあ、グラウンドターゲットのアップデートは以上で、続いていきますね。
はい
続いてはですね、パーティーメンバーの詠唱中ターゲット表示、まあこれだけを見るとなんだかわかんないと思うんで出しちゃいましょう。
はい。
That's interesting.
今、ごめんなさい、あゆみさん、ちょっと待って。パーティーリス
I
ト
don't
の
ever look
中
at the
で、
party
詠
list,
唱
but
バー
that's
で
cool.
どの敵を攻撃してるかとか、
I get it.
誰を蘇生してるかっていうのが判別しやすく。
So it'll say
Oh.
action and then letter from the mob list or number
yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
player
Display
list.
party
Okay.
members target.
I was
when
like, it
casting
already
in
does
his-
the spell.
I was
Oh,
looking at it.
cool.
I was like, I have no
Trying to
idea what's
adjust this
happening.
header, but if you look at the
If you're
a
healer, I guess.
It makes it
Yeah.
easier to discern which target.
I
your
literally
allies
never look at
are
that.
attacking or
Raise 2
reviving.
confirmed.
Target of
例えば
target.
この
Is it the
表示
T?
に出てるパーティーリストだと、
My mage is getting raised to and
まあ
Gleric.
例えば左のスクリーンだと
I never look at that,
モン
which
ス
is
ターの
why I need people to tell me when they
あ
die.
のヘイトリストに対応してるので、その人に対して今詠唱、攻撃詠唱を唱えてますよ。
Yeah, I bet it's great for healers.
The only time I notice it is when somebody has to slow
So
raise.
it'll show you
Mhm.
which number or letter the person or the target is. So in the screen cap on the left side, it shows you are casting glare at enemy C. So whatever's on the aggro list, enemy number C, is being targeted.
で、右側ですが、今、1番パーティー。
So this means I don't need a raise macro anymore, right? You'll just look at it?
No, you'll probably still want a raise macro.
プレイヤーに対してレイズをかけてますよっていうのが、まあ、この意味ですね。レイズにって書いてあるやつ。はい。
And then the screen grab on the right shows that party member number 1, the
I knew you were
white
gonna say
mage, is
no, Monty.
casting raise to number 2, which you can see is the paladin in that party list.
Double F to
So
pay
the-
respects to the dead paladin.
まあ、まずはパーティー。なんかいずれね、考えたい。
This is what he was saying as he was dying. F, F.
Now this only applies to parties,
Sure.
and
Right.
I'm afraid it doesn't work on alliances just yet. We'll try to think of something that
That's
would
okay,
make it
you're
easier
being-
to discern. But for
See,
now, it's
The thing
party
about my
members.
raise macro is I switch target back to the
Well,
boss so
no,
quick that it says the
number
boss instead of the
sheet,
person that I raised,
Yeah.
and I really need to fix
ヘ
that.
イトリストに、
はい
あの、
敵の名
Or
前
just
が
leave
敵
it.
の
It's
名前が
funny.
出てると
Raising-
あこれ
Charles,
Living
stop
liquid.
stop arousing the
それだ
boss.
と思ってます。
Yeah.
はい
So
左
people
の
are
リ
Living
スト
Liquid
は
doesn't
パー
need
ティ
it.
ーリストメンバーじゃないですね。グレアなんで。
はい。
はい。
And so, just to clarify, the one on the left is when you are attacking.
That's a good
an
question.
enemy,
Mouse over
so,
DPS
it's
that
not
target.
necessarily your party member. As you can see, the letters should
Yeah, I wonder.
correspond to whatever enemy list.
Someone
that
will
you
program
have.
it.
Oh, yeah.
Usually, it's like a name and then the alphabet that follows. So it's that letter at the end.
Well, I mean, and you can already do. I think there's a macro command for
正直
like
迅速魔はもうインスタントなんでどうに
target
も
the
な
thing
らない
that
です。
somebody
ごめんな
else
さい
is targeting.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
People are wondering, oh, what about Swift
Yeah.
cast?
Since it was T, right?
That's instant, so I'm sorry, there's not
By
enough
default or
time
something?
to decide who you're casting.
Yes.
それをやろうとすると、誰が誰を今ターゲットしてるのかっていうのを出さなきゃいけなくなるけど、
そうですね
ものすごい勢いでみんなターゲット変えるんで、それはねちょっとさすがに無理ですね。はい。
That one, you would have to show like which one is being targeted very quickly. So I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep up with that system. So it's not applicable.
I
Rick
know,
did not get
Rick-
fired, but she got tired.
Yeah.
Ah.
はい。
Rick's right here, see?
Yeah.
に
She's
2の
good.
人に
actually, I
蘇生
removed
して
the
るから
mic.
Oh,
He moved it.
やべ俺かぶったから蘇生キャンセルして
Here, I'll turn it back on. You're-
あボルボルの
There you
俺
go.
がキャストしたのを見てあそっちかけてくれるんだったら俺はっつってどっちを
Scholar's
そう
dead.
回っていうことがあるかなと
she did not say
There-
that.
You might also have to be
Oh my
mindful
God.
because now you'll be able to discern like, oh, this person is casting raise on party member number 2. And say Yoshida is trying to cast raise, and then Foxclawn is also trying to cast raise, and they realize, oh wait, it's the same person. Oh, maybe I should cancel. And
And then both people cancel,
nobody
and
is-
nobody
Yeah.
gets
ends up
raised.
casting the raise, so you might want to be careful.
It's why I
on
never
that
stop a
end
raid.
also.
Like, even if I hear someone else's Swift cast, I'm pressing the button.
ガンと強い
Just in
ところ
case.
で
Mhm.
So if you know you're the first one who's casting like a raise or a cure of sorts, don't be
Yeah.
faltered. don't falter. Keep your casting.
はい、パーティーメンバーの演習中ターゲット表示は以上でした。はい、続いてはですね、戦闘不能時の、0% になってしまったヒットポイントバーっていうのを表示するようにしました。
I have no idea.
Next up, health bars will be displayed even when incapacitated.
It's okay, you're sleepy too.
Yeah.
ですね、これ今までヒットポイントバーを常に表示っていう状態に
Okay.
してたら、まあ表示されてたんですけど、
I was wondering if they were talking about
減少中の場合でも、倒れてる人のヒットポイントバーがブランクで見えるようになる。
I don't really notice.
So of course, with the health bar, you when it's set to, I believe the default is to show the health bar, but there is a I'm sorry, it's the other way around. When you set the health bar to show all the time, then regardless how much HP is left, you will always see the health bar. But there, with the default option of only display when HP is below 100%, it doesn't necessarily show when the HP is completely gone. So with this update, whenever somebody's incapacitated, their health bar will show up as like a blank gauge.
これはですね、コンテンツ上でですね、
I guess it's nice.
キャラクターが倒れているのを見逃してしまうことがあって、
If you think somebody might be playing dead, but they're really dead, they need to
It's that weird thing of like you can just look at the party list, but depending on how your UI is set up
like if you're out in the wild and you find like a munchkin out in the wild and you're like, are you really dead or are you playing?
Sure. No, but that also, I believe that health bar setting can apply to just party members and stuff too.
Yeah.
So it's
probably
depends on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know that I have it on ever at all. Like if you can turn it off, I'm pretty sure I did.
Though when I see someone lying on the ground, I just click them.
In order
you're dead, Raise.
Combat situations where players are incapacitated during a
it's for visibility, of course.
And they just live there.
Oh, like if you can't find them?
Or nobody notices
that does happen,
being KO'd. There are times where people finish a duty.
This is specifically for Zadnor and people who got left.
I legit had to use return in Deltarune a couple weeks ago. I'm like, hello? Like, nope, nobody? All right.
We try to make it easier for people to discern.
They were long gone.
Or like if you even if it's somebody in the party, if they're too far away and you can't like target them, where are you? I can't find you. There's a little bar over there.
That
might help.
That is pretty cool.
はい。で続いてはどっちかというとお知らせなんですけど、ちょっと 6.0 での現透滅戦なんですけど、一回ちょっと封鎖をさせてください。
So next is more of a
just go do the other ones.
But,
the first ones.
We would like to temporarily close off or remove the Unreal trials.
I think I only ever did like
っていうのもです
one of
ね
them.、
まずレベル今、90のバランスをめちゃめちゃ取ってるんですよ。全体バランスを。で、そのレベル90の着地どころってギリギリまで調整するので、それからじゃないとやっぱり
They probably didn't have any time to figure it out.
過去の
That's a lot.
True enough.
バトルって。なので、ちょっと一回、そのままとりあえずリバーを開けとけばっていう意見もあったんだけど、いや、ただでさえ今長いのに、ちょっとなんかいくらなんでもなんで、ちょっと一回封鎖をさせてください。はい。
The reason why is because with the raise the level cap, we still want to continue making adjustments to the overall balance of the different jobs, and we would like to adjust it as long as possible up until the last minute. So before we can attempt sort of updating these Unreal trials to match like the upcoming level cap, I think we still need to kind of see where our standard content kind of works out with this new level cap and the overall balance. Some of you may say just leave Leviathan open. But it's been a while. It's been a long while. So I think it's just better to close it off temporarily.
で、再開の時期としては 6.1 から、新しいゲームコンテンツに、変えて再開していこうと思います。はい。
Make it easier for yourself, please.
Or
please.
Yeah,
and you can still get the prizes from other stuff. What is the other one called?
New
the Wondrous Tales.
Book Little Girl Adventures. Yeah, Wondrous Tales.
ある手とか、姉さん同士とかね、いろいろ候補はございますね。
There are many candidates that we would consider a certain Alta or maybe some. Yeah, many candidates. We can think
no.
はい。
Thornton's gotta be the next
one.
Oh no, what did we do? They're gonna remove the belt. We're in trouble.
At
least it's not like blood chocolate.
I'm not wearing a belt right now.
Same.
Is the belt?
I guess they already were.
I'm wearing a belt.
They're about to take it from me.
Look, my pants.
So belts will no longer
Where we're
be
going, you don't need
equipable
pants.
or obtainable via duties and
Oh,
where are we going?
そしてですね、皆さんは基本的に何もしなくて大丈夫です。装備中、
Maybe the moon.
もしくはアーマリーチェストに
I mean, there's lower gravity, so your pants wouldn't fall down. See, I stayed there.
っていうのは、全て我々データベースを直接調整してですね、遺失物管理人に全て預けておきますので、リストから後ほど 6.0 リリース後に
Oh, thank goodness, they're just gonna take them from us.
皆さんは特に
Thank you.
やることは
and can be retrieved individually.
Never gonna do that.
Can you just imagine like Raubon or Pippin just like coming up to you, like punching you in the gut and just like taking all your belts and running away?
There really isn't much that you need to do in preparation for it. Anything that was equipped on your character or
question is it better to sell them ahead of time?
The retainer was holding on to it
or
for you. Will all be transferred.
Could try.
Or, we will be
definitely better to retrieve materia from them now.
The back end
Probably.
via the database, and we would directly
retrieve all your materia
so
from them.
That it'll
or
be,
descent.
Given to the Calamity Salvager. So if you want to retrieve them, you can go to the Calamity Salvager and pick it out from a list and retrieve it.
Now I want to do a 24-man or 24 summoner belt only run of Crystal Tower where we only use dots. Can we do that?
Oh, okay.
Just as a goodbye.
Everything that's leaving, yeah.
Yeah.
So the materia and stuff will stay.
Okay.
And all other belts will remain in your inventory as is, and any sort of materia that were affixed or signatures on crafted belts will remain as is. So you don't necessarily have to rush to...
I can't imagine there's too many sentimental belt owners out there, but...
I have a sentimental belt from 1.0 that I can't see anymore.
Yeah.
Right.
For those who have been grinding on the Eureka content, may be wondering about the speed belt that was obtained.
I feel so bad for the 5 people that earned that.
That will be replaced with a substitute.
Like, what was it, that and the freaking O hat, I think, was the other one. Oh my god, those items were terrible.
6.0 以降に代替品と交換可能になるので、スピードベルトは捨てずにちゃんと取っておいてください。はい。
It's not cool if it's not a speed belt.
So you can exchange it for this.
What if they just
item.
like
I know
make
you worked
the
really
belt
hard to obtain
a bracelet?
Belts. So
there you go.
once 6.0
just tighten it up a little bit more.
You will be able to exchange it for.
Still call it.
That's how you keep your belt.
Change the item description.
So please do not throw away your speed belt.
There's enough material there. You could like make
you think
bracelets.
You think it's late enough for me to make a joke to turn that into a necklace? Turn the belts into a necklace?
Yes,
no?
I mean, this will still be on VOD in the normal hours.
I mean, nobody knows. That's fine. That's vague enough.
Alright, chart for belts.
だからこれ連成度100のベルトがあるならマテリア生成はしといた方がいいと思います。で、マーケットの出品とか購入、あとリーグへの納品、あとグランドカンパニー、軍需品調達への納品。
Yeah, speed collar.
こんなあと
I don't know why they couldn't still make
なんか結構言ってて、帯のチェストだったわみたいなやつは開けないともう使えなくなっちゃうので、これは気をつけてください。
So we're summarizing here. On the left side is available only before patch 6.0 of the expansion. So if we want to extract materia or like create materia out of belt equipment, you can only do that before
and I already cleaned my inventory.
Buying and selling of the belt equipment on the market board, turning it into different leaves, etc. Also for coffers, those who go to different raids and realize that they
I want
have,
there to really be a
belt
crafting leave now
coffers.
for pants
You
that
won't be able to use
explains the
those
lack of
after
belts.
the expansion releases, so you might want
Oh, there
to,
will be. You know it.
These
take care of
pants are
that.
extra tight because belts have suddenly vanished from fashion.
We learned it from the Garlean.
That came up in our D&D game
Gun
this
belt.
past weekend.
Yeah,
They were like, "Do we
yeah.
have belts with these pants?" No. They were tailored, so they're not gonna fall off.
Yeah, big
And
suspender is
just
the
a
true winner. You're right.
disclaimer, with these
You're right, Mickey.
coffers, there are different types where it's just the belt equipment or a coffer that has a belt and something else. Because belts will be discontinued, coffers that only contain a belt will not even be able to be opened. It's like defunct at that point. But if it's a coffer that contains something else with a belt, only the belt will be discontinued. So you'll still get the whatever it was paired with or included in the coffer, but just not the belt.
Someone clip that, please.
We're seeing comments with the belts being removed, the pants are going to fall down. And that just caught Yoshino's eyes. For sure, all the belts holding up your different pants are gonna go away, huh?
We are all laughing about falling pants levels of tired.
Yep.
Ah, you can still decent them.
Oh, that's good.
Expert delivery turn-ins.
And you can retrieve, but not extract.
And you can throw them away.
Yeah.
It's wild that you can't do leave turn-ins, but you can do expert delivery turn-ins.
And
Right.
now for
That's really
what
strange.
you can do even after the launch of the Endwalker is
Different
if you,
reward, maybe?
for example, had affixed some materia on your belt, then you can retrieve those. You can also go to shop vendors, not the market board, but the shop vendors to sell off these belts. You can also do synthesize. You can also do.
Is expert the one that gives
delivery
you crafting
turn-in.
XP,
Of
or
course,
the
you
one
can
that gives
throw it
you
away
GC
also.
marks?
I think it's the Grand Company one. I think.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, it is.
Chat's in Grand Company.
Yeah. I'm like, I just did that, so I think it was expert. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was like, yeah, different reward, and I'm like, wait a minute, is that the crafting one? Because then it's not a different reward.
Right.
6.0 前にマーケットに出てたやつはもう検索に引っかからないようになるので、皆さんで取り下げをしてってください。
So whatever you had up on the market boards will not be searchable after the expansion has launched. So if you had anything up listed in the different market boards, you might want to take them down.
I think there should be a custom message if you type in belt in the market board search. It should just come up with a message that just says like, get gravity to pants.
I have a dumb question for you guys. Can you find pants that just will stay on without a belt? Because like dudes' hips are different than ladies' hips. I definitely can wear pants without a belt.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but it also depends on how much moving around I'm gonna be doing.
Okay.
Like if I'm gonna be like walking a lot, I usually put a
We
belt
looked
on.
at the game screen, and you may have already noticed some of the numbers being sort of compacted, but we want to explain the downscaling.
Stop.
Oh, they're making us weaker. We're not gonna be strong anymore.
Mickey says it depends on how 90s your pants are.
Yeah.
That's so true.
And gear attributes from level
Are they
50
Jinkos?
to 80
Oh my God.
will be reduced.
さっきクライアントでも見ていただいたように
To be fair,
敵味
most
方
of my
自
pants
分
are
の
tight.
敵もヒットポイントの最大量とか
I
ダ
mean,
メ
you
ー
know,
ジの最大
it
値
really
っていうのが
depends.
ピュッと1回圧縮されて小さい数字になります。
So as you saw in the game client,
Oh my god, we're
the
dealing less damage.
HP for both the enemy as well as yourself, and the damage being dealt has
Like
been
tense.
significantly impacted.
で、これに合わせてですね、調理品、薬品、マテリアの効果量もそれぞれ合わせて、デノミネーション
I'm
抑えられ
sorry.
てますので、
You
ご
can
了
say
承
what
く
you
ださい。
want in the text on that
And
chicken. It is
potency
still
of meals,
delicious.
medicine, and materia will also be
I think it's
reduced.
smoked
accordingly.
chicken.
Yeah.
Probably real good.
まあ、大体
Crit
以前の、
All you get.
I would kill for like a chicken leg right
新
now.
情報発表会でもお伝えしたんです
Or
け
like
ど、
just
大
like
体5分の1ぐらい
4 to 6 wings or something,
とかで言えば
A very
になってる
similar
と思ってください。
conversation sparked a long conversation
We
about
mentioned
potato
this during
salad
the,
just
fan
yesterday.
festivals or
I have
in
macaroni
the,
salad.
Showcase announcement
I could bust
showcase.
some of
But
that out.
the downscaling is we're going to be downscaling it to about
Are you
1/5.
Mayonnaise potato salad or a mustard potato
全て
salad
考慮し
guy?
た上でバランスをできるだけ維持するようには調整しております。
See, I'll do both, but I prefer the
But
mustard.
of
I can do
course,
both, but I prefer
adjustments
mayo.
To maintain balance with consideration
I don't
for
even like mayo at all.
downscaling of various items.
I literally didn't eat mayo until I was in high school. My family did not eat it. I don't know.
僕当然全コンテンツチェックをこのデノミネーションされた状態の14でも、全てのコンテンツを遊んでるっていうかプレイしてチェックしてますけど
This is probably the hardest thing that they have to
な
do.
んていうの変わんないです、すぐ慣れます。1時間もかかんないです。
Gotta be a lot of back and forth.
For sure, it still kind of raises question. Like it is kind of hard to grasp with just explanation on words, but with Yoshida looking at all of the content and making sure to test everything out and seeing the downscaled numbers, it really doesn't change the way the game plays. It doesn't feel different. You will get used to it rather quickly. It didn't really even take an hour
Like,
to get used to
WoW
the
had to do the
downscaled
same thing
numbers.
when they did their squish. They had to over-explain it, and it didn't work. But they tried.
I mean, you're gonna. There's always gonna be that group of people.
Yeah.
みたいな時はどうしてもこう上昇幅が小さくな
Just
って
like,
るんで
is game still fun? Me still kill monster good? Okay.
みたいなのはありはするけど
See, I was really worried with pets
とかのコンテンツ
because their potency calculation is weird as heck anyway. So
エンドウォーカーで実装
now
され
you
る
don't have to worry
IT と
about
か
it because the pet
バージョ
doesn't
ン
do
と
any
か
damage.
行く時には
They were just like, kill the pet. And while we're at it,
小さくなったな
dots.
と思ったぐらいで、あとはもう何にもわからないんで
We're going, we don't need
大丈夫だと思います。
Or pants.
I
Yeah.
Of
like
course,
that.
with
I like the chat
reduction
thought you had
of,
the
the
fire thing
values,
ready for the summoner
in
stuff, but really
some
that's just
places
your word
where
background.
just press
Yeah,
on
it's just my word background.
The item level, because there is such a broad range. You might feel that some of the enemies are a
'Cause
little
that's how
bit
they were when we
tougher,
started the game.
as in like
Yeah.
it might take a little bit more effort to get through.
Stop crying, they
and
took the
deal
gnats out
enough
of
damage,
Amdapor.
But looking at the content that's aimed for level 90 or anything that's beyond level 80, the instance dungeons or the trials, the primal fights, of course you'll physically see the numbers come out, and like with Fire 3, oh yeah, downscaling, I do see the numbers kind of come down, but again, you get used to it, and it's not like.
And
I
if
mean,
it
after-
was, what are you going to do about it?
Nothing.
Sucker!
Well, no, I take that back. I'm gonna use that second reassemble charge I got now and make that number bigger.
なんだっけ
Nobody here would ever dream of doing anything like parsing, but if you go back and look at parse numbers from when this game started, I'm sure it will be very
伸び
comparable.
が抑えられてる分だけ相対的にちょっとやっぱ硬く感じたりはある。まあそれに合わせてちょっと報酬の付け直しとかは今もまだ検討してるので、はい。ただもう本当80以降とかやってると何も変わらないです本当に。はい。
No, stop!
Just to reiterate, like if you do go into some of the past content, and if you
Unsynced, yeah.
don't go into it unsynced, or no, if you go into it unsynced, because it has been kind of compacted, it might feel like it takes a little bit more effort to get through to some of the enemies. But again, with content that is level 80 and higher, you don't feel a difference.
まあなんでやるのっていうところなんですけど、やっぱり今まで、本当にありがたいことにここまでそのファイナルファンタジー14皆さんの応援もあって長く続けられてきて、さらにこの先もあと10年はもう全然やれるだろうと今思ってるんですけど、やっぱりまだそのあたりがわからない、その僕らもなんていうの、どこまで続けられるか勢いでって言ってた時に、こうやっぱアイテムレベルの上昇によってプレイヤーが強くなるっていうことを結構こう、大きくつけてきてたところが、今このペースのままさらに進んでいくと本当にもう数字がめちゃくちゃな桁になっていき、もうバグを引き起こしたりとかヘイト管理がもう、今ですらもう破綻してたり実はするので、この先10年もまたこの成長を続けていくために一旦なんていうの、レベルの低い側をこうギュッとちょっと数字を縮めさせてもらって、上のこう成長をしっかりまた作っていきたい。これは仮にもし14がこの先10年やったらまた8年後とか9年後とかにもう一回またデノミネーションさせてくださいっていう日が来ると思います。なのでこれはもうどちらかというと皆さんによりさらに長い期間14を楽しんでもらうためにやらなければいけないことなので。
You know, I would kill for like a BLT right now.
I was thinking BLT! Yeah!
You might be wondering why we're downscaling, but
great minds.
You know, looking at just
okay,
how many people
chewy
are
or crunchy bacon
at this point,
wow,
and we're still growing.
Depends on if the bread is toasted.
We're looking at another 10 more years potentially, and so
probably chewy.
If we continue at this pace,
they're talking about
we'll
stopping.
be able to sustain ourselves in the coming 10 years after here.
No way, chewy bacon friends.
Before, we didn't know how far we can go. We didn't know just how long we can continue running Final Fantasy XIV. So with the concept of the item level making the player stronger, we've kind of added the rate at which players become stronger has kind of it was at an accelerated pace. So with the numbers growing really large and keeping at this pace, we will start to see numbers kind of interfering with some of the formulas and calculations. The numbers will look ridiculous with the additional digits. The management of aggro gets to be a little difficult, and the formulas that work in the background, it's actually already causing some trouble with such inflated numbers. So we want to take this opportunity to kind of compact it, kind of bring it down to size, so to speak, so that we will have more room to continue growing upwards.
Chat, you're not helping.
So
I really want
we're
to
hopeful that this will allow for us to leave room for growth. And maybe 8 years down the line from here, we might once again come back and say, okay, we'll need to downscale again. But
no MMO ever knows how long it's going to live.
Make sure that we're leaving enough room
do it
for
right
growth
once,
so that players can continue.
And then
to
everybody
enjoy,
who's been here won't
Final
complain, and we'll tell everybody else to shut up
for as long as possible. So some people might be discouraged about the thought of downscaling, but please understand we are trying to do this for the betterment of the game, and to make sure we're looking into the future as well.
はい。
Oh
で
God,
このデノミ
continue.
ネーションのさらに、
No.
続きがあってですね、
Oh my
人数制限解除の時どうなるのっていうところなんですけど、超える力強っていうのがかかります。
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so there's still more in terms of the downscaling. People might be wondering, so what if you go in as an undersized party? Well, when you're using an undersized
Are
party,
you ready to do that
will be applied.
dungeon stream that we did again, but with squished numbers? Oh,
This
we're
is
gonna
actually crazy reasonable. Like, they didn't have to do this.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, everybody who like to do stuff in a certain way, guess what? You still can. Because here's a button you can push. Chaka, you're gonna be fine.
ちょっと説明は難しいですけど、なんとなく行くコンテンツに合わせた超える力の強いやつがかかるんだなと思ってもらえればいいかなと思います。
So it says here, enhanced echo effect will be applied to bring the difficulty balance in line with previous patches, and enhancement strength will vary by duty level. So basically speaking, whatever content you go into, the enhanced echo should allow for the power level to be like matched to make it appropriate to what it originally was, and make it in line with previous patches.
で、さらにですね、獲得経験値もものすごい桁になってきたので、経験値も周りもデノミネーションしてます。で、これに伴って今後の数値調整が非常に厄介になってくるので、ちょっとダンジョンの道中、モンスターここから経験値払い出してたんですけど、もうボス討伐時に一気にまとめてその分お支払いするっていう形に変えさせていただきました。
Yeah, they're probably lowering the XP numbers as well.
And then
all the numbers.
The experience points that are gained through
I don't want to
battle
gain 100 million XP.
as well. So
That's fine.
That's being adjusted also.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of changes on the gamer escape.
Whenever you go into a dungeon and there are
sorry, Wiki
enemies like mob
Sorry, Wiki
enemies,
Team,
or,
we love
trash
you.
mobs that you go through.
Please don't leave.
Previously, we would allow for EXP to be gained.
Let's be
whenever
honest.
You defeat
those
each
guys,
individual
they
enemy,
love the
but,
numbers.
We are going to be adjusting
They love to
it
put
so
the
that,
numbers somewhere displayed.
when you get to the boss, the dungeon boss, that's when all of the
Archivists,
EXP,
you know.
Will
I'm
be
thinking of like the Wolverine picture frame meme now, but just with like a
プレイヤーの
table
皆
of
さんが損
numbers.
するようなことにはしてないので、そこはご安心ください。
But of course,
I mean, Black Mage is going to be missing the big number, I'm sure.
It won't be disadvantageous, so to speak, for the players when you're going through a dungeon. So, yeah, there's no need to worry there.
むしろ ID の経験値は今回もそのデノミネーションとは別に、ARR からシャドウブリンガーズまでの、成長曲線、経験値のもらえる幅とかは全部新たにレベル90がキャップっていうところに合わせて全部またカーブを調整したので、全て複数ジョブ遊べるぐらい結構綺麗に調整したので、はい、心配しなくても大丈夫です。
With the experience points that are gained in these different instance dungeon has been revisited. We made sure to look at the growth curve across ARR all the way through Shadowbringers, with keeping in mind that the new level cap is going to be at level 90. So we've adjusted the curve so that it is appropriate for that span, and should allow for you to play with multiple jobs. So please rest assured there as well.
When we go up the next expansion, they'll do 100 or 99 since it's so traditional.
I think they'll do 100.
といったところで、
I think so
はい
too.
第
But
2
I
部
wonder
は
if they'll do something special for
いただい
99.
て、もう一度、
You gotta
休憩を
beat
挟みたいなと思っております。So now
No,
we
thank
have
you.
The last job quest is just Mott.
That'd be
で
funny.
も結構終わり見えてきた。
そうですね。
はいはい
で、ここからですね、
But
ま
only
た
for red mages.
20分ほど休憩をいただきたいと。
あ、20分いる？
いらない？
俺は10分でいい。あゆみさんどう？
どう？10分休憩にします？
10分で、大丈夫ですよ。
はい。では
10分で。
10分休憩になりまして、
うん、
休憩の間皆さんお暇でしょうと思いましてですね、動画3本ご用意しております。1つ目は、まずファンフェス、先日ありましたね。ファンフェスの思い出動画ご覧になってない方も多いと思いますので、ファンフェスの思い出動画を、ご用意しておりますのと、あと先日、ご紹介しました料理本を紹介する動画っていうのがございまして、こちらも合わせて、ご覧いただきつつ、あとですね、最新のサントラデス・アントゥ・ドーン、
Death Uncle Don.
はい、こちらね。
Yeah, there you
こち
go.
ら
There it
リ
is.
リースされましたけど、こちらの MV
We're almost
が
done. They're talking merch now.
こちら3本合わせてご覧いただければ、休憩もちょっとできていいんじゃないかなということでございます。So now we are taking a 10 minutes break now, and then we have some video. One is the memories from the last fun festival, and then introduction of the cookbook, and a new music video for our latest soundtrack, Death Unto Dawn.
はいそれでは今から10分休憩です。
I wonder if there's like somebody on the side that's like, we're gonna have to take another break. What can we compile to make a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, okay. When they said last Fan Fest, I was like, they're gonna show footage from 18. That's weird. No, this was a Fan Fest.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I just hope they don't make me cry again.
Ugh.
Look at him
Yes,
dancing.
rehearsals.
Yes.
That's great.
ぜひですね、笑顔で上に上がっていただけると助かります。
とりあえずオズまでないと思っていただければ。皆さんで一緒に思い出を、いつか共有できるようになればと思いますので、一緒に楽しんでいただければなと思います。
Nice.
What? I don't remember seeing that. How did I miss like Lego Crystarium? What the hell?
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting like super into Lego lately too. Like I need to like look that up now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go.
Stop it! No.
Ugh.
人の心も救えるんだなっていうふうにすごく思いました。次のファンフェス目指してまた頑張って
Okay, they did.
ますので、
They-
ぜひ
yeah.
これからもよろしくお願いします。
They're skirting around it a little bit.
Okay, good.
I was
Oh,
talking.
Yoshi P.
I was talking to somebody about that today, and just talking about it, I was like starting to like.
Yeah.
It's like, damn it.
Ugh.
Oh, now they're gonna show us food, and you guys are hungry, so.
Son of a bitch.
I'm not, but things are delicious.
I want that in my mouth.
Quiche.
Mm-hmm.
Trapper's quiche. Cute.
Like, hey, we heard you're tired and it's midnight and you've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Here's some pictures of food.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a bunch of jerks.
Raw and berry cheesecake.
That sounds fantastic.
Oh, they got the magnets on there. You know what? I still didn't get a dancer magnet.
Oh, yeah.
I went, they came back in stock and I went to get it and the shipping was more than the magnet. I was like, I'll wait till next Fan Fest.
Shipping is ridiculous. You got to make it worth your while by ordering just way too many.
I already like put in a big order and they didn't have the dancer magnets at the time.
I have several orders. I'd put one in and then they would release more stuff and I was just like, all right.
I wanted to splurge a little and get the totally frivolous wine glasses, but
yeah, any of the figurines I have to get. That's my rule. I just buy them.
I still kind of want the Estinian one.
Oh, the Bring Arts, or the the Minion one, or the
one where he's like on kind of a big pedestal.
I think they're like the Minion. Yeah. It's supposed to be the same kind of style as like the I know stream can't see it, but like the little Alphino and Alice, like that kind of aesthetic. Yeah. They're
Can't really
like,
see mine either.
Yeah, they're branded as like Minion figures.
There's Alice.
Yeah.
See your little floof?
Yeah.
And there's Alphino. And he kind of blends into
He blends
the
in
Moogle.
a little bit more with the Moogle, yeah. But yeah, I got Ardbert and Crystal Exarch coming at some point whenever they ship it. And the Shantoto and Chocobo Bring Arts that they're doing for 11 that keeps getting pushed back.
Yeah. Some of these versions of these songs, man.
I'm really looking forward to because they remaster these for the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
I cannot wait to just crank to the edge.
Yep.
I'm just gonna slam my headphones on and just all the way out. Because there's always just like little things that you notice that you didn't notice before.
Yeah.
Oh, that could have been cut a little better. I don't remember that one.
And we got the Ethereal Rift too.
Oh, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Give me that song. I think I have. Do I have it on the? I don't know if that was on the last battle CD that they put out or not.
I don't know.
You know, I'm gonna look. We have time.
Yeah.
It's right here.
Got nothing but time.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
So do you think that Porksy we sent through the portal is a trainer for Reaper? Why or why not?
I want to say yes, and because
It does have
ridiculous.
To the Edge on it. In case anybody wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
Bum,
Oh
bum,
yeah,
bum.
I love that triple
Bum,
triad track that
bum.
they did.
Yeah.
It's so chill.
There's a lot of songs.
Yeah.
It's it might be one of the bigger CDs they've done. If I think I read that it's like 82
Yeah.
tracks.
Damn.
If I remember.
It's everything I think from Shadowbringer.
Well, it's everything from the patches.
Yeah, that's yeah.
And I mean, remember too that they reused just a lot of stuff from Nier and 12 too. So there was a lot of stuff that they just.
Does this
threw in
one
there.
come with anything?
Yeah, it comes with a minion for Lena.
Mm.
Wind up minion.
I wasn't like super attached to her during the story, but she's the one that actually got me like sniffling at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Nice.
Surprised they don't have the bonus tracks on there.
Mm.
They have shoot. One of them was Tomorrow and Tomorrow piano,
Yeah.
and there was one more. What the hell was it? I don't remember.
really?
I mean, they said it was like 2. But oh my
Yeah,
God.
that comment about Reaper and Ranjit. Yeah, it's very, very close, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I remember we were like, man, if Reaper was Ranjit, that'd be so cool, but how would it work? And they kind of made it work.
It was
With
kind
different trapping.
both? They were like, why not both?
Yeah.
We don't know that his dragon's not from the void.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, it's like, it's a thing that he found, basically, is what it says.
He was just out for a walk one day, and he found this dragon. He's like, "Yo, you want to like fight together and like merge and stuff?" And the dragon's like, "Yeah, all right."
Okay, yeah, sounds cool.
That was it. That's the origin story. This is a nice danger noodle. Let's make a team. Yeah, exactly.
A certain very grumpy person that you might know might have some information about that.
Why you gotta
I
call
mean,
me out
not
like
you
that?
know. Not that you know, that your characters might know.
Is he
He
Uh,
has 2 functioning eyes.
it took me a minute.
Yeah.
just like, it's this guy.
It is 5 minutes till tomorrow. It took me a minute,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah, I
will
know.
not apologize.
It's
for that.
already
No, that's fine.
tomorrow here. Tomorrow and tomorrow.
Oh, I see.
I get it.
I see what you did there.
Oh, there's a
Yeah.
skunk outside. Son of a.
Oh no.
Are you sure it's a skunk?
I mean, I don't know what else would smell like that. I don't. What was that look supposed to be? I don't.
Well.
Weed.
Oh.
Oh, I see.
Well, I do live in Washington.
Yeah, I was about to say. Definitely could be.
Stop it.
It's an almost that. Stop it.
No.
Don't.
Yeah, they didn't tell us where the dragon came from. If I remember correctly, yeah.
Probably like IKEA.
Yeah,
It might
there you
not
go.
even. Wow. It might not even be like a proper dragon, right?
It isn't, yeah.
It's like
its name is.
It's like a discount dragon. That's why it came from IKEA. It's just he built it himself.
Gukumatsu? Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Thank you.
Oh, what even is this stream anymore? Oh, I knew it would be
Who knows?
long, but I didn't know it would be 5
I
and a
didn't
half
think it was
hours
gonna
long.
be. I thought it would be like 2 hours tops.
Ugh.
I am appreciative that they gave us so much stuff about the jobs, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think maybe they should have started with healers, so that we could have been happy about everything.
Here we go. So, I remember that I once found it on Gamerscape.
Hey.
Because Huracan is a rank A elite mark in Kalusia, and the description says, "Are you familiar with General Ranjit's familiar Gukumatsu?
I am.
Is a creature born of forbidden foreign magics passed down from general to general. Familiars such as these are usually sustained by the aether of their master, which is why when they fall in battle, their minions fall as well. There are, however, certain notable exceptions. Ranjit's father commanded a familiar as well, but when he was slain by a Sin Eater, Huracan somehow survived and has been seen on several occasions since.
Oh.
So that's the rank A mob, is his father's familiar.
That's
Born
cool.
of forbidden foreign magics. Who
I
knows
did not-
why or how.
I did not know that. That's cool.
Could have been summoned from the void.
Could have been.
Could have been, yeah.
The best song is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
はい、お待たせいたしました。ファイナルファンタジー14。
Just
Okay, well, it's still kinda
because.
going.
プロデューサーレ
It's
タ
kinda
ーライ
still
ブをお
going.
送りしております。ここからはパート
Alright,
3第
alright,
3部
alright.
をお送
Can't
り
There's,
get
し
your,
mad.
たいと
there's Yoshida looking at his watch again.
We
He's like,
are
oh
here
no.
again, and then
Look at that
thank you very much
face.
for
He's so
watching,
sad.
Final Fantasy
that it's going
14 Letter
this
from
long.
the Producer Live, number 66. Now we are entering the phase 3, final phase of today's program.
Phase 3, final phase.
5時間
They've never made a fight with 3 phases before.
Ah.
Let's hope they
さ
never
あ
do.
行きましょうか
今日は第3部はですね、
That was a
その他い
long
くつか
transition
今日
for a
ご
boss,
紹介しておきたいアップデートがありますのでご紹介していきたいと思います。
まずこちらですドン
What?
First of all,
HQ
What?
アイテムを
Excuse?
削減
Porqué?
出します
Some. Some.
we'll be removing some HQ items.
Okay.
ですねではどういうことかというのをご説明していきますが
Probably
ま
because
ず
it's
一部
double the items.
HQ アイテムの排出を停止します、
Oh,
で
yeah.
主に
Inventory bloat.
ギャザラーの採取などで意図せず HQ に
They
入
have an
手して
ability for that.
カバンがとにかく圧
That's
迫
true.
されていくっていう
But I guess they were like,
ことが
nobody
多
turns
い
that
の
on.
で、HQ をごそっと減らそうと思います
But what if I want those items?
So diving
You
into
don't need 'em.
what exactly that entails.
That's what they're saying, at least.
Basically, certain items will no longer be obtainable as HQ high quality. This is basically whenever you're gathering materials or whatnot, sometimes you unintentionally procure HQ items. And so that kind of puts a lot of pressure on inventory. So we wanted to kind of combat that inventory bloat. So we've just decided we would.
I mean,
do
it's
away
only a
with some
problem
HQ
for like
items.
people that
では
don't
まと
clean
め
their
を作っ
inventories
て
like
ござい
Rook.
ますのでまず排出が停止される、
She would agree with me if she were here.
She probably would.
I think
Probably.
I've heard that crafting at max level now, if you have good equipment, you don't really need HQ stuff anymore. So I guess there's
Yeah.
that.
でトークンで交換できる素材もなし
But-
でその他 特定のコンテンツで獲得できる
See,
クラ
because
フタ
it
ー
says
制
gathered
作で
items,
きない
and it
そう
doesn't
に
have a
関しては
specification.
HQ が一切排出されなくなります。
So we created summaries for this also.
That's gonna
So
actually
first,
clean up my
we would like to
inventory.
go into items that
Yeah.
will no longer be available as HQ. Basically gathered items, enemy drops, materials that are exchanged using tokens, and non-craftable materials obtained from certain content. So stuff that crafters or disciples of the hand cannot create.
で、HQ 自体は排出は止まるんですけど、削除は、その皆さんが手元に持ってるものは削除はしないので、
So
手
there's no
元
point
には
in
残
keeping
るん
them
ですけ
HQ.
ど、制作時の食品質アップとか納品時ボーナスとかはもうなくなってしまうので、出品
Yeah,
ト
and
レ
you
ードを
specifically
す
have
る
to
場合は、
transfer them
下げ
to
てですね
then
NQ
trade
にしてい
them.
ただくようお願いいたします。
I mean, at least you can
So
then
of course,
use them
with,
normally. I mean, it's not like
HQ items,
you know.
No
Mhm.
longer being dropped. Then, that being said, whatever you already had on hand will remain. So let's see, you won't be able to. These items won't. It won't increase the crafting quality, nor will it provide bonuses whenever you deliver these items. On top of that, when you are going to be like selling these items, HQ items will no longer be able to be sold via the market board. So you would need to reduce the quality down to NQ in order to sell it.
で、じゃあ排出提出されない HQ アイテムは何かというと、クラフターの皆さんが制作可能なアイテムっていうのは引き続き、ノーマルクオリティとハイクオリティっていうのが存在します。で、中間素材に関しても、同じです。あとは装備品、完成品ですね。はい。っていうのも HQ、NQ 残ります。
Now, for items that will still be available as HQ,
so it's basically just like the raw
are,
materials are
crafted
not going to be
items.
HQ anymore.
Yeah.
So those will be available.
So you can still then
and HQ. This also
make the next
includes
step up
the
material
intermediary
HQ.
materials.
And
Gear,
Gathering still has
the
collectible,
crafted, gear, of course, will be available.
you know, so
as,
you still can get
normal quality
HQ stuff. There's still that
as well.
mini game. But yeah, perception is what is perception for now?
Like you can still get HQ stuff to craft if you work your way up all the way.
次行ってもらえますか？はいはい。こちらクラフターの制作可能なアイテムと中間素材、それから装備品っていうのは 6.0 以降もそ
Sell
の
your
まま変
perception
わりませ
materia
ん。
now.
Yeah.
So for
Unless
the
they
items
change
that
it to
are still
something, what
going
would
to
they
be
do?
available,
Collectible?
The
I don't know.
functionality will remain unchanged.
That's true.
I
Even
guess they
after
could.
the release of Endwalker.
そしてですね、続いてこれによってですね、HQ がなくなることで最終に関わるギャザラーの能力とかはどうなの
More
か
items at
全
once
部
is
見
fine
直し
too.
をしてます。で、主にこれらは、取れる個数に影響を与えるものに全部変更しています。
Just give me a button that gives me more
So
CP
actions
back.
and attributes
Well,
that
then,
affect
I mean,
Perception's really important now because you may get more than one
will
item
be
from every
Why is
gather.
it adjusted? It should just be
Primarily
removed. We already have
changed to
two
affect
separate
item
things for
な
yield
の
and
で、
quality.
装備を整えていくと
Yeah.
1回で取れる個数が増えるっていうことです。
So in other words, before you would, some of the abilities and actions would allow for you to gather HQ materials, but with this update, those abilities have been adjusted so that whenever you go in with the proper sort of preparation and gear, it will
Does that affect
the number or the
experience
quantity
points that you
you're
get,
able
though?
to sort of gather.
It could.
Right, because they're getting double.
量
I
子
don't
に
know.
関しては
I, you
But-
wouldn't get double,
HQ じゃ
certainly,
ない
but
You did
別
used
の
to
パラメ
get
ータ
higher
を
XP
用
for
意
HQ.
yeah,
します。
exactly, right?
はい。
Also though, consider
And for fishers,
how heavy they've
there
been with
will be a different
land
sort of
hand, like
parameter,
beast tribes and stuff,
that's
though.
not
Like,
HQ.
まあやっぱね、
Getting
釣
those
った
levels
魚がね、
is
大きい
hard.
小さいっていうとこ
Not
ろ
too
は
bad.
釣りのね、一つのポイントでもあったりするので、はい。
Of course, with fishers, the size of the catch definitely affects
That won't affect leaf turn-ins either. 'Cause
what you
can still
gather. So
get HQ final products.
that's definitely being
Right.
kept in consideration.
で、 これらによってですね、条件達成時に HQ の条件があったりするクエストとか攻略手帳とかアチーブメントは全て見直しを、6.0 に合わせてかけております。
So,
I don't envy the people that have to go through and check all that.
Achievements requiring HQ items will be adjusted.
なのでもうそのアクションの
Reminds me of the work from home work.
聞き具合だった
There
り
you go. Reminds me of the Machinist quest that got bugged because they removed an
これに
ability.
よって影響するすべては再調整を全部に対してかけておりますので、はい。もうこれもやっぱりそのまあさっき言いましたけどちょっとこの先10年っていうことを考えたときにここで一回全部スリム化をしておいてということの一環でもございます。
So with anything that involves these HQ items that will become no longer available, so any actions, effects of actions, crafting, anything that is affected will be adjusted. Again, this is in preparation for more longevity and to look into 10 years beyond the release of Endwalker. And we wanted to kind of streamline things at this point.
でこれらはちょっと経済影響もあるので詳細をですね次回のもう一回行月のフィナーレ前にやります。
I wonder if that was always there or if somebody mentioned that in.
で細かくどう変わるのかと
Like that's it.
い
We're
うの
done.
をお伝えしていこうと思いますので、ぜひそちらをご注目いただければと思います。
So this will affect the economy of in-game. So we would like to go into further detail and make sure we are covering and explaining what is all involved in detail. So this will be covered in the next letter from
Stuff
the
like this is
producer
always
live, which will be
challenging
done
because it's like
immediately before the release of
what more could they
Endwalker.
tell us? But it's interesting to get like the insight, but also I don't know that I care.
こちらに関しては
But like I don't want
I
to tell
definitely
them
don't.
that I don't care.
That's fine. I'll do it.
But it's also past midnight, and I don't care about a lot of stuff right now.
その他にもいろいろお伝えしておかなきゃいけない
I love you, Yoshida. Don't hate me.
お伝えしていきま
There
す。
were definitely some things like
まず
I get it. Please move on. But at the same time, there are going to be
You
some
have
people
欲し
who
いんですけど、
just aren't going to get
いい
it.
ですよ言って。
Yeah.
テレポと
Tell me it's gonna be
転送
free.
網にアップデートが
No, you gotta
ござい
pay
ま
the
す。
teleport tax.
まず一つ目はですね、
That's how the
テ
economy
レポ
of
の
Eorzea
消費
works.
ギルの変更について
Probably gonna go up, if anything.
So of course, with the media tour coming up, there are still some more information that we would like to share. This next update, I would like for you to
Yep, it's going up.
make sure you're seated and just be calm when you hear this. But
I'll
we
fight you.
would like to make an update and
It's
adjust
not real money,
the
it's fine.
teleportation fees.
I like
Just
my
get in a
fake
party.
money.
Get in a party with me and I'll teleport you wherever I'm going.
Look,
It's fine.
Let's
I
be
teleport
honest.
everywhere. I'll teleport
Nobody
across
is
the south.
using their gill for anything
このまま世界
anyway.
が広がっていくとですね、
I'm never gonna buy a house, so I don't care.
I'm using it to look at and go, I like that.
今後の拡張に合わせて
That's what my damage is
消
for.
費ギルの計算式をすべて見直しを
And that's
さ
free.
せていただきまし
I'm
た
a。dancer.
Of course, with Endwalker, we are taking to the moon, and our world is expanding yet even further. So, how we currently
Caps
have
out.
our
Yep.
teleportation fees,
gonna go up.
Our max is at 999 gil. So, sooner or later, all of the locations we need to teleport to will
Samir's
cost
closer, though.
999 gils. So,
It's true.
considering we would like to make sure that we are laying the proper foundations for further expansion, another one of the elements that we looked at is the guild that is required to teleport to different locations.
まず現状999ギルというキャップがかかってるんですけど、キャップを一回外してます。
Of course, the current cap on the teleportation fees is 999 gil, but we are going to remove that upper limit.
で今までも内部計算的にはそうなってるんですけど、今飛ぼうとしてるところからその、テレポート先の距離に応じて価格が変わるっていうのをやってるんですけど、そこをさらにちょっと
YouTube does not
調
like
整した結果が、こちらになっております。
I'm sure Twitch doesn't
we
either.
are going
Yeah,
to
I'm sure.
adjust we already had the calculation.
Just explain
set
anima
up
to them and they'll
internally.
Mhm.
So it is measured by the distance from
First
point
comment
A
I
to
see is
point B,
such
where
taxation.
you want to get to, and the fees are calculated according to the distance. And so right now, of course, there's a sorry, there should be another element of the PowerPoint, but it's going to be adjusted as such.
It's like 300 gil more.
Oh
Yeah.
my god,
Like, it's
over
like-
1,000 gil.
Like 500.
そのキャップを超えて
It's
1000ギルを超え
outrageous.
てるところもある
The
んです
most
け
is
ど
like
安くなってるところも
1,442.
結構あります結果的
I'm
に
just gonna
do a
fly
single
on my
beast
mount.
strike.
I'm just gonna mount
Never
everywhere.
mind.
That's it.
はい
Never
Not
mind.
paying these outrageous
Sorry.
Of
fees.
course, with the level cap.
Sorry,
being-
HP.
or not level cap,
Take
the
it back.
guild-
Yeah.
the fee cap being removed, you do see costs that exceeds 1,000 gil. But because we revisited and recalculated the teleportation fees, you may
Mhm.
notice also that some of the locations have become cheaper to teleport.
Oh yeah.
これ
Mhm.
なので飛ぶ場所から距離が遠ければ遠いほど可変しますこれ固定の値ではないのでその言い方で通じるかな
So these fees will
I was gonna say,
fluctuate
where
depending
are
on
they?
where you
Oh, he's
are
in
and
Eastern
then where you're
Lenosha. Yeah, yeah,
teleporting to. It's not a set number, like it's not going to be expensive to fly to certain regions, regardless of where you're coming from.
Didn't it used to be
Wait,
50
Ima,
gil to
these
teleport to the
people
place you
didn't
were
know.
already at?
東
I
ラ
have
ノ
no
シア
idea.
の
I literally
ポスタ
don't
デル
care
ソン
about
が
this.
入れポスタ
I
場合
never look at
Pretty sure it was.
the gil number.
の
It may as well not exist. It's a
Yeah.
non-issue for me.
So
It will always
these
be a
numbers, please don't
non-issue
get
for me.
hung up on the numbers. This is only measured from, we're flying out of Eastern Lenosia from Costa del Sol.
そうなんでポスタでサンプルなんだよって言われるとごめんメディアツアーでここしか開けてないからなんだ
Crystarium is actually cheaper.
People are wondering, well, why Lenosia? Why the Costa del Sol? Well, that's the place we've opened up for the media tour, so that's why.
なので主要になるところを
I don't even try and make money. I raid and I have like 300 potions.
そこへ中継してから飛ぶとめちゃくちゃ安くな
I
ったり
don't
するん
lose
で
money
工夫をする
by
と
teleporting
全然
everywhere.
このギルかからなかったりするので
Maybe I might start to.
I'm just a penny
押していただけ
pincher.
るとありがたいです
That's fine. But there's people
So
seriously
because
mad.
the fees will fluctuate depending on the distance. You might want to have like a favorited point or a location where you can teleport to.
Register a
for free, and then use
2FA
that
thing.
as
You
like
get a free telly.
Yep.
A connection
Yep,
point.
that's what she's talking
to
about right
get
now.
To
Mhm.
whatever location it is.
She's like, pick a midpoint.
Yeah.
例えばですけど今これクリスタリウムが498ギルになってるんですけど、
はい
クリスタリウムまで飛んでしまうと
Also-
レイクランドまでは100
Going to the gold saucer from anywhere is
い
free.
かないぐらい
While any of the main cities is
Yeah.
free.
はい。
And then going to Alda from the gold saucer
なので
is free. So
近い
if
と
you
ころは
ever
めっ
need
ちゃ
to
安
get
くなり
to
ま
the
す。
gold or Alda from Limsa
So for
or Gridania,
example,
you can go
say,
that way if you're that worried
it
about
costs
money.
about 408 gil to fly over to Crystarium. Once you get to Crystarium, Lakeland is right there, so it's cheaper than 100 gil. So again, it kind of depends on the distance.
クリスタリウムが安い理由はですね、クリスタルタワーの位置を考えてるからです。クリスタルタワーから
The Crystarium to Mordona. That should be close, right?
はい、クリタワーからは0円じゃないですか。なんでクリタワーまでの距離
How does teleporting
見てないんで
through
安いんですよ。
alternate dimensions work?
Hmm.
So the reason why it's cheaper is because, well, it's looking at the Crystal Tower as like the starting off point. And so if you consider the distance, it
Mhm.
becomes very cheap. Like you're not teleporting too far.
なのでまあ節約されたい方はちょっ
Just
と
live on
ルートを考
Norvrent.
えて
There's not a lot of
もらえる
room.
と良いかなと。
Not gonna cost much.
Can't go far.
ちょっと4桁インパクトがでかいんで、
そうですね
すげえ値上がりしたって見えるんですけど、実際この計算式
Can't
によ
ever
って
change your glimmer
安くなっ
plates
てるところも多
again,
数あるん
but
で、安くなるパターンも
Oh, you
多数出
can.
て
You
る
just have to go to the Crystarium. You've got an in-room there.
はい。
That's the only one I use.
yeah.
So again, you might want
Independence.
to consider
I
the
didn't
route,
realize how much
that
you
you're
like
taking in order to
Norvrant.
save
I really do.
when you're teleporting. I know looking at a 4-digit cost for teleporting seems like a lot, but the calculation formula has been adjusted, and so it should properly like calculate out the sometimes the distance, depending on the distance, the
That's right. He
cost
did
would
make
be
that joke
cheaper
about
than
not being
it
able to teleport to the
originally
moon for
was.
999 gil. That's right.
まあちょっとこれに合わせて言っとくと
This fellow, he
転
drops
送して
jokes
たじ
like
ゃない
that.
ですか。
Mm-hmm.
Always read into what Yoshi says.
It's so funny. I can only see like one line of like the YouTube chat, but it's like all like thumbs down and like throw up emoji. Like,
以上だったらもう
Like I said, people are really mad.
Do you think
Guys
these
need
are
to
mostly
calm
new
down.
people with no money?
細かい設定ができるようになったりするしてるんで。
なるほど。
I just want to be like, hi, welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, where Gil rains
That
from the
also
sky
kind
directly
of
into your
affects
pockets.
the
Chill.
teleport tickets. We're going to save this for next PLL, but there's going to be
Sure.
different options
Yeah,
for
there's
your
teleportation tickets too.
teleportation tickets. Like it's some of them might be like free for use
Oh, yeah.
within any
Yeah.
range of distance, or some of it is
They
like
already knew people were
is
going to
for a
freak out and
certain other
already
yeah.
fixed the
distance.
problem.
So there's also going to be like
Because
in consideration of these fees being
A lot of
recalculated,
people
the
have that
teleportation
same
tickets
feeling.
are
That
also
number
going to be
has to
like
go
that.
up, and when it goes down, they don't
で
feel
まあ、せっ
good.
かくの機会なので、
It was a big deal in WoW too.
最近始めた方とか、
うん
まあ MMO が初めてっていう方もいらっしゃるので、どのちょっとコメント見ててもそうなんですけど、そもそもなんで金取んだよっていう方が結構いらっしゃるので。
I don't like spending money on
ちょっと
myself.
説明をしておくと、
If somebody else is
ま
like,
ずシステム
oh, I really want this
こういう
haircut, but it's
その
2 million. I'm like, here you
ギル
go.
をこういただくのってシステム側がギルを回収するっていう言い方をやっぱりし
I
ま
was
す。
using
これは
a
僕の
potion
MMO 他のゲーム
per
遊んでる時に
pull on Ultimate for a
お
while
金回収されてんな
and
みたい
just
な。
bought more. I
ま
don't
ず
care.
そこまで。
Doesn't matter.
Don't.
So looking at the comments, and it might be because there are people who just started playing an MMO, but
To
I do
remove
see
money
that
from
people
the
are wondering,
economy.
so why do we even charge a teleportation fee?
Yeah.
So allow me to explain. With this system, of course, there's an element where we're sort of collecting gil.
で、
they have to do that because they can't have enough
モン
houses
スタ
for
ーを倒した
everybody.
りとか何かコンテンツをクリアしたりすると、
It's true. That's how
ギ
you
ルが
remove
システムから
gil
こ
from
う
the
払い出されてると思うんですけど、こういうギルを皆さんから回収させていただく場所を作っていかないと、皆さんの中のギルがただひたすら溜まっていく
Certainly
こ
not
と
by
にな
really
るんですね。
crappy gold
で
mounts.
プレイヤーの皆さんから見たら、
Yeah,
別にギル
nobody
溜
wants
まっていくことでお前らが何が困るんだよ、なんで減らすんだよってなると思うんですけど、
The
こ
sick
れ
yellow
みん
Namazu
なが
mount.
超絶
Mm-hmm.
お金持ち、ギル持ちになっちゃうと
Some people liked it.
結果マーケットの流
Yeah, some people
通され
really
る
do.
アイテムとかが
Good for
どんどん
them.
値上がりしていくんですよ。高騰、いわゆるインフレーションしてい
More power to
ってしまうので、インフレーションを抑えるためにもやっぱりシステム側で回収させていただくギルっていうのはとても重要です。はい。
So, for example, so we need a system where we're collecting gil from our players or from our residents of Eorzea, and then the system kind of collects the money because when you're defeating monsters, your enemies, they would drop some gil and you would collect money, and that's where the system is actually paying back the players. And so there needs to also be a system where the system collects back the gil, and there needs to be that flow of back and forth of currency between the players and the system, because if things just spat out gil and we just became all gillionaires, sure, from a player perspective it's fine, but if you look at the in-game economy, like the market boards, the pricing will become very inflated. And
New
so
people won't be able
as
to play.
part of trying to keeping that inflation down, there needs to be
It was
a
really
means
bad in
which
11,
the system
at least on
collects
my
server.
the
Yeah.
gil
God, I
from
picked the
players
worst
at
time to
certain
level Bard
times.
in 11.
で、コメントでね、
It was right during that big inflation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so many jobs like required items like arrows,
Scrolls, you had to buy your spells.
scrolls, and the actual paper to cast your
やら
ninja
なかったら
stuff.
もっともっとインフレーションしてるんですね。なのでとても重要なので、本当
Not
に皆
cheap
さんには
to
申し
play
訳
that
ないん
game.
ですけど、
Staff for
こういうとこ
every
ろで
element.
システム回収させていただくっていうの
Not
が
cheap.
長くやっぱり MMO っていうゲームを運営していく上でとても重要なので、すいませんご了承ください。
And of course, I also saw comments that say, well, prices are already inflated. It seems like everything is, the pricing is all inflated.
No.
But it's actually, this is despite the fact that we're controlling it with having the system collect gil from our players. So if we didn't implement any sort of system where players are spending gil, it would pricing, or the market would be even further inflated. So it is, again, very important that we have a means for the system to collect gil from our players. So again, it might be something that could cause some frustration, but it is a necessary means. So
I think
I
if you're
understand.
a new player or a player who doesn't actually actively do anything to make money, you're just like slowly making it through doing quests and whatnot, I could see where things are inflated. But if you have any sort of side hustle to make gil, pretty good.
The people that are saying it's inflated are the people that don't have to buy, people that don't have the gil to buy what they want.
I make 0 money, and I raid, and that's repair, and that's potions and food, and I don't lose money. Just because I have
I'm just gonna
retainers.
start sneaking money into your.
Can your retainers out sell the stuff they bring back? Like,
that's true. That's very true.
Yeah, I just do it
ventures, you
every
can
hour.
get ventures for free.
yeah,
100%.
you can turn in the stuff from the
And,
retainers to
I
get more
think
ventures.
people
You
are
can
still
synth
wondering
the stuff to
about,
maybe
well,
get
why
more stuff
do
to
we
sell.
even
Like,
collect a teleportation fee? So this is actually something that we've explained in the past, a long time ago, actually. So the Ethernet, as we call it, is only working properly because of
Now they're giving you the lore.
proper maintenance, the regular maintenance that is being done for the network, or else people might end up
naked
getting sucked into
with
the
a
ether
nutkin
and
covering it.
drift along the live stream.
is that
So
so
this
bad?
maintenance costs a lot of gil to.
I mean,
to
if you're
do.
going
So
to the first, I
hence
don't know where
we
you're gonna
do
end up.
require for residents of Eorzea to pay a teleportation fee.
まあ実はねこれよう言うわみたいな感じに思うでしょ、ついにオールドシャーレアンでですねエーテライトを作ってる人たちの施設が出てきてですねなんか内情わかりますんでちゃんとゲームリリースをされますんで、ご注目ください60はい
And some people might be skeptical about this, and they may think that we're just making this up. But I mean, we're traveling to Old Charlian with Endwalker, and those are the people who have created this Ethernet technology. So perhaps we can get more insight into.
It's their game. They can make up whatever they
background
want.
And how these ether travel is.
It's all Charlian's fault.
Yep.
They set these
feel like
prices.
that's true.
ちょっとテレポはこれぐらいに
And you see, we
して
pissed off their leader
これは見て
too.
いただくしかない
That's
か
why
な
it's more
と思う
expensive.
あとメディアの皆さんとかレポートをしてくださると思うので、そうですね。そちらをご確認ください。
He's like, you're gonna adopt my children after I try to disown them and teach them a lesson? Fine.
So of course,
It's gonna make it even more expensive for you to have them.
Teleportation fee.
Well,
The media tour is going to happen soon, so I'm sure some of our media and or influencers will be picking up on that in their coverage. Next up is teleportation and Ethernet updates, and so the
Yes,
Ethernet.
it's definitely Alpha Node's fault.
updates.
じゃあちょっとユーザーインターフェース
Oh, it like jumped like 3 or 4there.
出しちゃってください。
Whoa.
あれ？うん。
Computer's getting warm.
こんな感じでございます。まるっと新しいインターフェ
Oh, it'll
ー
bring
ス
up the
にな
map
ってます
That's cool.
So the Ethernet UI, as you can see, has been updated significantly.
これどうなってるかというと、とにかく今
And
ま
they
でのリス
separated
ト
it
だ
too.
とわかんないんですよ。
Oh yeah, it is too
一応カッコでこの辺とか書いてるんですけど、まあ実際どこ
I
だ
like the categories too.
でちょっと
Oh, yeah.
現在出しちゃって
Aethernet, not Aetheryte. Yeah, so it's just the city side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
まあただワ
My
ンクリッ
brain
クっていうか
worked good.
増えはするんですけど、今ウルダ派です。
That's a nice change.
地図が
Yeah.
右側に出ます。開けば。
はい。
で、こうどこそれどこっていうのがクリックするとですね、右の地図が変わります。
Haven't been there yet.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Uh-oh.
as you can see, the UI shows a list of the different locations. Previously, it was just a list of text, and I mean, we did.
It's a good change for new players, for real, and for people who just.
It sort of is.
Like, I only
it
remember
is very
all
hard
the.
to tell
That's the only one I remember.
Exactly, you're teleporting to within.
Well, it's really only Limsa where it gets weird with the naming scheme.
Town.
Well,
and
or
so
did they ever Crystarium and Yolmor?
When you click on one of the items on the list,
they at some
you'll
point
see
changed the
that
Limsa
there
ones,
will be a map
and I already knew what they were, and then they
right
changed them.
Yeah,
so
they
you
changed
can
them.
see where exactly.
Like
you will be
the Bismarck doesn't say the Bismarck
to.
anymore. It says
So, for
culinary
example,
and
we are
skills.
in
Mhm.
Oda right now, and we're clicking on the different locations, and it would kind of pop up on the map on the right hand side.
まあなぜもっと早く作らなかったのかとかね、最初からこうすれば、まあもちろんおっしゃる通りなんですけど、大変なんすよこういうの作るの。まあ本当お任せしたんですけど。はい。
And I'm sure some of
They're
you
busy.
are saying, well, why didn't you do this sooner? I wish it was like this from the beginning. And apologies for that. It is quite an undertaking to do something like this. So it has been a long time coming, but we will be finally implementing this.
でこれまあ選んで
Go into the quicksand. I want to see it with no one in it.
転送されます。
So you're going to have to double click if you want to, if you've chosen where you want to go. But yeah, once you click on it twice, then you are teleported
Can you click
to
on the
that
map?
particular
Yeah.
Aetheryte
You can.
shard.
Mm-hmm.
この辺なんだよ
You
な。
can right now.
Immediately answering my question.
ワンクリックで。
Yeah, I do that all the time, I
地図
think.
上の
If I remember correctly.
It doesn't pull
海
up a
援テ
map
ラ
right
とワン
now.
クリックすれば飛べます。
No, but you can look at the map and do it.
And then you can also
If I remember
teleport
correctly.
directly
Not if-
to
not if
you're not
clicking an
particular
Aetheryte.
location if
Okay.
you go into
Aetheryte,
the
yes.
map
Aether
and
net,
click
Yeah,
no.
Aetheryte,
on,
not yeah.
Yes.
the sort of simplified icon
Yeah.
of the
That's how I
Aetheryte
get
shard.
anywhere.
これで、迷うことは
これ大丈夫そう
なくなるのではないかと。
だいぶいいんじゃないでしょうか。
We're hoping that that would alleviate any people getting lost on which
really like that you can click on the
Ethernet,
map.
location
Yeah.
to jump to.
はい。
はい。ということで、都市内転送ものアップデートも合わせてお伝えいたしました。
はい。
さて、今日お伝えしておきたいその他のアップデートは2つございまして、
はい。お願い
まず
します。
1つ目なんですが、
Oh, we're getting close to
今、
the
自
end
動ロ
around
グアウトが、
miscellaneous.
What is
入って
Fisher's
ます
intuition?
30分これによってちょっと一部
That's
の
like the thing that
虫
lets
釣
you
りに
catch
影響
bigger
が出ている
things.
で、なんとかしますというお話をさ
That's
せ
cool.
ていただいてたんですが、漁師の直感の発動に必要
I think
な
that's right. I could
魚
be
の釣り上げ数
completely
今
wrong.
何匹釣ってるっていう
Oh,
の
it's
が
for big
ログアウ
fish.
トしても、
Yeah.
デ
Yeah,
ータ
yeah,
として
yeah.
保持するっていうかなりスペシャルな対応をさせてい
They
ただい
talked
た
about
の
wanting
で
to do
す
that
いま
or
せん、か
something
なりス
like
ペシ
that,
ャ
I
ルな
think, a
対
while
応だったの
ago.
で、6.0 じゃないとちょっとやっぱり間に合わないというか入れられないので、6.0 からこうなりますので、すいませんがちょっと我慢いただけると助かります。
So there are a couple more updates, miscellaneous updates that we wanted to share with you today. One of which is it affects the fishers out there who attempts to catch the big fish. Now, as of 5.58, we implemented an automatic logout after 30 minutes of inactivity. And I know it affected a lot of you fishers out there.
That's
who
right, that's what it was
wanted
about.
to maintain fishers' intuition, and I wanted to do something about it. And so our solution to that is we are going to be making adjustments so that progress
Just bouncing around
towards
looking at other
fishers'
people still
intuition
streaming
will
this.
remain even
We're
after
doing pretty
logging
okay.
out. So
Yeah?
the
There's a lot of
progress
tired
that you
people.
have
Yeah.
for a particular
Oh, I have
big
no doubt.
fish,
Oh,
will
yeah.
be saved as like data, even
I
if you
overheard
log
someone
out.
going, we just need more
It's
of
quite
these.
a special,
but
or
less
a
long.
unique adjustment that we had to make. So I'm afraid
It's
it
great
won't
that
be
they're
implemented
actually doing the
until
translation.
The release
Yeah,
of the
I mean, it
expansion.
doubles the time.
But
Right?
yes, it
Yeah. It
will
has to
be
happen.
updated as of
Yeah.
6.0.
自動ログアウトがね、まだ継続かっていうちょっとお声もあるかなとは思うんですけど、 全く外せるようなすいません状態ではなくてですね、まあ一昨日が最高人数、昨日がまたさらに最高人数、これがまた全リージョンなんですね。北米もそうですしヨーロッパもそうですし日本もそうなんですけど、ずっと毎日最大数を更新し続けてるっていう状態で、本当申し訳ないんですけど本当ね、
Just hearing him
半導体さえなんとかなればなんですけど、ちょっとワールドも今足せない状態なので、すみませんが続きます。で当然これ 6.0 来てからもよりだと思うので、申し訳ないんですがご迷惑をおかけしますが、よろしくご理解のほどお願いいたします。
And with that, I think people have already surmised that, automatic logout is still going to stay in effect even after the launch of the expansion. And I'm afraid it is. I'm afraid we're not in a position to sort of remove that restriction.
That's not surprising.
Yet. We are still...
They'd be silly to take it off before Endwalker, that's for sure.
Logins, simultaneous logins. So, and this applies to all of our global regions, not just North America, Europe, but also Japan as well. And we're continuously sort of breaking our record of people who are logging in on a daily basis. So I'm really sorry. If there's a way that semiconductors became more readily available even in this situation, until then we are unable to add additional worlds. So and I think with the launch of the expansion, we anticipate more people coming in. So again, we really apologize for the inconvenience that this may cause, but yeah, I'm afraid we will have to continue with this automatic logout and whatnot. So your support is definitely appreciated.
でこれに付随してですね、もう一個これはもう本当に申し訳ない
That's a completely reasonable thing to do.
お知らせがあってですね、ちょっと混雑、その 6.0 へ向けてのちょっと混雑の対応を優先して、サーバーの精度を上げたりですね、ダウンしないように対策したりっていうので、
That would be a cluster.
I get it too, but I'm gonna be honest, I was really looking forward to that.
データセンタートラベルを開けてしまうと、さらに 6.0 でかなりやばい状態になりそうだということで、
This was their plan. Make it go for 5 hours. Not very many people will be awake for the bad news. Wow. Next level strats.
And then another, again, this is very unfortunate, and we're really sorry about this, but in order for us to
imagine all those Aether people
address
flowing
the
back to
server
Crystal.
congestions,
Oh boy, yeah.
we do want to focus on sort of alleviating the congestion and also helping with bolstering the performance of our servers so that we won't experience any disconnections or servers going down at the time of the expansion release. And so we have the server team working on that element. So I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid we will probably not have the data center travel until
well, at least they say 6.0x,
and
so it should be an in-between, maybe? Unless they have to push it back again.
I can't imagine them launching something like that, though.
Yeah.
They're like that's also a terrible time to do it. Like this is the window. They are in the window to test and launch it.
Yeah.
It'll be, I think it'll be 6.1 at the soonest at this point.
Right.
I was looking forward to coming over and playing with you guys.
まあでもそれが目的で僕ら頑張って
It'll definitely happen.
やっぱりなんとか予定通りにお渡ししたかったのは本当したかったんですけど、今のままだともし仮にこのデータセンタートラベルで何か結構大きなそのものすごい人数が移動した時に起こるバグとかがあって、そのまま 6.0 で流れ込んでいった場合、何かでサーバーがした時に何でダウンしたかわからないとか、
Don't come to my server. I'm glad. Or, you know, keep that server out. Yeah. You know it. Just the normal memes.
かなりリスクが高いということで、すいません、僕の判断としてちょっと先送りをさせていただきました。
And so when we first announced data center travel, I saw so many people on the social channels really excited about, we're in different data centers, but we can now play together, and so many people looking forward to being able to play with friends that they previously were not able to. So we
There's a
really
good mix
wanted
right now,
to deliver
at least on YouTube.
data center travel as originally planned, but I'm afraid with this current situation and having data center travel available at the time of expansion launch, and thinking about the potential risk of a severe influx of people coming in, not just for the expansion, but people moving around.
Somebody said happy birthday
within their regions and visiting each other on the different data centers within each regions. And say, for example, God forbid, there's some kind of bug that happens at the launch of the expansion, and it gets carried over into the servers.
We're all on extreme on every server,
What if the
and it
server
would be a
went down?
wave.
We would have
As each server goes down, people try and get into another one.
What caused the bug? Is it because of an influx of people coming in from the different data centers, or is it because the influx of just the sheer number of players that are joining new? And it's going to cause confusion and say if the server went down.
You're like, I don't like that.
Why you gotta make fun of my name like that?
Because I'm sleepy and I heard fusion. I was like, that's not what she said.
If this were any previous, like, lesser of an impact, or if it had been previous expansions, we may have been able to take the risk. But I think it's just right now it is a bit too much of a risk that apologies again, this is a Yoshida decision that I think we don't want to endanger us with this potential risk. So apologies. We've decided to kind of postpone.
Does it suck? Yes, but does it make sense? Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
it's fine.
You can't be mad about it. You can be upset, but don't be mad about it.
I want to play the game when it comes out.
Right.
So do the stuff that makes me able to play the game. That's good.
遅れはしたけどギリギリ揃ってるので、以前公開したスケジュールから今大きくは変わってないです。それはもうどちらかというと既存のプレイヤーの皆さんにあんまり影響を与えるものじゃないので、そこは大丈夫そうです。はい。
As for the Oceanic data center,
nice.
We are still pretty much on track for that one. It's a physical data center that we will be opening for that. So of course, it was a struggle to get the necessary equipment shipped over and whatnot, but we don't have any significant impact or changes made to plans for the Oceanic data center, thank goodness. And that shouldn't hopefully affect the existing players anyways. So.
まあちょっとこれに関連してよくこの手の話をすると、最近ねクラウドを試せみたいなコメントをね海外でもちらほら見るんですよ。目にしますね。
And related to that, I've been recently seeing more and more comments, and this is not just Japan, but I've seen comments from the West as well, about, well, why don't you try out Cloud?
No.
まあ我々14チームが、当然言ってないですけど、やってないわけはなくて、実は2年前ぐらいに、2年以上前か、1年半ぐらいかけて、超
I mean, FF7's great, but I'm more of a squall guy.
正直言は実は1年ぐらいかけてやってました。
How dare you?
So, of course, as Final Fantasy XIV, we of course we have tried exploring cloud gaming, and we have already been looking at it. I think it's already more than 2 years ago, and we spent a fairly hefty amount of time, a considerable amount of time, 1.5 years, to test the cloud technology with a fairly
Probably Amazon
major partner.
or Microsoft.
実はですね、やっぱり一番のボトル
And
ネッ
that's
ク
why
は、まあ、
14's
結論
not
から
on
言えば
Xbox.
どうにもならなかったです。かえってサーバーコストは上がるし、
Remember 1.0 trying to make that work on a cloud server. I don't
なの
know.
で結論から言うとNG になってます。
And there were bottlenecks, but just long story short, we couldn't really make it feasible, make it make sense to us. With the different assessments that we have done, it will have cost us more in terms of server cost. Stability would not have been like guaranteed, and various factors led us to sort of forego or just consider this a no-go opportunity.
まあただ言っとくとゾーンサーバーと呼ばれるものをいけることが
Stuff. Oh yeah, they were gonna do some cloud stuff. They used 11 as an example.
僕らがものすごいプレイヤーの皆さん
It takes a lot. You have to really design with it in mind. Retrofitting is insane. With a big enough project, it's crazy.
Yeah.
のつなぎがもうどうにも速度が出なくて、ここはもうでも解消しようがないんですよね。オーバースペックなんですよ、そういう意味だと。はい。
But of course, through the extensive testing that we did, we were able to find out that zone servers can be sort of supported by cloud technology. That what was a bottleneck for us was the database server, which is a very high processing speed and high security, and because that had such great like speed as well as security, it's just connecting the zone server and the database server and having enough speed to connect those two was not feasible. And it was kind of like not overqualified, but like it was an overspec on that end. So
at least they tried.
Yeah. なのでやった結果として、僕としては覚悟を決めてですね、物理でそうです、もう作っちまえばいいと、もう早いし安全だしって思ってるんですけど、このコロナ禍で半導体不足がすごい出て、まあ、ただ早くね皆さんに安定したものを届けられるっていうところがやっぱ物理の魅力なので、まあそこを当面は続けていくことになるかなと思います。はい。
And so with the testing that we have done, that kind of solidified my resolve about, well, physical is better. In this case, it's fast, it's safe. Of course, we would love to continue providing stability and whatnot by growing and expanding on our physical data centers. But with the pandemic going on and with a shortage of semiconductors, the situation could improve. I wish it would improve soon. But I think for the time being, we still want to stick with physical servers.
You can tell it how much that bugs him.
Yeah. I mean,
there's nothing he can do.
Hey, that's it.
Thank you very much. So this is actually a wrap of the third and final part of today's
I don't want to be like celebratory because all the stuff we got from this, for the most part, was super great.
Yeah.
But I would like to do something else.
I think the only MMO that was ever moved to the cloud is Guild Wars too. Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to have another Letter Live, as Yoshi mentioned earlier. And then what we could not discuss today was
they did push stuff.
Next PLL. ということで、ここからはですね、PLL これでおしまいなんですけれども、
This is probably all the stuff that they wanted to get out before the media tour, before people started looking at the teleport prices and going, what does this mean?
So before closing, as always, we are having some nice news announcement. So let's check it.
Good news, good.
With you all, and then
what kind of JP only stuff do we have today?
最初のお知らせです。画面お願いします。
New Alexander shirt.
はい。東京ゲームショウが10月3日が意外と再来週
2週間後に迫っております。So the first announcement is the Tokyo Game Show 2021. It's in about 2 weeks, and then we are gonna have, I mean, same as recent TGS stages, FF14 will have a program of Astro with Yoshi P at Tokyo Game Show 2021 online. ヨシ P 散歩 TGS2021 を10月3日日曜日の午後9時から、これ今年のスクエニの TGS 放送の大トリを飾る14が、ヨシ P 散歩で吉田さんが14を遊ぶっていうのを堂々とやるという。いいのかね。This is the program will be streamed online on October 3rd, Sunday, Japan time, from 9 p.m. Japan time. で、今年なんですけども、スライドにあります通り、今回はオタク訪問スペシャルをやろうということなんですよね。So this time we are visiting.
I too like jumping between houses, Yoshi P.
いやこれね迷ったんですよ。はい、なんか今回4層霊式4層やってないなと思ったんですけど、もうなんか超える力もめっちゃかかっちゃってるし、はい、なんかまた大鳥になんかね、他の人が見た時になんだかわかんねえバトルのすげえの見てもなって思って、しかも僕のスキル回しも今もう6-0仕様になっちゃってるからすげえミスりそうだし今回はいろんな人が見てくれるだろうってことを考えて、はい、素晴らしい絵の数々を作っている皆さんにコンタクトをしてですね、こんなすげえハウジングできるんだっていうのを渡り歩いていこう。
So this, we really were torn about what to show during this TGS presentation. This is actually the last slot in the Square Enix block that were allowed by the organizers. Like, I thought about, well, maybe we could do the fourth turn of a Savage content, but I mean, this is a lot of like echo pressure here. This is the last presentation of Square Enix. And what if people looked at this like spectacular battle and just not know what's going on? And with the skill set, with all of the 6.0 checks that I had to do, like my skill rotations are now like geared towards 6.0. So I'm worried about potentially failing on some of these rotations. And so given that a lot of different people will be watching this show, we thought about, okay, well, why don't we contact those people who have built these wonderful in-game estates and just
that you
show
can't
off
get
this is the kind of housing and furnishing
Yoshi P, you play Black Mage. What is there to remember between 5.0 and 6.0?
はい、ということで。
どっちかっていうとコメント
You made it easier for yourself. Don't lie to me.
仕事なんだよ。
People were commenting on, Yoshida, you already know the skill rotations for 6.0. No, not fair. And I'm thinking to myself, but that's because I have to work. This is part of my work.
Yeah, it's his job.
少なくともクロマは完璧である。
そういうこと言うから。
But to say the least, Black Mage is, I've got Black Mage down to a T, so, yeah.
OK。そしてですね、今年の TGS はなんとこれだけではございません。もう一つございます。次のスライドお願いします。はい。なんと吉田さんが坂口博信さんと特別対談をする。
Interpretation.
We have one more thing about the Tokyo Game Show this year. So this is not official Square Enix program, but this is done by.
I'll definitely watch that.
Oh yeah,
so
for sure.
It's presented by the Famitsu, and there will be a special talk session with Mr. Hironobu Sakaguchi. You know, father of the Final Fantasy.
Yes, yes.
FF の父、坂口さんと吉田さんが対談をすると。
Is that a reasonable hour?
I just want to see them
お久しぶりなんですけども
share some sake and a steak
RPG の魅力と
and talk about video games.
Careful, that's how collaborations happen. We don't need.
あは
まあちょっと緊張もしてるんですけど。
That must be interesting, since Sakaguchi is no longer at Square, you know.
I don't even know if his time overlapped with Yoshida. Probably
I don't know, right?
If it does, they probably never work together.
been a
Yeah.
while to do a talk session
Because
like this.
his last project was the beginning of
I've
11.
been asked.
Yeah.
The theme is the appeal and potential of RPGs. So I'm a
would've
bit
been
nervous, and plus it's
20
quite early in the morning
plus
for
years ago?
Japanese audience. But I'm suspecting
Yeah.
it's because Mr. Sakaguchi is outside of Japan, so it's probably because of the time zones. But if you're interested, please feel free to tune in.
Hi. And the good news is there will be a live interpretation. So,
Yay!
I mean, those who are English speaker players, please look forward to it. So,
I am looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
I think
Definitely.
that'll be super interesting.
海外の皆さんもぜひご覧いただければと思い
Anytime
ます。
Yoshi P is gonna do a talk at like a game dev convention or something, definitely watch it.
どうぞ。
Without
It's so
a doubt.
rare that I come away with one of these announcements like, ooh, something I can enjoy.
Yeah.
Next, Letter Live, number 67.
Okay.
It's scheduled November 6th, Saturday,
Alright.
November 6th, starting 11 a.m. Japan time, or Friday evening.
Okay, so
Pacific
same time
time.
as the one
次
tonight.
回の PLL ですが、67回は
I'm thinking that's gonna be more
11
common with the
土曜日の
influx of
日
Western
本時間午前
players.
11時、アメリカ西海岸ですと、前
Yeah.
日金曜の夕方夜7時から
New
Fingers
PvP.
なっております。
Congrats, Frosty.
So
Yeah.
with next PLL, we are going to cover various updates
Will
like
there be interpretation on this one too?
discipline of hands or end lands and system.
Do you think this is special, or do you think they're going to start doing
and
this?
a new PvP mode? はい。
I want to
次回は
believe.
桜関連とか
But I mean,
システム関連アップデート。
it's not like we, you know,
そして
the way that they do the English on the slides and stuff, it's not like we
こちら
can't
も盛りだくさんで。
Yeah.
そうです
get an
ね
idea.
バイリンガル
So-
で OK
So-
OK あゆみさんまた頑張っていただきますはい
同じ今日と同じ。
But it'll also be like
はい
Yeah.
the big
The
one
next
like
PLL should
before
be same setup as today.
launch, so
So we are gonna have
They probably
あゆみさん
should do
あゆみさん
it.
よろしくお願いいたします。
translation.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll be
Interpretation.
joining in again. I'm sorry, European players. It's 2 in the morning.
チームから次回も
Endwalker
予想
early
言われ
access
たん
is
ですけど
November 19th
今日の感じからすると嘘
at
です
like 1 a.m. or something.
多分5、6時間じゃない
Yeah, and I
か
think
なと思いますが、皆さんも
Actual date is the 23rd, but who's not gonna have
日本
access?
時間ですと
Yeah,
これは
right,
朝からですけど、ごゆるりとご覧いただければ。
My mom bought this for me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The next one will be again. We are told it's gonna be like 4 hours streaming, but it's gonna take.
Be ready.
Oh,
We're gonna go for
I
6
don't-
hours then.
Yeah.
I don't
so
know
yeah,
if
please
we're
look
gonna
forward to
do
it.
this again.
はい、それでは続いていきましょ
Oh
う。続いてのお知らせです。
Maybe
Oh,
we
shit.
can do it in like
デザインの武
shift.
器デザインコンテスト、現在すでに行われておりますが、こ
I'm
ちら
ready.
の応募締め
Let's
切
do
り
it.
が10月
Oh,
4
oh,
日
when
ま
does
で
it close?
となっております
October
の
4th.
で、皆さん
I still have a little bit of time to design my broom.
お待ちしております。
はいお待ちしておりま
So
す
next update is the weapon design contest, which is
It's gonna be like in a
now,
mono
and
style
then
broom.
the
It's gonna be
submission
beautiful.
closes on Monday, October 4th. So please don't miss it. So
I'm sure
we
there are some
already
fan
have
weapons in there
tons
somewhere.
of submissions. I mean, from all over the countries. すでに
Fan
ものす
with
ごい
like a-
量の応
like a
募作
goo
い
on
ただい
it.
ておりまして、本当楽しみなんですけれども、引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。
はい。
はい。では続いて参りまし
Paisa
ょう。続いてのお知らせこちらです。こちらも、最近ご案内しましたが、コレクターズエディションのデジタルアップグレード
Maybe like-
50% セールっていうのが9月
Yeah.
30日まで行っておりますので、そういえば C 版持ってなかったわという方が
そうですね
お安くアップグレードできるチャンスですので、
はい
ぜひともご利用ください。
はい
The next one is the special sale.
Trying not to bite.
We are
me.
now having a 50%
This is perfect timing
sale. Collector's edition digital
Oh, yeah.
for the influx
The
of players,
sale
you know.
ends. Sale lasts until the end of this month, September 30th.
Too many
so
people
please
log it
don't
in.
miss it.
Let's put everything on sale.
そして続き
That'll
まして
stop it.
新しいお知らせですが、レイドコンピレーションアルバム
Whatever,
第
make
2
more
弾の
money
発
so you
売
can
が
make more
決定いた
dungeons.
しました。
Exactly.
So the next update is a new album, new music album. Time and
One of the
again
things to remember is that since they are hard block on opening more
こ
servers,
ちらカメラ現物がござい
that
ま
money's
す。
not going anywhere yet. And they're ready as soon as they can.
Yeah.
はい、
うん
こちらですね。
I buy these
こ
because
ち
they
らが
look
9
cool.
月30日発売
I
予
don't
定
need
とな
them.
っております。This will be
I mean, look at
released
Kafka
on
over there.
Whatever
September
makes you
Just
30th.
happy.
lounging. Yeah.
はい。
She's chilling. He's like, hey, what's up?
おお
I'm Kafka.
This is actual products.
Yeah,
それはそう
that,
月末に出るっつってね。
that's slick.
はい。
They had shirts
Okay.
of that
なんかある
Yeah.
in Japan.
I thought I remembered that art from
という
something.
ことで、
Yep.
ぜひとも
One of
they
Philip's
reused
friends
it.
from the
はい、
Navy
よろしくお願い
is being
いた
sent
し
to
ま
Japan,
す。
and I'm like,
では続いて参りましょう。
Give me
every time something comes out, I'm just going to call him, right?
Ah,
両月のフィナーレメインテーマのレコード発売が決定いたしました。We want to introduce the Endwalk 7-inch vinyl single ということで、こちらも現物ご
That's
ざいます。
cool.
Yeah.
I need
I
it.
I pulled up the Square Enix store. We're
Yeah, I
about
have a
to see
record
something
player.
creepy.
してください。はい、こちら。
What's that?
こんなサイズ
Are you guys familiar
書
with
き下ろし
Dolphys?
ジャケットで、
ケロスジャケットで。
はい。
There's a Yestola Dolphy.
What's that?
That's fine. It's a ball jointed doll, like a little small one. Very popular in Japan. You can dress them.
こちらも。これ本物。
そうですね。デジタルデータ
It's really
ついてくるんで、
はい。
コレクターズアイテム女子別
I
に
bet.
買っていただいて、
うん
あの
それでも
Wow, that's kind of
それでも
uncanny.
はい。
It's
And there is
$980,
a
by the way.
download
Holy
code
sh-
for,
what?
A MP3 version.
I'd
of
send it to you.
tracks
You'd have
that
to look
are
at it on your
included.
phone or
So,
later.
Even if you don't
I'll
have
look it
a
up.
Podcast channel.
record
I'm sure
player,
they'll
you
have
can
it
still
in like
have
2 seconds.
the
Right.
vinyl
Yeah,
as
maybe.
a
They'll
collector
probably
player.
pull one
You can
out
still
and,
enjoy
like-
the music digitally.
Pet it. Yeah.
で、メインテーマに関しては、
It's like the
音
outfit's
楽
beautiful.
の配信サービスでのリリース
Definitely.
も今後予定されてるんですけども、ひとまずは LP で出ます
Here,
よ
I'll just
ってい
throw
う
the
お知
link
らせ
in.
です。
Oh, what? That is
Yes, so the
wild.
main theme itself will be
Right.
Available via
What?
subscription service. I mean, digital
They
online
can be
service
creepy, yeah.
in a later timing, but at this point,
That's
there
nuts.
This is one of the least
usable
creepy ones I've
Dragoon
seen,
final.
actually.
And then this will be available at the November 17th. はい、こちら11月17日発売で現在予約受付中ということですのでよろしくお願いします。You can
Holy
make the
crap.
pre-order today. はい、では続いて、実機からいくかい？実機ってなんだ？カメラからいく
というか、
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
Yeah, it's not so bad.
今ちょっと
That's cool, but I'm not spending $1,000 on a doll.
で紙類大丈夫ですか？大丈夫ですね。
紙類はもう別に売ってもいいんじゃねえか説。
Do you think it's the first in the
ごめん
series,
なさいね
though?
実機じゃなくて実物
God, I hope
No, they did show it.
There
はい、
it
どう
is!
ぞ。
はい、カメラお願いします。
Oh, you're a
次
little
は
bit
こ
ahead
ち
of me.
ら。
I promise I'm watching on YouTube.
Yeah,
It's
so
Big!
but
That
I
is-
refreshed the page.
If
Me too,
that's
on the
all
size.
the- yeah.
ね、
Look at how tall she is.
It should be at least like I think they're normally 18 inches or more.
うん。
Look at the staff.
これはですね、This is a new collaboration.
うん。
Oh,
with,
Volks is the
between
actual
high-end
company that
doll
makes
makers,
Dolphys.
Volks
The only
and
one that's allowed to use that
FFXIV.
word.
で、ヤシトラがこち
Yeah,
ら
I mean, that's huge. I don't know where the hell I'd put
Volks
that.
Yeah.
さまざまなドールの
After the
企画製造を手
Fender,
掛ける Volks さんと
we get a
コラボ
Dolphin.
レーション
I
で
mean, it
If
makes
you
sense.
couldn't secure the Fender, here's the next best
ドリーム
thing.
というラインナップにヤシトラがこのように登場いたします。
Look at that little
というこ
outfit.
とでございます。
The
Wow.
detail
こ
is
れがですね、
amazing.
はい
服の素材一つ一つからですね、徹底
I'm
監
most impressed
修
by the staff.
させていただきつつ、
Yeah.
まあもともとクオ
I
リ
mean,
テ
that
ィ
little
の高い
brooch is
Oh my gosh, look at her.
nice.
Yeah, holy crap.
Really detailed.
ですね。ドールって
They
ね、
even got like the details on like the bottom of the feet
So many
too.
ruffles.
Yeah, they got the ley line.
大満足していただける。
Yeah.
You can change the clothes.
こちら。はい。
They're like standard size.
So these Dolphy Dream, the quality of it is just very high, and everything was supervised by Yoshida-san and team, and just even the textures of the different layers on her outfit is just so
Yeah.
high. And with
Give you Stella the
these
drip.
Dolphys, some people
Put her in a
just
Supreme
want to
outfit.
collect them for the outfits that these dolls wear, and I feel that this is something that collectors can be very much satisfied with.
I want to see the look from Namai-san's face when they're like, "Hey, so we're
という
gonna
こ
do
とで
this
こちらで
doll."
は商品情報を確認する
お高いんでしょう。
お高いとお思いでしょう。こちらなんと
$980.
10万円を切りまして99,880円でのお届けとなります。でこちらがですね、2022年の12月末の発売予定、発送予定
It's
なん
nice
で
to
すけ
see the
ども、
UK
そのた
is
めには
getting
ですね、予
screwed
約
again.
を11月21日までに
How
して
is
い
it
ただく
more
必
in
要があります。
pounds?
はい。
I mean, I know why, but that shouldn't be true.
興味がある方は予約していただいて、そうすると2022年の12月末頃にお届けとなる商品ですので、 ぜひともご検討ください。
いいですか？1
I will say,
1年です。
like, giant
一年作りますん
utility
で。
was not on
はい。
my list of things I
So
thought we
yeah,
would
as you can
see
see,
tonight.
you have to
Definitely not.
I mean, you have to make pre-order
real cute,
to
though.
purchase this.
Yeah.
And you need
real
to
expensive, though.
make
Wow.
your pre-order by November 21st. Then you will be the scheduled delivery timing will be late December 2022 next year.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Wow.
yeah, we needed
Take a year to
we
get.
needed like 1 year.
They're probably all
remember,
handmade.
This is through the Square Enix NA store, so the chances are it'll probably get delayed till March 2023, and they won't tell you until January 2023.
They're probably all handmade.
Pre-order.
Oh, they probably are. I'm just saying the Square Enix store sucks. I love you, Square. You're great. Your storefront is
はい、よろ
awful.
しくお願いいたします。それでは続いて次に参りましょう。続いてはこちらです。はい
Oh, there it is.
FF14 公式の新しい、
The black t-shirt is actually on the NA shop.
I'll be damned.
アレキサンダーです。はい、the new announcement from the FF14 team, the new official. ということで、今日は冒頭から私着て
The
おりま
back
した
is really cool. Looks like a comic.
Yeah.
になりますか。よい
Oh,
し
I
ょ
want one.
ちょっとはい。
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of
こん
those.
な感じです。これはね、かっこいいんだ。
It's not unreasonably priced either, like that
だいぶ苦労し
11
ましたね。
Winters shirt was.
Yeah.
ね、ずいぶんかかったと伺っております。
はい。
Where's the buy
背
this
中が
button?
ね、コミック風の合体
あ、そうそう。
みたいな。
There it
That's
is.
really cool.
背中
The design is quite elaborate here, as you can see in the
That's
artwork.
awesome. I love
and there's
that.
also a
Isn't it? It's
backside,
really good.
Looks like something out of a comic book.
Yeah.
That's
It
really
always
cool.
sort of comes together and assembles.
Oh, do I get the white or the black though?
I didn't see the white one
はい、
up
と
there.
い
I
うこと
just
で
saw
こ
the
ちら
black.
が
Oh, sure,
12
Oh,
月
sure, it'll show
18日発売予
They're
定
probably
です。
pushing
すでに
that
現
stuff
在予
live
約
right
する
now.
ことが可能でございますのでご確認ください。
B,
So
to the
this
B.
will be available. The release timing will be November 2021, and then you can make pre-order already on official
Right
Spring
now.
Store. はい、それでは続いてはカメラからいきますか、じゃあ。はい、続いての商品はこちらなので生カメお願いします。
I mean, you think I didn't just buy it
What
right
is
now?
that? What is it? Is it like a?
I'm looking to see if
Is
the
that like a
dancer
loofah?
magnet's back in stock.
Is that what the hell?
It's a back massager.
続いての商品、そちら。
あ
ですね。オフィシャルグッズ。
I'm just getting
肩掛か
Simpsons
し
vibes, you know, when Bart is like super overweight and he says, I
こ
wash
ちら
myself with a rag on a
サンプルなんですけ
stick.
どほぼ最終版
That's
に
what I
近
think it
い
is.
実際のサンプルを、今日お持ちしておりますが、肩叩き棒が2種類ございまして、今吉田さんが持ってるのが、
What the
青と水蛇の
There's still
方
no
で、
dancer
私が持ってる方
Like a
が、
back
Yeah.
scratcher.
パッドキャットということでございまして、
例でやってると肩こるんすよ。
ね、肩叩くマッサージの
Oh, yeah, the
部分
white
と
shirt's there
あと
too.
こっち孫の手が
Oh,
つ
is
いて
it?
いる
Yeah. If
Look,
you go to all pre-orders.
if you were gonna tell me, so look, Scholar's gonna get screwed over. There's $1,000 Toladol, and also there's a Great Serpent of Ronka back scratcher. I'd be like, what?
This is actually the
And yeah,
I mean,
Here we
massage.
go.
It's
Yeah.
true.
And then also you
All
can
of it.
scratch on your back, scratch your back.
who's
The
like,
acrylic
これ海外
standees
アミさんこれ海外で通
for
じる孫の手。
Sage and Reaper.
Mm-hmm.
who's like, this is a thing we need to make? Who would like product development was like?
Back
There was
scratcher?
a term that
That's wild.
なんかあった like
It's crazy.
monkey's paw or something.
Death Unto Dawn is a waiting list too.
まあそうなので背中かけます。
The
You
OSC.
can scratch your back.
Scratch your back.
Yeah.
いや相当がっちりしてるから取れないと思う。
はい、最終品はまだこれサンプルなんで、
ああ
今我々が無茶すると抜ける可能性がある
でも結構しっかりしてる
で、吉田さんが持ってる棒の方が最終版の棒です。
あ、こっち。
はい、こちらちょっと今検討中の
So
段階
like the next in-person event
はい。
where we all get together,
かわい
sit
い。
around and talk, but only the
こちら
person
12
that
月
has the
18
scree
日
stick
発売
can
予
talk.
定
Okay.
This will be available
It fits, I guess.
in the West. This will be
$30 for a
scheduled
scree
for
stick.
February next year.
See,
2022.
As a person who went to anime conventions in the early 2000s, I see a back scratcher and I just go, oh no.
No,
People are just going to be screaming the stupid Family Guy back scratcher thing forever.
Back scratcher?
Exactly. Just forever.
And there it is. That's my screech stick.
Thanks. It's good.
Those look cool.
Yeah, they do.
I've got a couple of them. I never set them up though. I need to get my new shelving in before I can do that.
Yeah, my office at work is just slowly filling with all the Final Fantasy XIV things that are here. As I go back to the office.
Slowly migrating over.
Yeah.
At February 2022. はい、ということでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、次。はい。ジョブが増えたのでこちらもジョブの
Remember like when they barely put out any merch and then we were just like we gotta buy all of it and now they're putting out back scratchers and I'm just like crap.
はい、ではこちらも今日一日中私つけております。
Be careful what you wish
カメラ
for.
お願いします。
Right.
はい。ね、まあすでにお持ちの方いるでしょうから、あれと同じ
I
もの
love
の
the Nike monocle.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
ステージ賢者ということでいい感じ
My
です。
question
exactly
for
what it looks
myself
like.
now
皆さん
is, do I buy this shirt
ご検討ください。
or do I wait until the dancer magnet comes back in and then buy the shirt, risking the shirt going away?
My rule of thumb is if you see something and you want it, you buy it ASAP.
はい。そして
Probably, yeah.
最
Because
後
if
だ
you
け
don't, like the collector's edition, it'll be gone in 10 minutes.
Yep, that's
And
true.
then you'll have to live with regret for the rest of your life.
画面いいですか
I'm not gonna have regret over a shirt, probably.
はい、オフィシャルカレンダー、来年2022年のオフィシャルカレンダーです。So unfortunately, this is only available in Japan region, but
There it is. There's that JP only crap.
calendar 2022.
The calendar that I wouldn't buy anyway.
12月24日発売で実物が一応
I mean, I
I still
probably
have
would.
I still have the one from like 2 fan fests ago on my wall. And people are like, you have the wrong month up, and I'm like, that is a very old calendar. It doesn't matter what month.
It'll roll
I
back
feel
over at
like
some point.
those kind
It
of
will.
calendars are bigger in Japan, though.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, that's cool. I love that one. That's a great
Oh
illustration.
man.
Should be good quality of paper.
Oh, polar bear in a snowstorm.
は
Fantastic.
い、現在作業中
Oh wait, it's all the scholar
Work
fixes.
in progress.
生紙必要だったのかっていう疑問が俺の中にすごいあるんで
I'm sorry.
そうで
Did
す
we
ね。
really
That was
want to
good.
cut the live camera here to show the
And then
code
what?
insides?
Yeah.
So hard. その通りです
The reasons to play Scholar over Sage.
はい、ということで、オフィシャルグッズのご紹介です。So this is new official
The white,
merchandise item.
the white is just the
So
speed
we
of
have
light,
a
right?
Yeah.
couple more things
I like
to
that.
announce.
POV, you're a sin eater.
はい、じゃあ次お願い
Thank you.
しま
There's
す。
still more.
ドン。はい、現在、行っております FF14
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, make sure to do the fashion report if you haven't already.
This, the first one is FF14 and FF15 collaboration, which is happening already. So this ends on October 18th. So please don't miss it. So こちら10月18日までまだちょっとあるなと思って油断してるところ
We're all like bobbing our heads to papaya levels of
I
tired.
mean,
ゴールドソーサーに通って
it's a bop.
皆さんレガリアをゲットしてください。はい、ということでよろしくお願いします。そしてもう一つ続いてですが
Gotta get really into it. Look like you're angry.
懐かしいな
Oh, they're bringing the Dragon Quest one back.
これ
Yeah.
が見えたということは、
Is
はい、
that the
FF14 と
second
ドラクエ10の
I
コ
think so.
ラボが再演することが決定
Hey,
い
Yoshi worked on
that
one,
the
so-
last announcement is about the FF14 and the Dragon Quest 10 collaboration
Still can't
returns.
play it in the
は
West
い、こ
though.
ちらイベント期間が、
I don't believe.
10月19日から11月11日の
I mean, I would. I love
スケジュールで
Dragon Quest.
予定しております。So the
Gotta get that
collaboration
puff
period
puff on,
will
man.
be from October 19th
Get yourself some
through
puff puff.
November 11th.
I mean, 11 was absolutely amazing.
ドラクエ10コラボがやってまいりますので、ぜひともお見逃しなくよろしくお願いいたします。
はい新規の人はね
ね、
やってない人もか
Now
なりい
bring
ると
back
思う
the
んで
Shantoto collab.
忙しいですね皆さんね
忙しいです。
はい
No.
New players, I'm sure, have not had a chance to do some of these collab events, so I'm sure it's going to be quite busy.
はい、ということで、 なんかごめんなさいね。カメラ
They just like cut her off.
画角がむちゃくちゃになったんですけど。
Yeah, they put her in. Maybe it was accidental, and then they just.
おじさんの顔は別に
Yeah, the cameras are moving now.
なんだろうな。
いいですよ。多少引いてじゃないと。
Camera operator like falling asleep on the job.
いい。よし。ということで今日の
It's Wayne's World.
コーナーはこれで
Come on.
全部となりました。Okay, this is actually a wrap of today's letter live.
The cameraman's like, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
いやもういいんじゃないかな。傾いてはいるけど。
You guys know how to turn this off, right?
3時になりそうじゃない？
You just push the
Yeah,
button.
so we'd like to take some comments from Yoshida-san before closing. お願いします。
はい。まあすいません。まずは長時間お付き合いありがとうございました。
First and foremost, thank you so much for tuning in for such a long broadcast today.
まだまだお伝えしたい新システムとかね、コンテンツとかあるので、ぜひ次回も長時間にはなると思いますけど、こちらも楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思ってます。
But there are still a lot of information that we still have yet to share on new systems and different content. So we expect for the next PLL to be long too, but it would be great if we could come back and tune in again.
I don't know. It's about gathering, crafting, and PvP.
トラベルの延期っていうちょっと皆様に本当に申し訳のないアナウンスもしなければいけない状態で本当にまずは申し訳ないと思ってます。ただやっぱり僕らにとって行月のフィナーレっていうものを皆さんに楽しんでいただくことが最優先で、まあそれの安定性を取ること、それからできるだけ一つでも多くのコンテンツを
Looking at Asinian's little face and deciding if I want to buy it.
仕事だと思ってますんで、もう全員
Just do it.
最後の追い込みとしてめちゃくちゃ頑張ってますんで。
Why is everybody such an enabler? The whole time we were on vacation, Denitra was like, buy it, buy it, buy it.
So throughout the broadcast,
You're supposed to
of
talk
course
me
there
out
were
of
good
this.
news, but there was
No.
also unfortunate news like the postponement of data center travel. But and so we apologize for that once again. But it is our utmost priority to deliver Endwalker to everyone and for everyone to enjoy the new expansion pack and make sure that everything is stable and we are providing as much content as we can to our players. So right now we are pushing as hard as we can. And so I hope that everybody is excited for the launch of Endwalker.
はい。まあもう本当ちょっとね喋りすぎて言葉が出なくなってきてますけど、まあとにかくよう作ったなっていうぐらいでかい拡張になってます。
And with such a long broadcast, we are starting to run out of vocabulary at this point. But again, we've been working really hard on the content, and I'm hoping that people will look at it and be very impressed by what the team has done. That's just how large of an expansion pack we're trying to get this to be.
でエンドウォーカーってタイトルはついてますで、確かにハイデリン・ゾディアーク編のサーが完結っていう話を、まあ、させてもらってるんですけど
And of course, with the title like Endwalker, and we were talking about how we're bringing the Heidelin Zodiac saga to a close.
どちらかというと、まあ、実はこの先の10年に向かってかなりいろんなことを今始めているので、その新たなスタートでもあります。そこはちょっとまだ一旦エンドウォーカー楽しんでもらいたいのであんま詳しくは言わないんですけど、その後さらに次の構想とかをまた話せる機会作ろうと思ってますんでぜひですねこの未来に向かっての14にもぜひ期待をしつつですねプレイしていただけると大変嬉しいです。はい。
But that being said, we're also looking at this as a look into the future and just how we're going to take this next 10 years ahead of us. And there's a lot of new things that we're trying for the future of Final Fantasy XIV. And we do feel that it's a new start at the same time. So, of course, we would love for players to enjoy Endwalker when it comes out, but there are new things on the horizon. Whenever the time comes, I would love to share some of the ideas that we want to bring in to the future. So again, while it does feel like one arc is concluding, we are looking to the future, and we are
ominous
looking to
sounding.
continue this adventure.
さあでは長時間本当に皆さんお疲れ様でした。あゆみさんも本当にお疲れ様でした。
But yeah, thank you again, everybody, for watching. Thank you to all the speakers. It's been a very long show.
はい、それでは以上をもちまして第66回ファイナルファンタジー14プロデューサーレターライブを終了とさせていただきたいと思います。So this is actually a wrap of the letter
For the third time.
Actually a wrap.
So thank you very much for watching until very end. はい、最後までご覧いただきありがとうございました。それではまた次回お会いしましょう。さようなら。See you next time.
ありがとうございました。Thank you.
Go to bed.
Okay, bye.
They're like, we out.
Yeah. All right, so that's gonna do it for us here for tonight. For the handful of you still around, thank you for sticking with us. We didn't expect it to go that long. They didn't expect it to go that long.
Such devastation was not our intention.
Yeah. So, gosh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get up in time tomorrow. Now I am. We will talk off stream, and we will see.
I do it every time.
Yeah,
That's
but you're
true.
also crazy. So
I'm just saying.
notice
it's
she
enough
didn't.
Time.
She didn't deny it.
It's enough time to go to sleep and wake up.
But
No,
I
is
go to
it-
sleep normally
but-
in an hour.
But is it enough time
Okay, sure.
to go to sleep, wake up, and then also somehow type all of that up?
So, hear me out. How about we just don't? I mean, of course you have to do it for, like, someone has to do it for the website. However, for the show tomorrow, we could just kind of scrub through the VOD. You know what I mean? And just talk about things as it comes up.
Well, yeah, maybe. It's
It depends, right?
yeah.
These
Well,
are the behind the scenes things as we go.
Let me ask
How do we
you.
do
Let me
that?
ask you something.
Uh-huh.
How detailed do you want this write-up to be?
I mean, I'd like it to at least cover the bullet points from the slide.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
How tired am I?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, honestly, for the future at some point. Oh, go ahead.
Because the good stuff is, let's be honest, the good stuff is the stuff that's not in bullet points.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
true.
and there was some juicy
Oh, hey,
bits
Hez.
that weren't on the bullet points too, and it's like,
Yeah.
there's a lot. There's a
It's
lot
too
there.
much. Oh, it's perfect.
All right, well, you know what? I need to look at some stuff, and I can't do that when I'm doing all these screen shares for the stream. So we're gonna end it here. Keep an eye out on Twitter, Discord, all that stuff. If we go live tomorrow, that'll be where the info is. If we're not going live, that's also where the information will be.
Right.
So we're gonna go figure that out, and then we're gonna go pass the fuck out. So have a great night, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream, and we'll see you later.
Bye.